It now being 9 a.m, I declare open this meeting of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be joining us today. The committee is due to the report to the Senate on Tuesday 29 November 2022 and it has fixed Friday 16 December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday 18 November 2022. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Social Services Portfolio, Outcome 1, Social Security. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give matters of opinion on public policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I have incorporated the public immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind senators and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade and Assistant Minister for Manufacturing, representing the Minister for Social Services, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth MP. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
I don't.
Great.
Thank you.
I would also like to now welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Ray Griggs. Secretary, do you have an opening statement?
No, Chair.
Lovely. I now call officers from the department in relation to Program 1.1 Family Assistance. Before I do, I believe we may have media in the room today, so I just have a spiel in relation to that. The media have requested permission to film and take photographs of proceedings and the committee has agreed to this. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time and media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. If a witness objects to being filmed, the committee will consider that request. The media are also reminded that they are not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. Media activity may not occur during suspensions or after the adjournment of proceedings. Copies of Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are available from the Secretariat. We will move to Outcome 1.1 now, and Senator Tyrrell, if you'd like to kick us off.
Oh, thank you. My questions are on mutual obligation, gentlemen. Is that okay? It's the appropriate spot. My first is, it's in regards to the House of Reps established a select committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services, and it's due to report in September next year. I have some questions about reports by The Guardian Australia that brought on the inquiry. I do have the document if you need it. Are you aware of reports from The Guardian in July of this year that the employment services industry successfully lobbied to stop a proposed rule banning providers from referring job seekers to their own training courses under the new $1.5 billion a year Workforce Australia model, so to their own RTOs? What's your response to these reports?
Well, Senator, I'm aware of the reporting, but I think this is for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. I don't believe this is for us, unless it's specifically about disability employment services, which we would cover in outcome 3, because we obviously do fund employment providers
Disability support services
in the
to refer to
in
that,
DES.
yeah.
But in terms of the general position on Workforce Australia, that's not our policy lead.
So is Alfie?
Cheryl, I'm happy to assist
Assist?
you connect
That'd be
with the right
amazing,
bit of
thank
that
you.
committee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be
But
great.
that's certainly on the DES side.
Yeah, is Alfie included in the DES side,
I
which
would-
is an RTO that they use for?
I would have to check.
Okay.
But we could traverse that in outcome 3 later today if that.
I can come back at.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Senator Tyrrell.
It's okay. I get to come and see these gentlemen and yourself, so it's fine.
If you're happy to come back in outcome 3, the Secretariat will let you know when we're moving to that section, okay?
So,
Did you have anything else for outcome 1?
not really, because it was all about mutual obligation and the RTOs, etc.
Okay, well, we'll let you know when we move to outcome 3.
Cool. Can I sit and listen to you amazing people instead?
The more the merrier. Thank you. Senator Brockman.
And just thank you, Chair. And just for your officials' notice, I'm not sure what other senators have got in outcome 1, but from the coalition's point of view, we haven't got too much to go. So we're happy to move on to outcome 2 relatively soon, assuming there's no long series of questions from others. But I'll just clean up the couple of areas that I want to go to. Just following up on a matter we did discuss briefly yesterday, the changes to parental leave. Happy to go. So you talked about the change between the previous government's policy and the incoming government's policy, resulting in the gap. I think it was 80 million. Have I got that correct?
So Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary. So I think it was about just the way in which the numbers are presented in the budget papers this year, and I mentioned that due to the different start dates of the new measure relative to the one in March, that was the thing that generates the difference in financial impact.
So the difference in start dates are 1 March and
1 July next
1
year.
July.
Yes.
But the quantum is around 80 million, is that correct?
In net terms, that's right.
net
Because
terms.
essentially the way to think about it is backing out and putting in a measure, and it's just the timing impact of a different start date.
But I guess what I want to get to is the both schemes were more generous, so there is no one who is going to fall through a crack in terms of eligibility. There's not going to be any sort of interregnum where a person is going to actually be worse off.
No, not worse off. If you're seeking to compare the March announcement with the October one, there's...
I'm not seeking to compare the two programs. I'm more seeking to I guess, make sure that because of that, the two different change in start dates, that there isn't anyone who's going to be in a position where they would be worse off.
I don't think that can be the case. I mean, the current scheme, as it's currently constructed, which is a paid PLP, parental leave pay, and a dad and partner pay, assuming that the legislation, of course, passes, will stay in place until 30 June next year. And from 1 July next year, the new arrangements will take effect, at which time there'll be a 20-week scheme and other associated changes that were announced in the recent budget in October.
So in terms of things like eligibility and when they can start accessing the funding, there's nothing between the old arrangements and the new arrangements that would leave people in a position where they would have had an expectation about something that it would no longer be fulfilled because of this 3-month gap?
No.
No. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was the case. Now, the other thing I want to talk about quickly is the interaction, and you might tell me I need to do this later in the day, but the interaction between DSP and NDIS.
Depends on what the question is. So
I had a DPS recipient I was talking to, and it came up that they weren't eligible for NDIS. I guess in my own mind, and as someone who hasn't had a lot of experience in this portfolio area, I was hoping to get an understanding of the interaction between disability services, disability service pension, disability support pension, and the NDIS, the different eligibility criteria, and what kind of double up, what kind of jumping through hoops twice are we asking people to do in order to qualify for both payments or both programs?
So your NDIS participants is a smaller subset of the DSP. So DSP is around, what, 750,000 recipients of DSP. There are about 560,000 participants in the NDIS, but of course about 43% of those are under the age of 18, so not necessarily, they wouldn't be in the DSP cohort. So it's a subset of, so there's a much bigger group of DSP recipients that are not in the NDIS for different eligibility reasons.
And can you run through what some of those eligibility reasons might be? The impairment that they may be suffering to get a DSP may not. So it might stop them
I think
holding down full-time employment, but it might not be categorised as a disability under the NDIS. Is that?
Basically. But we could talk about that later today if in outcome 3.
So that
we could go into more detail on that, if that helps.
In outcome 3. So what's the current breakdown of DSP recipients? I mean, how many people are on disability? My memory, and this is going back a while, but my memory from the origins of the NDIS was that it sought to be effectively to displace the disability support pension. Am I misremembering that?
I think you might be, but they are different things. I mean, DSP is a payment in respect of people who are unable to work, meeting various eligibility criteria in terms of their impairment and their capacity to work. The NDIS is supports, reasonable and necessary supports for people with disability in terms of their sort of overall well-being. So they are quite different concepts. So there was never any intention for there to be a displacement. There are actually different things.
So
one's income support and one is a payment in respect of services and supports for people with disability who are eligible under the NDIS.
Right, okay. And where is DSP tracking in terms of overall numbers?
So it turns out, Mr Griggs and I were sort of met halfway in between. At September, it was 766,465 recipients of DSP.
And how is that trending over time? Is that going up just in line with population growth? Is it trending up?
It's been growing. So by way of comparison, in September 2020, it was 752,000 or thereabouts. In September 2021, 757,000. So.
Okay. And in terms of, I'll talk to the NDIS about that. Has the compliance activity under the disability support pension changed since the change of government?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by compliance activity. Sorry.
You're not sure what compliance activity is?
No, I know. I understand the concept of compliance, but I'm wondering what aspect under DSP. Because
I'm asking if there have been any changes to the compliance activities undertaken in the disability support pension.
None that I'm aware of. So.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to move on, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Rice.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good morning. Good to have you back. Let's see. I will start with a straightforward one, which I know you'll have to take on notice. Unless you've got the figures here, I'm wanting an update to the figures that are requested at last estimates on partial capacity to work across a whole range of different factors. So it was the previous question on notice, which you responded very comprehensively. Mr Flavelle, from the last estimates, was the question SQ 21 000838. So it was breaking down partial capacity to work across medical category, payment type with indigeneity, cold status, gender, age group.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably best, I think, if we just take that on notice
Yes,
and,
if I could just
and
get an
provide those details.
update to that, that would be really valuable. Good, so let's tick that one off. All right, so now I want to move on to income management and what's happening now since the abolition of the cashless debit card. So, which certainly we welcome the abolition of the cashless debit card. So, wanting to know sort of where things are at, sort of what comes next in terms of where things are at with consultation, timeframes, and for particularly in the Northern Territory.
We're going to do that in outcome 2, are we,
Yeah,
Chair?
sorry,
Okay.
Senator, that's outcome 2.
Has that come true? All right. Okay. So all of the cashless debit card stuff's outcome 2. All right. I'll move on to mutual obligations then, and interested to know about exemptions from mutual obligations, and in particular for women who have applied for an exemption from mutual obligations on the grounds of family and domestic violence. Whether you can give me some information about that.
Are you after numbers, Senator? Or?
I am after numbers, but if there's in any general commentary in terms of those exemptions from mutual obligations on the grounds of family and domestic violence, both for job seeker and in relation to Parents Next.
I'm not sure we will have the breakdown of the information you're looking for here. No, I'm not sure we've got the numbers on us here in terms of the numbers who would be given a mutual obligations exemption on those particular grounds.
Okay. So basically interested to know, how many women applied for an exemption on the grounds of family and domestic violence, how many were granted, timeframes between applying for an exemption and the exemptions being granted, and how many applied for an extension of their exemption. So,
So Senator, Service Australia will be on this evening. It's probably a question that actually might be best directed to them because they'll have the data, particularly on claims versus number of grants, which I think you're interested in. And getting that breakdown will be something that I think we'd need to rely on them to provide.
okay, and similarly for Parents Next.
Well, Parents Next is not a payment category, it's a mutual obligation. It's a participation requirement for some cohorts, and it's actually the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations who has responsibility for that program.
Okay, which was on yesterday. So, okay, I can put that on notice to them. All right. I'm wanting to find out, just get clarity about the Disability Employment Services complaints line. So I want the complaints resolution referral service.
Senator, I think that's outcome 3.
3, outcome 3.
That's outcome 3, all right. Good out. All right, move on to income support payments and insurance claims. So following up on a response to questioning that former Senator Rachel Siewert asked about insurance policy offset clauses, i.e. where someone's due an insurance payout and then the provider requires them to apply for income support before they receive the payment. And so when Senator Siewert asked that question in 2020, we got a response at that stage where we were told that we've had conversations with the insurance peak body and with regulators about this. So I'm just wondering whether there's any update on this issue.
Yeah, sorry, I'll ask Mr Sloan. I recall
you.
the issue, it's before my time, but
Troy Sloan, Group Manager, Pensions, Housing and Homelessness, Department of Social Services. Senator, I think, yes, so obviously aware of the issue you've raised, and I think former Minister Rushton wrote back to Senator Siewert in early 2021 indicating that based on advice from the regulators, premiums are lower, insurance premiums are lower than what they would otherwise be, given these offset clauses. So I know Senator Siewert raised the issue about social security payments being used to subsidise
Yes.
insurance companies, and that was what we referred to when we said we went and talked to Treasury and the regulators, and the advice we got from them was that premiums are lower because basically the offsets are factored into the pricing, and therefore there's not that subsidy that Senator Siewert was worried about.
And yet, when she raised it, the insurer, I'm just reading a Guardian article at the time there, that the insurer TAL repaid a $68,150 Centrelink debt generated after it deducted the full rate of the disability support pension from a disabled man's income protection payments. So you're saying that wouldn't happen again?
Without going to the specifics of the individual case, which I'm sure you know we are unable to do, there is an issue around timing, about when, obviously if someone is not having an income, the social security system kicks in fairly quickly, as it should, while often payments can take a bit of time to work through the insurance claim. So I without going to specifics of the individual case, because I need to be careful, but sometimes we see that issue, and it's an administration issue, which obviously we should discuss with Service Australia.
Okay, so are you saying that sort of issue, would that be ongoing though? Would that sort of issue still be problematic?
I would say the management of the interaction of the two systems, as in the interaction of any two systems, is an ongoing thing that needs to be managed. But for the specifics, I think that's it's an administration of the social services. Because, to go back a step, Senator, the social security system is about providing income there where people need it, and obviously it takes into account all income from all sources, and obviously a replacement, income protection insurance is a replacement of an income, and therefore it's appropriate the system takes into account that. And what I'm saying is sometimes there's a timing mismatch. And so obviously that's something the social security system has to work through, and for the administration of that, I think that's a best address to Services Australia.
Okay. What the answer that Senator Siewert got 2 years ago was that the department wasn't aware of the common practice of insurance companies paying debts on behalf of social security recipients, and that you're undertaking further investigations with industry body and regulators. So basically what you're telling me is your further investigations are that by doing this, it means that insurance premiums are lower, and so there's nothing more that you're intending to do?
From the point of view, I think there's two separate issues here. One is about the debt, and one is about the possible subsidy that was raised by Senator Siewert around subsidising insurance companies. And I suppose I'm answering in two separate ways. The first one is advice from the regulators is that premiums are lower, so therefore that subsidy that Senator Siewert was worried about, we can't conclude
basically
that.
the insurance companies take into account that people would be eligible for...
Correct. That's the advice from the regulators, correct. And then there's a second issue around the interaction to the two systems. And again, I think, as we always say, and I think as always Service Australia says, to the point where we can improve things, we always look at them, and certainly, I would say that Service Australia would be best to talk about any additional things they're doing in this space.
All right. And I think that's it then, given all the other stuff that...
That's it for outcome one.
Yes.
Senator Brockman, did you have any more?
Just one on outcome one, happy for it to be taken on notice. Can we get a list of all grant programs under outcome one, if there are any, and if any are coming to an end, if they're either coming to a natural conclusion, or if they have been cut?
Yeah, we'll come back to you, but I'm 99% sure we have no grants.
No, that would be my assumption. That's,
Yeah, most of our grants are in 2 and 3, which we've got the data for you that you requested.
Okay. Can I just confirm if there are any senators at the table with any remaining questions for outcome one? Okay, everyone's good. Okay, we'll now be moving to outcome 2, please. If officials can do the shuffle. And we'll start with Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. I want to just get some clarification around the First Nations National Action Plan to address family violence, rates of violence within Indigenous communities. Obviously, this is something that we support as part of the coalition. There's a few questions I have with regard to the department's website states that the first action plan will be released in early 2023. Does this include the Indigenous action plan within that?
Senator Greta Doherty, Acting Group Manager, Women's Safety Group. No, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific action plan is running on a slightly different time frame. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council is currently preparing a draft for consultation and hopes to have that draft out by the end of this year for finalisation in early 2023, but not tied to the time frame for the general action plan.
Is there any idea at all when that might begin?
The Council has undertaken to commence a consultation process late this year, so in December 2022.
Okay, so the consultation process hasn't begun yet for the draft action plan, and so that then will occur in December. Was that?
Yes, the intention of Council is to have a draft plan for consultation in December, with consultation to start and then continue into early 2023.
And what role will the NIAA play with that, with the drafting of the plan?
The NIAA doesn't have a formal role on the Council. However, as the Department DSS liaises regularly with the NIAA around times of Council meetings, and we will share the consultation draft with the NIAA as well as other Commonwealth agencies with responsibility for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander policy, such as the Attorney General's Department.
What other agencies and or stakeholders will be involved in terms of that consultation?
Senator, I understand the Council is keen to make it a very broad consultation process. The Council has not yet sort of confirmed a list of stakeholders, but the intention is to go broad, potentially through something like a survey on DSS Engage, which is the process that we used for the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, and then back that up with some targeted consultations with relevant stakeholders. But no decisions have been made by Council in terms of exactly who they'll be doing that targeted consultation with.
Given the rates of domestic and family violence within places like remotest parts of our nation, places like the Northern Territory, will there be a particular focus in these areas? And can you tell me whether there may be a focus around issues, contributing factors relating to traditional culture and cultural practices in terms of the prevalence of violence, particularly in those areas?
Yes. Senator, the Council's obviously keen to make sure that any sort of proposed actions that are considered under the action plan are targeted to areas of most need. So Council, for example, has looked at where there's currently Commonwealth funding and where it's going, and having a think about what sort of any particular service gaps there might be. Also drawing on some of the established research, some of which we talked through with you yesterday, around cultural drivers and then cultural sources of sort of like the strength-based cultural approaches that can prevent family violence. I think the main, one of the main principles driving Council's work in the action plan is to promote, as I said yesterday, healing-informed, strength-based, trauma-aware approaches specific to communities. So that's really the driving principle for the action plan.
Okay. Given the overarching commitment made by the government to end violence within a generation, what advice was provided by the department to the Minister on the feasibility of this occurring within Indigenous communities?
Senator, I think, so in general, advice around the ambition of the national plan as captured in the national plan recognises that there's no one sort of indicator or measure that can help us, that will help us know what sort of inputs are required to see a reduction in violence, and that's why the national plan talks about a range of potential indicators, including indicators of how our prevention efforts are tracking, how victim survivors are finding their engagement with services and things like that. So there's a range of potential indicators that we can use, and they need to take into account, for example, how accessible a service is, whether services are delivered in a culturally safe and appropriate way. So that's the flavour of the thinking that went into the national plan and advice to government.
So there was no specific sort of recommendation along the lines of ending violence within a generation for Indigenous communities. It was more sort of broadly, as in for the nation in general, or not specific to Indigenous communities?
Senator, one of the underlying principles of the national plan is closing the gap. So the national plan really embeds Target 13 under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, which commits to ending violence or forms of violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women by 50% by 2031 as progress towards zero. So that's been one of the drivers, and as I said, that's one of the underlying principles of the national plan. There's still obviously data development work to do so that we can track and measure progress on that, but having that principle underlying the national plan means that really all the effort and all of the initiatives that are foreshadowed under the national plan will need to be in line with the national agreement on closing the gap.
So it's probably not really realistic to suggest that it could be ended within a generation.
The national plan acknowledges that to end violence against women and children will take intergenerational change, and that's why it envisages actions and ambitions beyond the 10 years of the national plan, and really sets up this current national plan as a series of ambitions and goals that will then lead to change beyond the term of the national plan.
Is there much in way of really recognising things like customary law, traditional payback, certainly arranged marriages, particularly in the situations where quite often in places like the Northern Territory, in arranged marriage circumstances, girls, sometimes babies, promised to older men to be betrothed to them and married to them later on in life. Is any of that taken into consideration when addressing the reduction of violence within Indigenous communities? I just note that there is a lot of focus on the element of colonisation as a major factor and the idea of racism. But in these communities where it's predominantly a majority Indigenous population, and those cultural factors play a huge role in the lives, everyday lives of Indigenous Australians, that there doesn't appear to be much focus on those causal factors. Is part of this plan going to actually seriously recognise any of those factors in trying to reduce violence within these communities that experience the most critical rates of domestic and family violence?
Senator, again, I would probably just say Council's intention with the action plan in particular, and also acknowledging that closing the gap commits to addressing all forms of violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and girls, is that underlying principle that any solution needs to be community-led and community-focused, so solutions proposed will need to look at the circumstances within individual communities.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, I want to move the call over soon, so just to give you a bit of a warning.
I have got.
I'll come to you for a follow-up. I just want to give you a warning that we'll move the call soon.
Later. Go ahead.
So can you outline then the funding amount required for the implementation of this plan and a breakdown of what that funding looks like?
Which plan, Senator?
The plan to for the action plan to end violence within the First Nations communities.
So we can't put a number on it because the plan hasn't been finalised. So
Will that be expected? Will those figures be provided by the end of the year when the consultation has taken place?
well, I think what we'd have to do is analyse what the actions in the plan are that the council proposes, and that would have to go through government in the normal course through the budget process.
Okay, so it's just an idea being floated at this stage.
No, it's more than an idea. It's an action plan, but it will obviously have resource implications, and the allocation of those resources will be done through the normal budget process. So it's just impossible to put a number on it at the moment.
Okay.
Senator Brockman, do you want to do your follow-up?
You will have to put a number on it, though.
Yes, but it's frankly, Senator, it's no different to the previous government had the same conundrum until the plan is developed.
So the plan will inform the funding.
Well, largely, yes. The actions in the plan will all have resource implications,
Yes.
and that will need to be dealt with through the budget process.
Yes. Just in terms of follow-up, the Advisory Council, is the Advisory Council representative of the jurisdictions or of peak organisations?
Liz Hefferman, Deputy Secretary, Families and Communities. Apologies, I had a family emergency.
Hope everything's okay.
Everything's fine. We have representatives from all jurisdictions except the ACT. And
We have representation
Oh, yeah,
from
we
all
do.
jurisdictions on the council.
Yep.
So every jurisdiction is represented. Council members are appointed really on the basis of their sort of individual expertise and experience in the field. So they're not there in a capacity to represent a jurisdiction necessarily, but we have national coverage.
And some of them are members of peak organisations, but they're not there as a peak representative. They are members of. Some of them are members of peak.
And some are frontline service providers.
But they're there representing their jurisdictions?
No.
No, they're
No.
there representing...
What we're saying is we've got coverage of all jurisdictions, and as Ms Doherty said, that they were selected on the basis of their expertise and contribution
So
in this
they're there
field.
on the basis of their expertise, basically?
Yes, basically.
Yep. Okay.
But we have got jurisdictional coverage, and we do have people who are involved in peaks, but they're not there representing Coalition of Peaks, for example.
And the budget for this, is that coming out of the existing resources? Is there an allocation?
There's an allocation of $1 million to support the activities of council, which was announced through the 2021-22 budget process.
Right, okay.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Rice.
Okay. Great. I'll go to my income management questions to begin with then. So, as I said, welcoming the abolition of the cashless debit card, and so wanting to know what comes next in terms of support for those communities where the cashless debit card has been abolished, and also in the Northern Territory where people have been shifted over to either the basics card or the improved income management card.
So
tell me where things are at.
we might break this down, Senator, because we might start with support for the
Yep.
current trial sites.
Yes,
current
let's start with the trial
and then
sites,
then
yep.
we'll move to the NT if that's
Yep.
fine.
So as you know, people have been able to transition off the CDC in the current trial site since the 4th of October. I believe, as at last Friday, 9,022 participants had left the program.
So what proportion of the participants?
73.3
Right.
of eligible. That doesn't include people in the NT on CDC.
Yep.
but
Yes, so in
of
the
those
four,
in the-
four trial
yes.
sites, yep, so 73. And is that fairly even across the four sites?
I can give you
Probably-
the figures.
It's
Yep.
about a 10% variation across top to bottom.
81% in Ceduna, 71% in East Kimberley, 76% in Goldfields, 75% in Bundaberg and Harvey Bay. And then we have around 2,500 people who moved out of their CDC region. 69% of those have moved off the card.
12%.
So they're people who have actively signalled that they want to move off the card, is that right?
No,
Yes.
they have,
They've moved off.
They've
They have
moved off
moved
the-
off.
they're either off or in the process of,
Being
they've
transitioned.
made their application to leave the scheme. Yeah.
We also have 55 former participants who've chosen to volunteer. So they've indicated they wish to continue and on a voluntary basis.
Sorry, could you say that number again?
55
In
people
total?
in total.
And are they spread across the four sites and the non-site specific people?
My understanding is that there's the highest numbers in the East Kimberley, but I don't have a breakdown.
About half. I think it's about half of the 55 are in East Kimberley.
Okay.
The others are spread.
Okay, if you get the figures to us on notice for the rest, that would be great.
Well, we'll get them back
Yep.
today, if we can.
Sorry, I don't want to go over the top of your centre, right? But is there a gap there between the percentage and the 55?
So it's people's choice.
No, I understand. But
Yeah.
is there a gap there, or does that add up to 100?
No. So there's people still who haven't indicated.
Right. So we have
or
got a cadre
engaged.
who.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're about to get on to those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Actually, before we get on to those, for those people that have actively said, yep, I want to get off the card, what support services are being offered to those people?
So there's a few things. I might start and then I might hand to Mr. Burford. We have, in all sites, we've had staff from Services Australia, DSS and NIAA on the ground, meeting with community organisations, being available to provide advice and support to people. We've also extended funding to all the current services supports that were there, including the local partners. So those local partners who were assisting people with the card can now assist people with their transition, if that's what they want to do. I don't know if you want to add any...
Good morning, Senator. Patrick Burford, Group Manager of Communities. So multiple modes of communication with participants. Quite often participants are using the phone line or online, and the very first adopters to select to come off, we're able to make those phone calls. Services Australia will be giving testimony later tonight, but it's quite a detailed conversation on the phones with people. I think they average around 10 minutes per conversation. That might include warm referrals to other services, be it some financial management support, etc. And so that is part of the process of liaising with the actual clients that make contact or come in the door. Our teams are having basically daily check-ins with each other to see where the priority is as well. For example, in one of the communities over the last week, there was some cultural activity. We were asked by the community to not bother everyone and be out there on the ground, and they'll come back to us about a suitable time to re-engage with a few of the folk that are still to come off in those communities. So that involves sharing some data at quite lower levels, which isn't necessarily public information because it gets to the identifiable numbers, but so community can get a sense of this community or outstation X, we've got 5 people, or so we can actually make appropriate contact.
Can I just ask how many people, have you got statistics of how many people have got off the card via phone calls versus face-to-face engagement? And they have to get off the card via a phone call or face-to-face. They can't put in an email or...
There is an online...
There's an online form. That's
okay.
right. Thank you.
And so let's go through... Yeah, I'd like to know what support's been given to the people who are choosing online as well.
So just try to find that data for you, Senator.
While he's finding it, I'll just mention also we do offer people centre pay. So if they wish to switch to some centre pay deductions.
And what proportion have taken up centre pay?
I don't think we have data on that. It's just part of the service offer. But the overall centre pay population is so large, we haven't been able to measure.
Are you going to be tracking that though, or is that a question to ask?
In retrospect, probably.
I think that's a question for Services tonight.
Australia, yep.
My apologies, Senator, still trying to find that statistic.
So you're getting some help coming up to the table.
Thank you. Yeah, the screens are very hard to read sometimes. So, which data am I looking at there? That's after the mode.
Patrick, you do it if you...
Yep, you could read it, mate. Sorry, introduce yourself. Sorry. There you go. That might be easier.
Patrick
Now,
Bonham,
while I
Branch
find the right
Manager, Income Management Technology and Policy Branch. The figures, so for Harvey Bay, about 40%, so 38% have done by telephone, 2% face-to-face, and close to 60% have done online. Ceduna, around 47% have done telephone, 32% face-to-face and 18% online. East Kimberley, 50% telephone, 23% face-to-face and 20% online. In the Goldfields, 48% telephone, 16% face-to-face and 34% online. And out of area is 53% telephone, 7% face-to-face and around 37% online.
Okay. And so obviously you're saying that the phone calls are on averaging 10 minutes, so people giving people support as to what they can access from there, and obviously they'd be able to do that face-to-face as well. In terms of the online, for the people who are choosing to be offered online, what's the engagement with those people?
I think we best refer that to Services Australia for a detailed answer.
All right.
And Senator, continue the response to your broader question about the supports. One of the other initiatives is to retain what are called local partners. These were people employed to be front of house liaison with people in community that might need a replacement card or some referral to another support. The government's committed to extending that for over the forward estimates. That will be about 9 million over that period. That'll employ around 30 First Nations people in those communities. Post obviously the support in the transition, we would imagine a pivoting of that sort of role to be one of other financial literacy support, etc., for people in the community. But again, that was responding to pretty strong feedback that in the absence of the card, or the card coming out of the communities, that was really important that those local, and twofold. One, it's employment opportunity within the community, and secondly, it's building the capacity in financial literacy by having some experts in the actual community. So that's part of the support offering as well.
Could you give me, again, on notice, unless you've got it here, sort of a breakdown of the expenditure on the various support services across different categories across the 4 sites?
Do you have that?
Yeah, we might have it. It might be easier on notice, Senator, because I think I've got parts by site and then it would have to be totaled up as well. But I can talk you through the current support services by site if you'd like, and
yep,
if that's okay. Yep, okay.
Just while he's pulling that out, I'll just mention we are having fortnightly forums with service providers in each community to develop, start the work on a local service planning kind of arrangement for each site.
So, Senator, the funding totals by site, and then I can take on notice if you'd like a list of these, and we have published the services on our website as well, but I'll come back to that. So the expenditure, the total additional funding in former CDC sites, the trial sites, Sejuna's 2,083,816. East Kimberley is 3,084,612. Goldfields is 1,953,194. Bundaberg and Harvey Bay is 3,612,973. Cape York is 563,000. Northern Territory is 1,331,118. That gives a total of about 12.6 million.
Okay, and this is ongoing funding, or is this new funding in additional to what was there under the cashless debit card times?
This would be ongoing funding. So there's going to be 1 year. That's the value of the 1 year extension for those current agreements in place.
Right, so it's a continuation of
Continuation
what was in place. So
what was in place.
Is there new?
Yes.
Does it include?
And that is new money. Yep.
No, sorry. There is funding. There's new funding to enable current services to continue ongoing.
Yeah.
There is also additional funding to address service gaps, and that's part of why we're having the local discussions. At this stage, no funding's been specified for a service gap, but we've got funding available to provide that.
So basically, these figures are for the continuation of the services that have been in place
Yes.
during the CDC trial
The
times.
12.6 is, yes.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
but you have a bucket of money that will be able to be drawn upon to provide additional services.
Correct.
And how big is that bucket of money?
Let me think. Sorry, Senator.
Over the forward estimate, Senator, it'll add to 174 million over the forward estimates, the total value of the support services monies.
But the additional, or is that's inclusive of the whatever the amount that you've just
Inclusive.
inclusive? Okay, so how much
That's-
additional new money? What's the bucket of new money?
170 something minus 12 point something, but we'll get
Okay.
you that figure exactly
Yes.
on notice
That's right.
in that arena.
All right. Do the services that are being provided include social security legal support?
No, not at this stage. That's not been identified as a particular need so far. Obviously, if that's something that comes up, we can consider that. But at this stage, people seem to be tracking okay with the process of moving off the card.
And in terms of identifying those needs, how much are you only working in terms of your consultation with the service providers on the sites, or are you consulting with the
community-
peaks and bigger organisations that are also?
Oh, yeah, no, we've been
active?
talking to ACOS, we've been talking to a range of community organisations. So unless I'm missing something, I don't think social security legal advice has come up
No, it hasn't.
as a need as yet.
It's certainly come up, has been raised with me by the
Okay.
Accountable Income Management Network. So have you been talking to them?
No, I haven't talked to them. So happy to take that advice. If you wanted to pass that on,
Okay.
happy to take that advice.
All right. Looks like, yep.
I'll come back to you.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. Just going back to the questions on the National Action Plan to reduce violence within First Nations communities.
We'll just get Ms. Doherty. Okay.
Thank you. Just with regard to the membership of the council to be consulted going forward, what do you mean by jurisdictions? Is that state and territory jurisdictions?
So Yes, they will be part of the consultation
I
process.
think the Senator was asking about membership of the council and the use of jurisdiction that's in that sense. Is that?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I want an understanding of what you mean by the term, when you're speaking of jurisdictions, what you mean by that.
So we have
and-
membership from each state and territory. Sorry, we have people who reside in each state and territory. They're not representing the state and territory, but we have coverage across the country in terms of we've got people from all over the country and each state and territory represented on the council.
And those individuals represent organisations?
Yeah, they don't they're chosen for their expertise, their personal expertise. Some of them work for particular organisations. I can run through the list.
Yeah, if you could, that would
Sure.
be helpful.
So the
Thank you.
chair of the Advisory Council is Professor Sandra Creamer, who's the CEO of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliance. The deputy chair is Danella Mills, the chair of the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, and also the director of Wood Chopper and Health Service. Co-deputy chair is Robert Skeen, CEO of Aboriginal Health and Medical Research Council of New South Wales. The chair of the Data and Research Subcommittee is Professor Victoria Hovain from the Centre for Indigenous Peoples and Community Justice at the University of West Australia and the Australian Centre for Child Protection at the University of South Australia. And then the members are Emily Carter, the CEO of Wana Wunatika, Melbourne's Resource Centre, Susan Cook, board member from ICANN, the Indigenous Consumer Assistance Network, Fiona Cornthorpe, CEO of the Healing Foundation, Rachel Dunn, CEO of Karate Aboriginal Corporation, Damien Griffiths, CEO of First Peoples Disability Network Australia, Bronwyn Carlson, Head of Department of Indigenous Studies at Macquarie University, Professor Muriel Bamblett, CEO of VACA and Secretariat of SNAKE, Philip Sariago, who's the Executive Officer for Two Spirits, the Queensland Council for LGBTI Health, Charlene Campbell, who's the Coordinator for the Tanangera Women's Family Safety Group, Giza Stowe, the Board Member from Murakoska in the Torres Strait, Michael Torres, who's a counsellor at Darwin Indigenous Men's Service, and Craig Rigney, who's the CEO of Corner Windmill Uni Aboriginal Corporation. There's also two special advisors, June Oscar, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Social Justice Commissioner, and Professor Marsha Langton, the Provost at the University of Melbourne. So,
Is there any representation from any of the Australian Women's Legal Services and or women's shelters?
So Emily Carter, that's a women's legal service and a women's shelter. Some of the others are frontline service workers. Michael Torres works for the Indigenous Men's Service, which is part of the Darwin Aboriginal and Islander Women's Shelter. Charlene Campbell, as you know, is part of the Tanangera Women's Family Safety Group, which supports women experiencing domestic violence. Muriel Bamblett, who's the CEO of VACA, they provide a number of frontline domestic violence services, the Orange Door services in Victoria. I don't know if you want to...
I think that's it. Those are the key members with those responsibilities.
But no representation from women's shelters within the Northern Territory?
So Michael Torres works for Darwin Aboriginal and Islander Women's Shelter Doors.
Will there be any consultation from grassroots victims themselves? They're hearing their voices in any of this?
So some of the members of the committee have lived experience of domestic violence, some of the council members. But yes, the consultation process will include an opportunity for people with lived experience to provide input.
That's important. And sorry, I just had a couple of questions with regard to, sorry, I've lost my place.
Do you want me to return? I was
Yeah.
going to go to Senator Waters
Yes,
next and then come back
that's
to you.
fine,
So,
thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Forgive me, I was momentarily distracted. Can I just have some clarity on what consultation process you were just being asked about by Senator Price?
It was the consultation process on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan under the National Plan.
I see. Thank you. Well, can I build on those questions and ask whether there's going to be a public consultation process on either the First Nations Action Plan or the non-First Nations Action Plan?
So certainly on the First Nations Action Plan, there's a public consultation process planned. I might pass to Ms Doherty.
Thank you. Yes, Senator, I outlined earlier, but the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council is currently drafting an early draft of an action plan for consultation. They're seeking to finalise that draft in December of this year and then open a national public consultation process. It will be a combination of broad and targeted, so broad in terms of a survey on DSS Engage, similar to the process we conducted for the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, and then targeted in terms of some potential workshops or face-to-face sessions as required. The details of that Council's still working through, but there's certainly that intention to have a national and targeted approach to the First Nations Action Plan.
In terms of the mainstream action plan,
Thank you, yeah.
So we're currently working with states and territories. We'll be consulting with the National Plan Advisory Group that has been meeting throughout, as well as the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Council. In terms of a kind of an overall public consultation, I don't think we've had a discussion about that as yet. So that'll be something ministers, women's safety ministers will, I'm sure, be considering.
Okay, so there's not been a decision yet
Not
about
been a
whether there
decision.
will be public consultation on the action plan under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women?
That's correct. There's no decision. It's not really been discussed as yet.
Okay, what is the timeframe you're working to for that mainstream first action plan?
So it's intended to take effect from July next year. So we're hoping to finalise it well in advance of that.
Okay, so you better quickly make the decision about public consultation. Can I just put in a pitch for the need to have a public consultation process? Obviously, the process for formulating the most recent national plan was somewhat vexed, and I think it would be wise not to repeat those errors. So that's my 2 cents. And I'll ask you some more questions about that next time we meet. Just staying with the action plans, I can see in the budget that there is a $13.9 million allocation for what's called First Action Plan Priorities Fund. Can you tell me what that is, what it's for, and how it will be spent?
Senator, the First Action Plan Priorities Fund is essentially a contingency of funding to address emerging needs or any identified gaps that may come through our consultations with states and territories as we get into the detail of the action plan. So no decisions have been made at this stage in terms of what any potential process or guidelines for that fund might look like. We will be considering that firstly in the context of conversations with states and territories about the First Action Plan.
Thank you. So just for clarity, is it contingency for the process, or is it to fund policy outcomes?
It's time-limited grants for emerging priorities. So while we're kind of working on the development of the action plan, things might come up as an immediate priority need. So it's to fund particular activity.
Okay, so it's for delivering outcomes, it's not to do a consultation
development.
process or what have you. Okay, and that's obviously quite a small amount compared to the level of need. Are you anticipating, or is the government planning to have another allocation to fund those action plan implementations and outcomes? And if so, when is that coming in the next budget, or what's the funding associated with the action plans?
I mean, that's obviously a decision for ministers and government. I think Senator Gallagher spoke to that a little bit.
A little, yes. She did say there might be more money coming, but I was hoping I might get some more detail.
I was very excited when she said that. But it's obviously a question for the government.
Okay. Senator Ayres, do you have anything to add on that at this stage?
Not much more to add to that. Certainly nothing more to add to what Senator Gallagher said. I don't want to step out.
Good decision.
From where the
All right.
Minister for Finance is, but these are matters for future cabinet and budget level deliberations.
Okay, well, I similarly took heart, and let's hope it's a really fulsome amount.
I should say, like there is some really careful work being done here to, as you've lent into the discussion so far, to consult, but also careful work with experts and across the department to get these issues right, and we're determined to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Is it the government's aspiration to ensure that no one who seeks help from a frontline domestic, family or sexual violence service is turned away for lack of resourcing?
So obviously the government's expressed its aspiration to end violence against women and their children, but I think a target that's around ensuring people have access to services and support when they need it is something that I think would be central to an action plan. So.
Okay, because obviously one of the key criticisms of the national plan was the lack of measurable targets. So is that, you've just hinted, is that a target that could be in scope for either of the First Nations or the non-First Nations action plan?
It's certainly an area where the governments and ministers have talked about it being important to have targets, not only overall targets about prevalence, but targets about services and support and people being able to access what they need. So I think it's in scope and it's being considered, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll put that together with yesterday's information, which was very helpful. Well, in that it was unhelpful because unfortunately your answer was the data about unmet need is not currently being collected or is not being amalgamated to give us a picture of unmet need nationally. So if I hear that you're hoping to have a target in the action plan, or at least it's under consideration to have people's needs met, which is a good target to have, given the time frame for that data collection was a long-term target that you mentioned, how will you match up the time frames if you want to have the action plan done by July, but the data gathering exercise that you're scoping with AIHW is a long-term?
So it might be the case that we have to pick some indicators that we currently have while we're waiting for that kind of longer term piece of work. So, you know, supply of, emergency accommodation or things where we do have data.
Yes.
Might be proxies that we use in the interim while we're kind of building the robustness of that data set.
Have you briefed the Minister on the women's safety sector's call for $1 billion every year in funding to meet existing need, let alone future projected need? Have you done any analysis of how they've come to that figure? Obviously, they are the frontline service providers, so frankly, I trust their assessment of how much extra resources they would need to deliver the services that they do. Are you looking at that contention? Has any modelling or analysis been done of that figure?
We've certainly briefed the Minister on that figure. I might ask Ms Doherty. I don't know that we'd say we've done modelling on that figure, as far as I'm aware, but I'll just check with Ms Doherty.
Correct, Senator. So no, we haven't received any modelling from the sector in terms of the basis for that $1 billion, and we haven't done modelling. As you pointed out, it's a difficult proposition to model without a measure of the data. So we have not done that.
Okay, what was the date of the brief that you sent to the Minister regarding this need for extra funding so people aren't turned away?
I can check that. I have a feeling it was in our incoming government brief, actually.
Okay, okay. If you could check on that, that'd be great. So the Finance Minister on whatever day it was quite helpful in pointing out the new money associated with the national plan, which accumulated to $411 million extra over 6 years on top of the money that the previous government had allocated to the previous plan. That's still less than half of what the sector says is needed. So can I ask what was the basis for the decision to allocate the money that was allocated, given that it is still so inadequate compared to what the sector says is needed?
So the government obviously wanted to affirm the funding that had been provided, had particular election commitments and initiatives it was also seeking to introduce now, but was also conscious that the work on the action plan sitting under the national plan was to happen, and the national plan itself hadn't been finalised when they first came into government, as you know. So I think it was, about funding what was clear and what was a priority, but also giving time for additional ideas and areas of focus to emerge through the action plan process. I think that's all I can say. It was in the context of a budget decision.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just check. Yes, I've got a few more questions, but I can draw to a conclusion at the very minute.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, colleagues, the Domestic and Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner is making her way to Parliament. With your agreement, it would be good if we could deal with her in a block so we can release her. So just to give you a heads up. But Senator Nampijinpa-Price, you have the call.
Thank you very much. This might be a question for Senator Ayres. Is the government aware that in 2016, the CEO, Walter Shaw of Tungunjira Council, called myself, Marcia Langdon, who's part of development of this action plan, oxygen thieves, following our National Press Club address on ending violence in Indigenous communities?
I'm certainly not aware of that. Whether other people in government are aware of that, I can't say.
So, yeah. So it was a public statement made by the CEO of Tungunjira Council. Is the government also aware that Tungunjira Council regularly campaign on behalf of Labor at federal and state territory elections?
I'm certainly not aware of that. Yeah, that's all I can say.
If I can,
your knowledge of territory politics might be deeper than mine, but yeah, I don't know.
I'm very happy to provide any advice on issues such as this. I think it's really very important, particularly when addressing violence in Indigenous communities. Quite often, there are individuals who, in positions that are important to Indigenous Australians in the Territory, that play significant roles and have particular control over the way in which a lot of what governments attempt to deliver.
Senator, could we bring it to a question? Thanks.
So,
Can I ask a follow-up there, Minister? And I mean, your Prime Minister has talked a lot about respect. We've talked a lot in this place about respect. This is a leader of a very important group that's speaking of other leaders in the Indigenous community in what I would describe as a pretty dismissive way, a not respectful way. Do you have any comment on that?
Look, I haven't heard it, is all I can say. Public debate in Australia can sometimes involve some pejorative terms that perhaps people regret later, but I have no comment to offer at all because I haven't. This is the first I've heard of it.
okay, well, it's on the record now. The Tungunjira Women's Safety Group is a group that's supposed to support all Indigenous women within communities, and the leader of that organisation controls that group as a male, and as an Indigenous woman, we're quite often controlled by men. I would ask then, would the government focus on ensuring that all voices, Indigenous voices, particularly those of women who are not necessarily heard or are attacked publicly for speaking out on issues of domestic violence, are consulted in this process if the government is actually wanting to be effective in terms of reducing domestic and family violence in the Indigenous community?
Yeah, I think I can confidently say on behalf of the government that, firstly, that the way that, particularly in this area of policy, the way that that people in public life and in community organisations engage in the debate does really matter. If it's a debate about how government engages in issues around violence against women and children, the tenor of the debate does matter. And that's a responsibility on all of us. Secondly, I think the department has set out so far today, and I'm sure we can go into much more detail, the determination of the government to make sure that there's a proper consultation process that includes as many voices as possible. There's the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, the 10-year National Policy Framework, but time is being taken quite deliberately on the First Nations National Plan for Family Safety, and the structure that's been outlined by the department, both at the council and the consultation process, is evolving. It does involve having careful regard to the outcome of that process and making future decisions about government policy and future so future policy and budget deliberations are going to in very large part rely upon that process.
Thank you. Will the government also commit to taking a common sense approach to addressing these issues as opposed to an ideological approach? I note that the Tungunjira Women's Safety Group has a strong focus on elements of colonisation and racism playing roles in DV, and less recognition on the heavily evidenced fact that culture plays a significant role in violence within Indigenous communities, particularly those in places like the Northern Territory. So will this government take a common sense approach to addressing this issue as opposed to the more ideological, perhaps politicised view of domestic and family violence within these communities?
I am not an expert on the evidence in this area, but I can say a characteristic of this government's approach will be an evidence-based approach, will be a common sense and pragmatic approach. There is, as you can see, some ambition here to marshal the resources of the Commonwealth and the states in a cooperative way with the community sector more broadly to work towards some real objectives. That does involve getting everybody to lift their sights and work together in a collective and collaborative way to achieve those objectives. It's not, the government's approach to this is not going to be that business as usual is acceptable. All I can say about that'll do from my perspective, I think.
I'll be looking forward, I'll be watching keenly as that approach is taken.
Thank you, Senator. I note the Commissioner has walked into the room. So, hello, welcome. We might move to questions for her now to take us up to the break at 11. Do you have questions for the Commissioner?
I'm good.
I'm okay.
You're okay, Senator Ruston? I know Senator Waters does. I just want to clarify. Maybe? Okay. We'll go to Senator Waters first, and then I'll come to you, Anne.
Thank you.
And if the Commissioner, if you would like to. Thank you. We're hopeful that we can get through our questions for you so we can release you from the committee. So we'll start with Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for joining us, Commissioner, and congratulations on your appointment. I've got a few questions for you, but also some about the scope of your role that I might direct to the department. So can I start off with what is, in fact, the scope of your responsibility?
Introduce yourself first.
Thank you very much. Michaela Cronin, the incoming Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner. Thank you very much. So this is day 8. The scope of the role, there are 3 key aspects to the role of the Commission. The first is amplifying the voice of victim survivors and engagement with those directly affected by domestic, family and sexual violence. The second aspect of the Commission's function is around providing strategic policy advice to government. And the third aspect is around contributing to the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the National Plan.
Okay, thank you. And how many staff will you have to assist you with those goals?
So we're looking to start building the team at the moment. The allocation for this financial year will be about 10, and up to about 20 is what's currently in the budget.
Okay.
That's the scope.
FTEs?
FTE,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. Do you have a work plan for your engagement role with the women's safety sector and with victim survivors? Or are you developing one?
So there has been some work prior to my starting on that, but that's my first priority.
Okay.
Is to develop that plan, and to develop that plan in consultation. So to be listening to all parts of the community to develop what the approach to that will be.
Thank you. What is the role of yourself and the Commission in developing the outcomes framework for the National Plan? I note that you've been tasked with improving the evidence base of government. How will you measure unmet need and identify funding priorities?
So I haven't as yet had direct engagement around the process. I'm aware of the process that's in train around the outcomes framework, and I will be working with government to have some input into that as it's finalised.
Okay, I do appreciate it's only your 8th day, so it may well be that we cover these issues again next time around. The women's safety sector has consistently called for $1 billion each year in total funding to meet existing demand and to make sure that women and children can in fact be kept safe. Will part of your role be advocating to government to secure adequate funding for frontline services?
The role will absolutely be to, as I've said, amplify the voices of victim survivors around where the need is. And I think one of the other things that I think is really an area that the Commission can contribute to is the alignment of and listening to a range of stakeholders around where resources need to be targeted. So I'm sure it will be advocating for more resources in particular targeted areas.
Thank you. How will the Victim Survivors Advisory Group work with or within the Commission?
So again, that's the process for that is being developed at the moment, and a range of options are being looked into, and we will be listening to the voices of victim survivors around what process they would like to be able to engage.
Okay. And will the Commission be responsible for administering the $13.9 million that we discussed earlier for the First Action Plan Priorities Fund? That's apparently for determining emerging priorities and sort of urgent funding?
No,
No? Okay.
The department will have
Okay, thank you. And when will the first progress report to Parliament against the National Plan be delivered? Perhaps that one's for the department. Ms Heffernan-Webb?
Senator Tina Blewett, I was interim commissioner from 1 July until 1 November. While a timeframe hasn't been set, one of the things we've been doing in those 4 months while I was in the job is working with the department on some key timeframes. For example, we'd look at when the action plans are landed and what's going to be in that, but the Commissioner herself, we were talking yesterday about, she may well decide to put forward a report earlier in terms of formal reporting, so that hasn't been decided yet. We've definitely been giving some thinking to it though.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your term of service in that important role. What role will the Commission play in coordinating work on a First Nations national plan as opposed to an action plan? And will there be a First Nations national plan?
So, yes, the government has committed to a standalone First Nations national plan. Again, early days, and I would imagine that myself, or the department and the Commissioner would be working together to provide some advice to government about, along with our colleagues in NIAA, Officewomen, about how the First Nations plan ought to, might be developed and who should be consulted in how it should be developed, etc.
Okay.
So,
will there be a dedicated First Nations Commissioner appointed?
there's been no decision on that.
But Ms Cronin's deputy is a First Nations senior public servant.
Okay. But not charged with any specific responsibilities in relation to
she's the
First
deputy
Nations
commissioner.
plan? Yeah.
Jessica Guthrie.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I had for the Commissioner as such. I do have some more in outcome too, Chair, on these sorts of issues, but I think that's it for me.
I might leave it there for you, Senator Waters. Senator Ruston, did you have any?
Yeah, well, congratulations on your appointment and congratulations for holding the fort. Do you think that ending violence against Australia's women and children is achievable within a generation?
I think that, thank you very much, Senator. I think it's very important to have an ambitious goal in this space to make a difference. I think having, we don't accept levels of the levels of death in workplace incidents or car accidents that we do, given the absolute epidemic that we have of violence against women. I think that it's absolutely achievable to make a very significant difference, and that it's important to really elevate it in the way that this government has to achieve real change.
Okay, so it's an aspirational target, albeit a very worthy one. But I mean, I think my question was, you've been charged with a really, really important role. And I'm just keen to understand if you actually think it's an achievable target, because, I mean, I accept the targets and towards zero in many instances is something that we should all be striving to achieve. But we also need to be realistic. I mean, if we are to end violence against women and their children within a generation, there's some really important decisions that need to be made around the allocation of resources and the specific development of policy. And so I'm sort of trying to understand whether you actually think that ending violence against women and children within a generation is possible, or is it just a light and a beacon out there that's an aspiration?
That's a very good question, and I think it's achievable if everybody, if all of the institutions in society made a real commitment to it. It's not achievable unless if we get that alignment and commitment. And I think it should be something that everyone's committing to, and that there are appropriate resources from across society, which means not just government. It means that the business sector, the sports sector, communities need to be aligned. And it should be something that we are all saying, this is unacceptable, and commit to.
So do you have a view on that basis around the kind of resources that would need to be applied across all of society in relation to drive this change, and what component of that would need to be provided by government in order to achieve this target within a generation?
I don't have a view on that yet. I think the points that have been raised around data and what we need to know more about in terms of the levels of need. There's work to be done, and I think they were very good questions, and that needs to happen. But I don't have a view about the level of resources yet. No.
Yep. I mean, I do acknowledge you've only been there a few days.
Thank you.
You made a comment in response to Senator Waters around the three core things that you believe that your role as the Commissioner and the Commission. One was a voice for victim survivors, obviously extremely important. Policy advice to government, and monitoring and evaluation. Just keen to understand what your experience is around cultural change management, because you yourself said that this is going to be something that is going to require embedded cultural change management across the entire country, right down to every man, woman and child that exists. So I'm just interested in your experience around cultural change management, and how you think your role is able to assist in the delivery of that change to deliver this very ambitious aspirational target that I know that every Australian would like to see achieved.
Thank you, Senator. It's a very good question. My personal and professional experience in this space, and I would note that it will be a shared task. I don't think it's anything that the Commission or Commissioner on their own can achieve, but I have undertaken significant cultural change activities in organisations that I've led. Until my last job was at RMIT University, but the job prior to that, I was leading an organisation that worked across Asia on addressing human rights abuses of women and children, and worked in Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and a lot of that work was absolutely around engaging leaders within those communities about significant cultural change. There was a very big piece that was undertaken, you might be aware, Senator, around the work in Cambodia around what had been happening around children in care, and the level of children in care there. There was a very large-scale piece of work that was funded by a number of the unilaterals, including the UN, about moving the whole of the Cambodian community away from the view that children should be in care, and that was a very widespread community process that engaged with local organisations, local community leaders, government, broad sector, and there was significant traction around that which was a very broad cultural change piece.
Yeah, I raised it only because I was just interested in the three things that you saw as your priorities. That the thing that I would have thought was the most important, which is what you've just discussed, you didn't say you thought was part of your role, but clearly you think it is, and that's very good because it's a big job, and I wish you all the best with it.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I'm just seeking agreement from the committee that we're okay to dismiss this witness. Yep. Everyone comfortable? Okay. Thank you very much for appearing with us today.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to go to Senator Pratt, who has a few questions, and then I'll come to you, Senator Rice.
Thank you. I've got some questions under outcome 2 in relation to underspends. Which programs administered by DSS reported in 21 and 22 and 22-23 financial years? Which programs reported underspends, please?
So I might see if my CFO colleague is here. 22-23 is the current year, so we wouldn't be able to answer that yet.
Well, I think there would have been areas where we were tracking along for underspend. So let's just talk about 21-22 and see if we can contextualise what the situation was when the government
I
changed.
just got someone to hand me my PDS.
So you're just focusing on outcome 2, are you, Senator?
That's right. Which areas had underspends, please, in 21-22?
So Andrew Harvey, Chief Finance Officer. So probably the best way to look at that is through the, so we don't technically talk in those terms, but we will talk about funds being moved from one year to the next, which we report in the budget. But there is another way where you can find this. So in our annual report, at appendix, look, I can turn to the page.
I'm keen to relate the underspends, please, to the outcomes, and in particular areas where you've got on-the-ground programs that are there to deliver services in the times of need. And there was money put in the budget in 21-22, which I understand have been underspent. Can you tell us, particularly in relation to emergency support and services, please?
So
Are you talking about emergency relief, Senator?
Yeah, let's start with yes. Let's go to emergency
So I don't
relief.
think it's correct to call that an underspend, because there was a provision made, $200 million provision was made by the former government, and that
How
was.
much of that 200 million was spent?
Could I just finish what I was saying? And that was to be a demand-driven provision. So we weren't sure of the exact need because of what was unfolding. So the previous government made it a provision for $200 million. Not all of that was required.
So it was established in the context of the COVID
yeah.
emergency. And then some additional, I think, 50 was added for flood emergencies. So that was so the COVID funding was allocated actually in the 1920 financial year. And it was profiled as a particular way in order for us to have some flexibility. We had a committee called the National Coordination Group, which was formed of the major emergency relief providers and some smaller providers, who advised the then minister and advised the current minister about the allocation in terms of need. And so there was $25 million that hasn't been used from all of that 250, I think I'm correct in saying. And it's been reprofiled into this year, so it's still available to be used.
On what dates was the previous minister advised about how those programs were tracking in terms of expenditure? You know, I've seen extreme need throughout 21-22, and to be honest, I'm surprised to know that there's a significant underspend in it not having been used in that financial year. On what dates was the previous minister advised about those underspends? What assessment of need was made, and why was it not used?
Senator, as I said, we had a national coordination group that was chaired by Claire Little, head of Uniting Care, has membership from the Salvation Army, St Vincent de Paul, Catholic Care.
Yeah. And did they tell you they didn't need the funds?
No. Well, 225 of the 250 has been spent. So, of course, they indicated a number of occasions and provided advice to the former minister as they provide advice to the current minister, saying that the funds are needed. So the base allocation for this program is around $50 million a year. So it was an enormous supplementation to the base allocation. It's nearly all been provided. There's a small amount that hasn't been provided because COVID, the COVID restrictions came off and people were able to return to work. People were not experiencing such hardship. I'm not saying that they're not experiencing hardship, but there wasn't the surge. And so we've reprofiled that funding into this financial year, so it can continue to be provided.
Okay, so I still don't understand. You've said the stakeholders in that group who distribute that relief demonstrated there was a need. They've spent, in partnership with the government, 175 million of that 200. Why was not the remaining 25 spent?
Because we thought it was better value to have it reprofiled so that it would be available this year, because there could still be COVID lockdowns, and it's also now able to be used for natural disaster supplementation. As you know, we've had a lot of natural disasters, and we're anticipating a difficult summer in terms of floods.
Okay, so you, can I ask when the minister was briefed on, if that money was available to that group of organisations, profiling that program to spend it in a time of need, when was the decision made not to spend it all?
So the former minister was briefed multiple times, and the current minister's been briefed several times. I can get you dates on notice.
I would like those dates on notice.
Sure.
Please. Does that mean everyone who was impacted by the February floods in last financial year got all of the money that they needed?
Senator, the emergency relief program is only one element in a very large response to natural disasters.
Sorry, I understand it is only one element, and I do understand some needs are met from other buckets of money. What assessment was done of this bucket of money and what needs it could address back in February?
I can provide you on notice with advice about that, but essentially we met very frequently with that committee. We also have government action coordinators in each state and territory who are talking directly to local providers about their needs. Obviously the needs in Northern New South Wales were extensive, and significant funds were allocated to supplement the emergency relief providers in Northern New South Wales. We also provided Red Cross with supplementation to enable them to provide support to people who are on temporary visas. So there was a significant amount of funds allocated to emergency relief providers, and I'm happy, Senator, to provide all that on notice.
What was the minister's involvement in the committee, please?
The former minister or the current minister?
Thank you.
The former minister participated in committee meetings on occasion, but not every meeting. And the same pattern with the current minister.
Okay, and what advice, if the money was available to that committee to spend, when were they advised that they couldn't spend it? Or
no one was advised they couldn't spend.
Okay, so why was not that remaining $25 million spent?
So the committee's view was the money should be reprofiled because they felt there would be more need in the 22-23 financial year.
But does that mean that the previous government back in February told or towards the end of that financial year, coming towards the budget, had already said that the money needed to be transferred because there wasn't going to be $200 million again for emergency relief available in the next following year?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
They didn't.
Can I ask, my understanding of this bucket of money is traditionally, yes, it has had about $50 million in it. Yes, COVID and floods, etc., have seen it go up, but that $50 million has never really been enough money for emergency relief.
That's correct,
in general.
Senator.
Can I ask in that context why that remaining $25 million was not, if it wasn't needed in the context of flood, why it wasn't made available to other parts of the country experiencing cost of living pressures, and local food bank organisations, local churches who I've seen over the past few years lose their funding contracts to give emergency relief because the government instead decided to go with bigger organisations rather than the smaller local ones.
So obviously there was a view from the committee that they wanted to have access to that funding for this financial year if possible, because they felt there would be kind of particular crisis situations. The issue of funding overall in the base level of the funding of the program is something that they have raised consistently throughout the 2 years. And I guess I'd just say giving funding, one-off funding to providers who aren't our current providers wasn't discussed, but the issue of the level of funding of emergency relief has been discussed consistently by the NCG over the course of the 2 years, and while they very much were appreciative of the supplementation, they consider that there's an issue at the kind of core of the program in terms of its adequacy. That's the view that's been put to me.
Senator Pratt, are you almost at the end of your block?
Did the previous minister agree, take on board any advice from the department on what action could be taken to address the underspends?
As our Secretary said, we didn't consider it an underspend.
Okay. What assessment did you do of need yourself as a department, noting that committee, as I understand, it's largely focused on floods and emergencies?
Well, the committee is largely focused on that, but its membership have a very good hand on mainstream emergency relief.
Yes, but you hadn't mandated them to spend that money in that context.
No, correct.
You give out money from this same bucket, this same pool, to other emergency relief organisations in contract. So you still need to do your own assessment as a government about if that group says, well, we don't want to spend that money, why did not the government and the minister say, well, we understand there's pressure elsewhere and we can spend that emergency relief funding in other communities that we know are under real pressure right now?
So I guess we do a lot of engagement with our emergency relief providers. I think I just mentioned before, our State Territory Office have specific government action coordinators who communicate with emergency relief providers frequently. I guess it was a question of judgment around whether to spend 25 million supplementing in a one-off burst providers, or whether to rephase it, make it available for this year for further disasters, noting that the issue of the core of the program would not be resolved by a one-off distribution. So that was just a set of policy considerations and advice.
Okay. Rather than carry the funds over to this year, would it not have been more beneficial to get that money in the pockets of families? You know, you've said it's a need-based system. Is the department saying that there wasn't a need?
So the funding was specifically allocated for COVID and flood. So that was the premise on which the funding was allocated.
Okay.
So we would have had to have policy change to say this funding is now to supplement the base program for a one-off. So that was a policy decision.
Yeah, a policy decision of the last government.
So with advice and input from the National Advisory Body.
Senator Pratt, I'd like to share the call. Is that all right?
Can I just ask ask a couple of follow-up questions in this area?
Well,
Just really quickly, honestly.
All right, I've got some.
Quickly.
I was going to start with some follow-up questions myself.
okay.
So.
Senator Rice has been waiting very patiently, so if you...
Thank you, and
Thank you.
I did have some questions on relief funding, so I will continue on with the line of questioning as per Senator Pratt. Can I just get some clarity first? So we've got, over the past, let's say the past 3 years, we've had base funding for emergency relief of, Ms Heffron Webb, you said it was 50 million?
It's about that. It's a little bit less.
And has that stayed stable over the last 3 years?
Yes.
Right. And what's in the forward estimates for that base funding? Is that continuing to stay stable, or has there been an increase?
It's only increased by indexation. There's not a real increase.
All right. And then on top of that 50 million, we had $200 million that was initially allocated for COVID-related relief.
Correct.
Of which 175 million was spent.
So
was that spent over one financial year or over a couple of financial years?
So can I just clarify? There was 200 million for a community support package for COVID. Then there was 25 million for flood.
Right.
So the 200 million for COVID, 174.4 million has been spent. And of the 25 million for flood, 19.3 million has been spent. That's a total of 194 million out of a total of 225.
And the remaining has been carried forward, reprofiled.
Yes.
Potentially for future emergency or flood.
Yes.
Most likely not drought in the coming year, flood-related potential relief.
But it's still sitting there under the current budget?
Yes. It's been reprofiled into this financial year as part of this budget.
Right. So as part of this budget, you've got 25, an extra 25.
Yes.
On top of the base of 50.
Let me just check. Have I got that 25 right?
That's right. I think I've introduced myself before, Senator. So, 174.4 left around the 25 mark in the COVID-related stuff. The flood package, as Ms Heffron Webb said, 19 was allocated under it. Some organisations had not entered in agreements because they said they had sufficient resources at the time. That came back to 17.8. So that left a total of 32.8 million that's been moved into the allocation.
Right. And that allocation, so that's just in the next financial year, or is it spread over the forwards?
Just in this financial year.
Right. And there's no further extra funding over the forwards for flood or other disaster relief?
No.
No. Okay. Now, you said, Ms Heffron Webb, that the National Coordination Group had given you some pretty firm views of how inadequate that base funding of the 50 million per year is. Can you tell me what's the views of that group as to what they think that base funding should be?
They haven't put a figure. I guess I'd say the context of these discussions is, there are observations of the client group, the complexity of need that they're seeing, people with housing cost pressures, etc. It's been a kind of a long-term issue that's been raised with us. Many of them do their own supplementation of that program. So Vinnie's, for example, supplemented extensively through their op shops and so forth. This became particularly acute during COVID because they couldn't operate some of those alternative funding sources, so they were more dependent on the Commonwealth. But that's a view that's been put to me by members of that group. I don't want to speak for them though. So
okay, I just wondered whether in the committee, so there hadn't been a view of that 50 million should be, well, given that we had the 200 million, COVID supplementation, whether it should be increased to, base funding, increased to 100 million, so that they hadn't put a figure on it? Or?
I don't remember a figure being put on it, no.
Okay. All right, can I go specifically to the food relief budget, which Is that funding levels provided to food relief providers, is that a separate bucket of money to that 50 million base funding?
Yeah, there's
That's right.
1.4 million base funding for food relief providers.
Okay, and
but they were also able to be supplemented by the 200 million.
Okay, well let's start with that 1.4 base. So how is that provided? Does that go to the 3 food relief providers, or are there of Oz Harvest, Food Bank and Second Bite, or are there
Correct.
other
No,
agencies?
it goes to those 3.
Okay, and how is that split up, that 1.4?
I might ask Mr. Burford.
I'm not sure I've got the breakup with me, Senator, between the 3 main providers, unfortunately, but I can take that on notice. I'll probably get back to you before the end of the hearing.
And then, all right, so Ms Heffron-Webb said that they could also access part of that 200 million. So how much of that 200 million went to the food providers?
I'm just trying to work that out. Sorry? 27.1 million.
Okay, so very big. So on top of their 1.4 million
yes.
base funding.
It's very, very substantial.
And that
amount.
again was just in the past, in the 20...
Yeah, from 2019, 20 to 21, 22.
Okay, so that was over
Over the 2-year period.
2 financial years. So it was 27. And if you could get me, can you tell me how much was in each of those financial years?
On notice, I don't think we've got it, or you
that
have
here.
it, Patrick?
Yes, I do, yep amazingly. Senator, for food relief, it was 2019-20 it was 19.9 million. In 2020-21 it was 5 million, and 2021-22 is 2.174 million.
Okay. All right, so yes, so even in 21-22 it was almost, an extra 2 million on top of their base funding of 1.4. Okay, can you now tell me, so what's in the forwards for food relief?
It's the food relief program doesn't increase in the forwards other than indexation. I've got it in an estimates brief, sorry, Minister.
Okay.
I don't think it would appear because...
Well, I've been trying to find it, hence the reason for my question.
Hence the question, sorry. Yeah, so 1.4 plus indexation is all that's in the forwards.
Yes, so that, just to answer Senator Ruston's, page 53 of the PBS, component 5, financial wellbeing and capability, that includes emergency relief, food relief, microfinance.
Yep. Is it possible to, not necessarily straight away, but maybe in the break, could you get us a breakdown of that funding?
That would be great. Thank you. Yes. So, but just in terms of sticking with emergency food relief at the moment, so in terms of over the forwards, there's no increase, and that re-profiled 25 or 32 million or whatever it is, that's not going to be available for emergency food relief to those 3 agencies, or would they be able to draw upon it?
So they would be part of the considerations about the use. So Brianna Casey, who's the head of Food Bank, is on the National Coordination Group. And so emergency relief and food relief are both discussed and considered at that group.
But you said that the reprofiling is specifically for, it's being targeted for potential further flood relief. Is that where it's the priority with natural disaster?
Natural disasters and or if there's a COVID surge again, and if people are out of work or need help.
So in terms of food relief having access to that funding, would they be prioritised if it's, to meet the massive need that we know of people, not being able to afford food and people going without meals, choosing to keep out expired yogurt for their kids' Christmas treat. Yeah.
The 2 sectors work very closely, so it's not a kind of either or a competition between them. So we fund the food relief providers to provide a supply of fresh and shelf-stable food to our emergency relief providers. So it's a kind of, it's a joint exercise. They work very closely together. So we fund food relief to provide to our providers. They also get separate funding from a range of sources, including the large supermarkets, you would know.
I know that.
And they do a lot
But,
of direct delivery to clients as well.
Just one question of clarification. I've got a final question which I want to put to Senator Ayres. So the clarification that 32 million, yeah, so pay attention. that 32 million is, and I'm sorry, I'm tired. I can't remember whether you've already told me this. Is just the next financial year, or is it spread over the forwards?
Next financial year.
Next financial year, and so there's no plan at this stage. There's nothing in the forwards for any extra money beyond next financial year to add to that absolutely inadequate level of money for food relief providers of the 1.4 million per year.
Well, that's all, of course, always subject to government budget
But at this
decisions.
stage,
At this stage, there's no additional funding allocated.
So my question to Senator Ayres is the government actually planning to increase the amount of funding to, what do you think, given the huge need and the clearly inadequate amount, the fact that the food relief providers have at least been able to access some extra funding because of COVID, but with massive cost of living pressures, what's the government going to do about it?
As you know, Senator Rice, I'm the Minister representing here at the table. I'm not aware of what the government's consideration of this is, but as the previous lines of questioning have demonstrated, that there is enormous cost of living pressure across the Australian economy, and for the most vulnerable Australians, that translates into the kind of pressures on households and individuals that you've described, and it is it will be a constant feature of the government's thinking over the coming years, the interaction of this area of policy with other areas of policy. And I can't usefully say much more than that.
I could ask you the rhetorical question as to whether you're considering abandoning the stage 3 tax cuts.
It being after 11 o'clock, we are due to go to the morning tea break. Before we do, just to alert officials that we are moving through the program more quickly than anticipated. So we know we have a number of questions for outcome 2, but it is possible we will get to outcome 3 early. I just wanted to put officials on notice that they may wish to come up a little bit early.
I've got at least half an hour.
As I said, I'm aware that senators have multiple questions for outcome 2, but it would not be good if we get to outcome 3 and there is no one here to answer questions. We will now suspend for a morning tea break. The committee will resume at 11:17. 11:17, we will now resume. I did promise the call to Senator Rice, but in her absence, Senator Ruston, we're still on outcome 2 if you want to kick off.
Oh, you snooze, you lose. Ms Heffron, were you able to get that breakdown of the outcome 2.1.5, component 5 on financial wellbeing and capability?
Do we have?
I've got
Sorry, Senator, I'm getting some hard copies brought in, but I'm happy to read off.
Well, no, that's okay. I'll wait for the hard copies and maybe we'll come back to that. Might be a bit easier. So, just to you, probably, Mr. Burford, since in the last 6 months, how many recommendations have been received from the NCG for release of funding for the Emergency Relief Fund?
1.
And how much was that for?
To find that. It related to the May.
Can you give me the date?
So it was, 2. So there was advice on 25th of May 2022 for additional funding for emergency relief providers in Queensland and for Food Bank Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And that funding was agreed because it was prior to the Cabinet appointment. It was agreed by the Interim Minister, Senator Katie Gallagher.
Mm-hmm. And how much was that for?
2,491,000. 2.5 million
2.5 million, yeah.
in ER funding and 120,000 in food bank funding.
Okay.
Rounded.
Rounded. And then on the 16th of June, an additional 5.2 million was provided for financial counselling to respond to the floods.
Financial counselling. Okay, no problem. So how much of the 200 million remains unspent today?
That'd be 25.6 million.
Okay, and about 8 million has been spent in the last 6 months. Okay, thank you. So how many meetings of the NCG group have occurred in the last 6 months?
I'm just looking to see if I've got that. Do you have that?
Yeah, I don't think we've got that. We can get that pretty quickly though, Senator.
And in the process of doing that, can you also advise how many of those meetings that have been attended by the Minister?
Sure.
Yep. So just interested in terms of your reporting, are you still receiving weekly and monthly reports in from your government advisory councillors on the ground? Are they still in place?
Yes, they are. And yes, we are receiving the reports.
Yep. And so I'm just wondering what trends you've seen in the last 12 months and the last 6 months in terms of the number of clients that are being recorded each week.
So I've got monthly client data for 2022. Do you want the latest month or what would you
well, actually, it would be great if you could provide us with the last 12 months just so that we can get a bit of an understanding of the pattern of demand for these services.
Yeah, I believe we should be able to provide. So I can read the list of number of clients from October last year through to... So October 2021, 62,784, November 74,064, December 71,224, January 2022 53,344, February 63,336, March 70,696, April 53,878, May 64,874, June 66,980, July 52,301, August 60,191, September 54,161. So there's no clear trend.
No, and I'm assuming some of those would probably correspond to the peaks would correspond with incidents.
Yeah, there'd be some of that, and we do tend to get a drop in July because of the payment of people's family tax benefit bonus payments. So we tend to get a drop.
Can you tell me the status of the National Coordination Group, and is it remaining a temporary body, or has there been further moves for it to be formalised as an ongoing advisory group?
It's been extended for 1 year.
For 1 year?
Yep.
Okay. And is the advisory group's remit been expanded to cover all unusual events, natural disasters,
Yes.
the like?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. Okay. So was there additional funding, has there been any additional funding in your financial wellbeing and capability area that for emergency relief outside of the $225 million that was made available by the previous government?
As I indicated to Senator Rice, no, there's been no budget decision.
I was just thinking more around, say for instance, was Lismore, was there any additional funding through ER provided to Lismore, or it drew on the funding that was?
It drew on the funding.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So just interested to know what the status of the implementation of the Sylvan Review is.
Yes, there was a discussion paper released yesterday or the day before?
Yesterday.
Yeah, outlining a model for industry contributions for financial counselling. As you know, we've been working closely with the sector and the financial counselling sector on possible models, where after that consultation, we have released a paper for people's input which sets out a possible way of calculating voluntary contributions. So, Mr. Burford, do you want to comment further?
Yeah, and the paper does two things. It does a refreshed estimate of what the additional need is in the financial counselling sector, and I'll find the exact number, but it's in the order of an additional $18 million.
18?
18.
18. So that's on top of the 20?
Of that the Commonwealth currently contributes, or, sorry?
Well, there was 20 and it was $36 million was estimated as the... Was it $36 million?
I think in the Sylvan Review, you mean? I think it might have been in that kind of order.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's an additional 18 on top of the 36 million?
No.
Sorry, I'll just have to
Instead
confirm that. Yeah.
So it's gone from $36 million to 18?
That's our analysis at this stage, which we're seeking input on, which was drawn from a couple of people's bits of research work around unmet demand. So.
Okay, so I'd be really keen to understand the concept of diminishing demand for financial counselling services, given the the sad constant number of events.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying there's diminishing demand. What I'm saying is that the estimate undertaken by the Sylvan Review was an estimate based on the available data at the time. We've subsequently done a lot more work on exploring unmet need, gathering data on it. So we have a refined estimate. I'm not saying that demand has changed.
No, okay. So you're saying
changed.
that demand was significantly overestimated by the Sylvan Review, but I thought it was something like 36 million.
I don't want to get the quote wrong, but
No,
yes.
so the Sylvan Review in 2019 estimated 45 million was needed as a total. The model that we're talking about, this 18 million, I've got correct numbers here, so my apologies. But it is a gap between that prediction and what's the current provision as well. So that's about a difference there. So the model currently predicts a funding gap of 16.7 in 2023-24. 16.7 million as a gap.
16.7 million as a gap
in 23-24.
23-24 against the 45 million. So that is in effect suggesting that there's $30 million or thereabouts nearly that's currently available for financial counselling services by various means. Is that correct?
I don't think I think the 45 million was an estimate of additional required.
So
I think that was, sorry, I think
that's right.
Just to correct
Yep.
Mr. Burford,
Sure.
I think the Sylvan Review estimated an additional 45 million was required.
Yep.
We've done a bunch of modelling and analysis, as have Financial Counselling Australia. And it's got some predictions of a funding gap of 16.7 million in 23-24, and it increases slowly.
Okay. So if you've got a funding gap of 16.7 in 23-24, what is the existing amount of funding that's been provided that the gap has been analysis been based on?
It's based on the current appropriation for financial counselling.
Which we don't have because we haven't got the
Because we've got to get the breakdown, yes.
Okay.
So it includes problem gambling, financial counselling and the money mobs.
That's right.
Mob. But we'll get you the figure. So.
Okay. All right. Would it be good, and maybe we can come...
And apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, that's right.
No, that's okay. They're all big numbers. So... Okay, so in terms of the establishment of the new model, is the release of the discussion paper the sort of the first step in consultation in relation to the establishment of the mechanism by which financial counselling is going to seek to get private sector contribution?
I mean, as you know, we've been undertaking detailed consultations with industry since the release of the Sylvan Review. So it's the first public discussion paper, I believe, on this proposal, but it's not the first piece of consultation.
Yeah, no, of course not.
No.
No, indeed. I just wonder whether it was the first piece of consultation around whatever the
model.
There clearly would be a model that has been proposed in the
Yes.
in the paper, and whether there's been any consultation on that, or is this the first step? in
The
terms of
industry were given visibility of the paper prior to it being publicly released.
So does that industry group still sit formally, the one that's
Yes.
headed by Anna Bligh?
Yes.
Yep, okay, cool. Look, I might wait, if it's okay, until I get that breakdown, because I'm sort of asking you
Sure.
silly questions. Can I...
Senator
Oh, no,
Senator
please.
Russ, we're coming to the end of your block, so if that's a natural break, can I pass the call to Senator Russ, or did you want to
Yes,
finish
you
a few?
can.
Thank you, Senator Russ.
Thank you. Look, I just want to briefly come back to food relief figures. During the break, I managed to find what the food relief charities had put in for their pre-budget bid, which was for $45 million a year, plus $10 million a year for flood relief and disaster relief. So that's the order of magnitude that we're looking at in terms of what they feel the gap is. So, Senator Ayres, I wanted to ask you a question about that. I mean, if we're looking at going forward, 1.4 million, with potentially a small amount from other funding, but only committed to 1.4 at the moment, that amount of 45 million a year over 10 years is, let's round it up, let's say, it's $500 million. It's 1/500th of what the government is planning to give to the wealthy through the stage 3 tax cuts, which are 250 billion over the 10 years. Is this an accurate representation of the government's priorities?
Well, if you've got questions about the government's plans in terms of tax cuts that have already been legislated, then I can tell you what you'll expect me to tell you, which is that the government's approach to that has not changed. If you've got questions in detail about that issue, then Treasury Estimates is the place to go. There is always in front of government a set of questions about priority.
That's what I'm going to.
And about, well, I don't want to cut off your line of questioning by anticipating it, but and I'm sure I won't succeed. But the kind of areas of need that you have pointed to, and there are other areas of need. There are other areas of requirement for commitments from government that go to areas of vulnerability, but also to areas that improve national productivity and resilience more broadly. So areas of social need and economic need, areas, all sorts of spending priorities that are in front of government, and this government will work its way through those questions. It's not always a popular answer, but it's the answer that I'm in a position to give, and it's correct.
Yep, so you're prioritising choosing to give $250 billion in tax cuts to the wealthy rather than enabling 1/500th of that to be spent on food relief.
There's no relationship between those two questions.
Well, but they could be. It's a political choice.
There's no relationship between one set of decisions on the revenue side, and as you say, you pointed to one area of distinct social need for some of the most vulnerable in our community. Those are not decisions that in my mind are related. The government has to turn its mind to all of those questions all of the time.
But we know that you were talking about the reason why we aren't seeing an increase in food relief, in emergency relief, in income support is that the pressures on the budget. And yet your government is following on the Liberal government's decision to be giving out $250 billion in tax cuts to the wealthy. And look, I won't take up any more time of estimates prosecuting that, because I don't think we're going to get any questions.
We have, of course, Senator Rice inherited a fiscal position where we have $1 trillion in debt and very little to show for it in productivity and infrastructure.
But you're
and
choosing to give
structural
tax
terms.
cuts.
Let's just let the Minister answer the question, please.
Very, you know, and a domestic and global economic position where around the world the risks to economies are increasing, not receding, and that means that there are stark choices in front of the government on some of these questions. That does not ameliorate. So those sets of issues do not ameliorate the fact that the government will consider. I think yesterday you put to me questions in relation to New Start payments. Today, questions in relation to these payments. I expect that my answers to the questions today will be misrepresented today in the same way that they were yesterday. That's part of. Understand that that's part of the purpose of these questions, but the government will continue to consider in the lead up to each budget all of these areas of social need, and I accept that sitting behind your questions is a concern about some of the most vulnerable people in our community.
And that this government, from the perspective of those most vulnerable in our community who can't afford to put food on the table, see your government choosing to give $250 billion in tax cuts to the wealthy rather than increasing funding to food relief support so that they could afford to feed their kids. That's the choice that they see your government's making.
Well, I think I answered your question in the last thing, and I probably shouldn't go backwards and forwards.
Can I return back to cashless debit card? So look, I had one final question about the cashless debit card as it was operating in the 4 trial sites, where under that, how that was operating, there was a element within the Act that specified that where a participant is at serious risk due to the cashless debit card, they weren't to be a participant. And what I wanted to know was whether the department ever established a process for people to notify the department that they were at serious risk due to the cashless debit card.
Yes, there was a process. It involves Services Australia undertaking a social worker assessment. So you may wish to ask them tonight the detail of the process, but there was a process.
Is the wellbeing exemption?
No, it's not.
Okay, and was that process operational throughout the whole
Yes.
operation of the card?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me, or again, it's the question for Services Australia, the details of how many people then used that process and exited the card because they were at serious risk?
I'll just check with my colleagues.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. 270.
Over the operations. And did that, can you give me a breakdown over the time the card was in operation as to when those 270 people exited? That's not very many, is it?
I don't think I do have that breakdown.
Okay. And how many people did we have on the card at, I'll say when it finished?
Around 17,000.
Yes, that's a pretty small cohort. Okay. I now want to go on to what's going to happen in the Northern Territory with the cashless debit card having been abolished, and where we had a commitment that there was going to be consultation with communities to work out what happens next. So can you talk me through what's currently happening?
Thanks, Senator. So we are preparing to embark on that consultation over the next 6 months to engage widely in the Northern Territory, meet with a wide range of stakeholders, undertake community-based consultations So that will all be in order to inform government's decision on the next stage.
So with that consultation, so you're visiting, how big, how small are communities? What sort of visiting schedules?
We haven't got a detailed visiting schedule, but it would be an extensive schedule of visits, much as previously we have undertaken. We would be aiming to get to most communities if we can, as far as possible. Obviously, not necessarily to every homeland or anything, but to most of the communities, as well as kind of key stakeholders in the towns. So,
Senator, we're meeting with some key Northern Territory stakeholders to also get some guidance on their views about the most appropriate means. So that'll include Northern Land Council, Central Land Council, a few of the big Aboriginal medical services, Northern Territory Government as well, to start to form build in their advice about the method and the who to ensure to include in the consultations.
Okay, and so is that consultation that's occurring at the moment with those key bodies?
yeah, we've started initial discussions with those.
So when will you have the consultation process bedded down after those discussions?
We probably intend to have a detailed plan ready by the end of this year. So we have staff already in the NT who are permanently based up there. So we can kind of action our plan pretty quickly once we've got Minister's agreement to it.
And then that will be rolled out, is it then 6 months from there? Are we looking to mid next year or a shorter time frame?
Around 6 months, I'd say.
Okay. And what else do you envisage in addition to those meeting with the key bodies, face-to-face meetings in communities? Are there going to be other ways that people can feed into this consultation?
Subject to Minister's views, there may be a kind of an online public process. So we haven't settled on all the aspects of the consultation at this stage.
And in that consultation, will you be taking a specific set of options to people that you will be consulting over, or will it be what do you think, open-ended to begin with?
So the government's expressed its policy position, which is around movement towards a voluntary approach. There's obviously a range of views around that. There's also a range of ways that could be operationalised. So I think we'll be looking to explore those range of ways.
Okay. What's the budget that's been allocated for the consultation program?
I'll have to check. Do you have that, Patrick?
No, not at this stage. It's blended into the core business of our teams as well, and our staff that we have, not only supporting the transition off the CDC, but also mobilising those connections to work on this engagement as well.
There was specific departmental funding allocated in the budget though for this process, so I'll be able to take that on notice.
Okay, and as well as in the Northern Territory, are you looking at other areas of the place-based places where compulsory income management is also operational?
Over the longer term, we will be.
So that's not happening in the next, over the 6 month period then?
So the first approach is looking at the situation in the Northern Territory, and then subject to government's kind of views and decisions, we'll be moving on to consultation in other locations.
Okay, and so for the people in the other locations who are currently on compulsory income management, they wouldn't be looking at having engagement with government over it, or prospects of change, until at least the second half then of next year?
So subject to any different decision from government or the minister, that's right.
Is there any consideration being made to make it changing the arrangements for people to ask to come off compulsory income management in the meantime, either in the Northern Territory while the consultations are ongoing, or in the other areas where compulsory income management operates?
So we're keen to undertake the consultation process to inform any changes to the policy arrangements. So at this stage, I don't think there's a, but I'm aware that there would be people who are on income management in other locations.
Well, given the experience in the trial sites where you've got 70% that have quickly opted to come off it.
I mean, the cashless debit card population was if you're on payment and you're in the trial site you were on. In the place-based sites, there's a more complex array of referral mechanisms.
I'm thinking more in the Northern Territory while the consultation is going on.
in the Northern Territory?
Yes, where it's blanket across the territory.
So there is a pathway for people on income management to seek, I don't think it's called exemption, is it? Exit or suspension?
My understanding was that the criteria that you had to meet for, this presumes that people have been moved on to the, I'll go back a step. So in terms of people who are now off the cashless debit card in the Northern Territory, are they now off it? Have they been moved onto the basics card? No. So when is that?
No one. No one's off that at the moment.
So when's that proposed to occur?
6th of March.
6th of March.
6th of March. And they will be moved on to?
Enhanced income management.
Right, okay. So my understanding of the current arrangements with getting off the basics card, it is considerably more difficult, whereas with the cashless debit card, as we were discussing, there was a process that people would apply to get off it. Under the basics card, essentially, if you were seen to be at risk of homelessness or not providing adequate facilities for your kids or something, it could be designated. Essentially, as an Indigenous person in the Northern Territory, it was impossible to apply to get off the basics card, was what people have told me.
I think there have been Indigenous people who've successfully applied, but we'll get you that data. So it is a complex process. I don't know whether Mr. Bonham wants to speak to that.
There's two types of people on income management. Some people, for example, on child protection will only be on there for a set period of time, so they will come off that program. Others who are on more longer term income support payments, they can be on it for a longer period.
And it's those people that have told me that despite desperately wanting to be off it, it's impossible for them to get off it in the Northern Territory. So my question is in this interim 6 months, are there any plans for having a process that would actually make it more possible, even if it was the process that has applied for the cashless debit card, for people to apply to get off it?
At this stage, no, Senator. I think we discussed this at the other committee, and it would require further legislative amendment.
Okay. I've just got two more questions about the consultation, then if we stop there. So in terms of, so you haven't yet got a plan for those consultations, but you hope to have that by the end of the year. Will that be a public plan at that stage?
That'd be subject to the government's decisions about that.
All right. And at this stage, how are you encouraging, how are you planning on encouraging participation in these consultations to occur?
As we often do, we would look at, communication, local communications, potentially local radio communications, saying in language, saying we're coming to talk to you about this. We often kind of set up a community barbecue or something like that, so people are informed in advance. A lot of the Centrelink Services Australia staff are frequent visitors out to those communities in their normal service delivery, so they would provide people with notice that there's a consultation happening, etc. So,
will you be engaging external consultants to help you with that consultation?
That's not the intent.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Did we manage to find out about the NCG meetings?
I did get an email. Sorry, Senator.
That's right.
We've got 5 meetings since, including June.
5 meetings, including June. And how many did the Minister attend?
I think the ministers attend one of those meetings.
One, you think?
Yes.
I would confirm that, yeah. Confirmed, yeah.
Okay. All right, so since in the last 6 months, in relation to emergency relief, so that's both emergency relief and food relief, we've had approximately $2.6 million worth of funding released, which was released by the Minister for Finance in a period of an incoming government. And subsequent to that, we've had $5.2 million released in relation to financial counselling. Have there been any other requests from the NCG for funding for emergency relief or food relief in that time?
No, Senator.
Okay.
I'll just point out that providers get their payment from us in July and December, so everyone got a boost in July, but that was part of the normal process.
Yep, quite understand that. Just interesting, just kind of following on from Senator Pratt's line of questioning as to, whether you had provided advice or the NCG had provided additional advice to government that additional funding was needed and that the government ignored that advice?
Sorry, who?
Just that Senator Pratt had a line of questioning that was suggesting that over the period of this $225 million being made available to assist in emergency relief, food relief and other, relief activities, that somehow there'd been a decision to withhold. I was just wondering whether was there ever any decision to withhold funding that was requested in the last 6 months?
No, Senator.
No. So, and there was clearly no decision to withhold funding during any period of this funding being made available?
So, Senator, the department provides advice, ministers make decisions. I would have to check the record.
Yep.
It's a long period of time.
Yep. I don't think you have to check the record. I think I know the answer. I was just trying to draw the attention to the ridiculousness of the line of questioning of someone prior. Clearly there's a very clear and ever-present issue in relation to cost of living. I think every Australian is experiencing increasing cost of living. Has the department provided any advice to the Minister around anticipated increase in demand as a result of these significant cost of living pressures that are coming on to Australians around likely demand into the future of emergency relief?
We haven't provided any specific recommendations. What we have said is the sector, as I reflected to Senator Rice, has consistently said the appropriation for emergency relief and food relief is inadequate to meet ongoing demand. We have briefed the Minister on that basis, but we have not suggested a particular course of action.
Okay. So I'm assuming, Minister, that your response to this is going to be that it's a matter for future decision by the Minister?
Indeed.
I'm helping you out. Just quickly, yesterday, Minister, when we were actually talking about housing, you took on notice from me in relation to the million houses, whether they were new dwellings or additional houses as opposed to what would normally be created in the market. Have you been able to get an answer to that?
No, and I think we'll, as indicated, take that question on notice and provide a bit more detail. What I do understand at a high level is that that there is a projection that housing activity in the absence of the housing accord would drop off significantly. There are significant constraints, including, labour constraints in that sector, and the housing accord is directed towards that. But in terms of further information about that, I'll rely upon subsequent question on notice answers from the Minister's office.
Okay. Well, maybe you could take on notice for me as well what the increase in new housing builds is likely to be as a result of the initiatives that are contained in the
You're very happy to provide that.
accord. Given that there were 985,000 houses and dwellings completed in the last 5 years, what is the reduction that is being projected in relation to the decrease in housing, given that at the same time we're seeing increased migration being projected and also people living in houses with less people in each dwelling, what the projections are in relation to that overall net decrease in new housing builds over the next 5 years is likely to be.
We'll provide you with the best information that we can.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can I go back to the family, domestic and sexual violence plan? Thank you very much for the provision of this breakdown in relation to changes between the March budget and the October budget. So can I just get some clarity in relation to the budget papers and the breakdown that you've...
Sorry to interrupt,
Yep.
Senator Ruston. I note that you've got the document here
Yes.
that was provided by the department. I just need to confirm if the if the committee's happy for that to be
sorry.
tabled. Everyone happy? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. On the document you've just provided, it says that the total net impact on the budget is zero, and you've listed the initiatives that have been moved around. And yet in the budget papers between March and October, we see the amount of funding go from 254 million to 307 million. Could you explain to me what the $53 million difference in the budget is that differs from the piece of information that you've provided in this document?
I would say it was the election commitment in relation to community 500 additional frontline staff.
Okay, that's fine.
And it may also be other components of the staff custodian.
So the difference is that the funding package is over 6 years, so the final year is not within the forward estimates in the budget papers. So the variation cancels out in the next financial year. That's not captured.
It's a profiling issue, so...
Okay, it was just that you've given us a piece of paper here that says the net impact is zero, and yet your budget papers don't say that it's zero. So I'm just trying to work out how do I compare what you've given me here with the budget papers, because
Well, zero over 6 years, but not zero over 4 years. Is that right?
That's
Well, no, you've just said there's zero over this year.
Not this year. That's not 1 year.
The whole package.
You asked us within the
so-
1.3 billion
Yep.
over the whole package. What were the ons
So
and
these are
offs?
the only changes, apart from the reprofiling from 5 years to 6 years, that occur from the 1.1 billion that was in the 21-22 budget, the 1.3 billion that was in the 22-23 budget, and obviously the ongoing funding for things like 1-800 RESPECT, which I'm assuming is a demand-driven model, will obviously fluctuate as estimate variations come in. So I'm just trying to understand.
There's also election commitments. So on top of the 1.3, there was election commitments, as I said, for the 500 additional community workers. And
So we understood your question to be essentially, what are the ons and offs against the 1.3 to the 1.3? That's what we understood your question to be.
Okay,
So
I'm just trying to get
that's what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of, what's changed. I mean, look, this is useful. I'm not being critical. I'm just, so you've got a net zero impact, albeit it's been profiled over a different period of time, and then you've got within the 4 years of the estimates that sit within this another $124 million in here. So I'd be keen to understand what that $124 million variation between the March budget and the October budget, which clearly are new initiatives, as you rightly point out, Secretary, what they are And where do I find the funding allocation for those new initiatives?
So, Senator, the key changes in the October budget compared to the March budget are outlined in the measure description in budget paper 2, which talks about, for example, the new initiatives that have been added, the $39.6 million in 2022-23 for the escaping violence payment that Ms Heffernan-Webb spoke about yesterday, a perpetrator response trial with states and territories.
What page is that on? Sorry,
It is on page 186 of budget paper 2.
Okay.
So that description outlines the key changes, and then the document that we have provided goes into a little bit more detail.
So there's 39 and 25, 65, 77, 85. And then you go on to talk about reduced measures. So where is the 500 new frontline staff?
Page 187.
It's a separate measure.
It's a separate measure in budget paper 2.
Okay, so collectively, those measures should then realistically add up to 123 million, do they? That doesn't quite add up to me.
So you're looking at are you looking at 1 year?
No, I'm looking at all of them. So you've got 20 in the women's safety package. You've got under women's safety. You've got the 26, 15, 7, and then could you explain the minus 23.9 in 25, 26?
This is in the measure description. Yes. So the way the measure is presented is it's the difference from March to October, so it doesn't obviously show the entire $950 million that comes to the Department of Social Services. It shows the ons and offs essentially. So what this measure description shows is a net reduction, so compared to March, a reduction in spending of $26.1 million in 22-23, and then an increase of 23.9 in 25-26 comparative to the March budget. So this is just the difference.
So you've reprofiled it.
That's correct. Yes. Yes, that's correct. And that the supplementary document that we provided gives some indication of where that's happened.
Yep. So in terms of the 6 years, so as the 6 years go through 26, 27, 27, 28?
Through to 26, 27. So 21, 22 is the first year of the package because there was some funding measures that didn't change in 21, 22, so they're not represented in that table because there was no net change from March to October.
And so what was the basis of the decision to do it over 6 years instead of 5 years?
Senator, I think, it was a decision of government, but with some measures needing to extend for a longer period of time and then be commensurate with the term of the first action plan.
So you didn't provide advice to suggest that they should be, that was a decision of government?
No, and yes, and noting there were also existing commitments in 26, 27 in March as well. So the changes are just, again, the difference from March to October.
Okay.
So we did provide advice, sorry, just to clarify. We provided advice on the construct of the package.
Yeah, just to sort of like dig into, some of the decisions that were decided that you wouldn't pursue. Are you in a position to be able to provide any rationale, or maybe the minister might be able to, as to why initiatives were reversed out? I'm just interested in, say for instance, the electronic monitoring initiative in relation to perpetrators. And probably interest to my Tasmanian colleagues. It was a tremendously successful initiative in Tasmania, one that's been heralded by both sides of of politics in that state, and yet it's been removed. Do we have any advice as to what was the rationale behind the removal of that particular program?
So the rationale was that states and territories have different approaches they want to try. So instead of them all having to trial electronic monitoring, there's now a $25 million fund for trial of innovative responses to address perpetration. That can include electronic monitoring, but it gives greater flexibility for states and territories who want to try something different to apply for funding.
Okay. Is there still the innovation fund that exists in addition to this in the funding?
There is a flexible fund.
Senator, it's been recast from the Innovation Fund. It is the First Action Plan Fund. So the fund that we discussed this morning, as Ms Heverin-Webb outlined, including sort of one-off small grants to address emerging needs through the development of the First Action Plan.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to take a break here and share the call, or...?
I'm happy to share.
Being flexible, but
that's all right.
17 minutes. So, Senator Waters, do you want to go?
Thanks, Chair. Can I firstly just say how incredibly useful this piece of paper is? Thank you to whoever put it together and whoever asked for it. It really does help us understand what's new money and what's been retitled or actually the changes. So thank you very much. Can I ask in relation to the cutting of the early intervention campaign for men and boys, and then the 2 new programs of adolescent boys at risk and partnering with states for innovative perpetrator responses, which Senator Ruston just touched on as well. What's been axed and what will be carried over in that perpetrator early intervention space?
So, as I just said, we've adjusted what was electronic monitoring fund into a broader perpetrator fund. In terms of men and boys, there was a concern that we have Stop It at the Start, which is a campaign in the field at the moment. We have funding for a new consent campaign, which is in development at the moment. And we felt that proceeding with a campaign targeting men and boys at the same time those 2 campaigns were in the field was going to lead to confusion and likely less impact of those. So there was advice provided that rather than a campaign, we should look at a therapeutic intervention with adolescent boys as something that's a bit of a gap that a lot of people have identified.
Yes.
That doesn't mean later in the course of the national plan we wouldn't look to a campaign type activity for men and boys, but potentially separate it out timing-wise from the current set of campaigns.
Yes, thank you. That makes sense. And in relation to the therapeutic intervention, obviously a focus on perpetrators was very welcome in the latest national plan. And we talked yesterday about the funding that No to Violence had received, and I think a few other organisations are also working in that space who will do the work under that Adolescent Boys at Risk program. And can you just tell me a bit more about the nature of that work?
So at this stage we're in the kind of development phase, Senator, for that. The funding for the program is phased into the out years specifically because we recognise there needs to be quite detailed co-design of that approach. So whether it becomes an open grant or we target the grant to particular providers, it's not something that's been determined yet.
Okay.
But we'll be doing some consultation to inform Minister about that.
All right, thank you. And can I also just ask about the axing of the Specialist Family Violence Service, the 59.6 million. What services were they that were cut? Was it the family counselling services funded under an early budget?
Services cut. I'll just clarify that.
That's an increase.
There was in the March budget, April budget, I forgot when the budget was, sorry, March,
Yes.
there was a $100 million funding amount for that program, which included a very large expansion of that program. And so what's happening there is existing services will continue to be funded. They're actually part of the Family and Relationship Services program. So they are counselling, there's men's behaviour change, there's some children's counselling, they're a mix of services. We were concerned that an expansion of that rapid nature in that sector wasn't necessarily warranted, or potentially the funding could be better used for some of these other purposes.
Thank you. Understand. So that was the family counselling services that were a little bit controversial a few years ago. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay,
Senator.
thank you. All right. Can I move now to the 500 additional frontline workers, which are very welcome, but sadly still not enough. Have decisions been made about what types of services will get those new workers, how many each will get, and who will make that decision?
So we are, there was a number of election commitments made in relation to those workers, so that's obviously informing the design, but we are working through the detail. As you can see from the measure, it's funding is going to states and territories. It's been allocated largely to the Treasury to pay to states and territories, so we will be working with them also on demand and consulting the sector. But there were, I want to just comment, there were some specific commitments made and they will be met.
Okay, thank you. So beyond the specific commitments, will it be your department or the minister that makes the decision about where the workers go, or will it be the states and territories that make the decision?
It will be in the form of a national partnership agreement, which will specify a fair bit of detail about where the workers need to go, but the views of states and territories will also be important.
Okay, and will those workers be spread across the country?
Yes.
Okay. What will be the process for determining how they're assigned? Can services apply saying we need more? Will there be eligibility criteria, and if so, will that be published? How will people apply for these new workers?
We're working through those issues.
Okay. And will the money be for wages or for training and workforce development, or a mixture?
Stody?
Senator, funding is for wages. Some of the positions are funded as trainee positions, and so they'll, while they undertake training, they'll transition through to be a fully qualified worker, and some of the positions are also funded assuming that there will be fully qualified workers able to take them up.
Okay. Could you, on notice, provide me just with the detail of that split, if you know it as yet? The budget also allocates $560 million for wage supplementation for community organisations, including housing, First Nations health and DV services. Do you know how much of that indexation funding will go to frontline DV services?
We're still working through the detail of that, Senator. So the funding amount that's been allocated to our department, we're just doing some very due diligence and granular analysis to work out how it should be allocated.
Okay, thank you. And is there an expectation that the funding will allow services to retain existing staff but not employ additional staff?
The funding was for supplementation of costs in recognition of significant cost increases around wages and other aspects.
So to keep existing folk?
Essentially.
Yeah, okay. And what's the process for services applying for that indexation funding? Who will be eligible and how much will each service be entitled to?
We're still working through the detail of that, but at this stage, it's unlikely to be an application process. It's more likely to be an offer process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm almost finished, thank you, Chair. Just moving to the escaping violence payments. The budget allocates $260 million, and I can see from your useful piece of paper that it looks like there's been a top-up of $39.6 million. So correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I'm interested in whether the program will be reviewed to assess whether the overall amounts of grants, the cash for $1,500 and the $3,500 in vouchers, whether that's a useful and working model for people. Will you assess whether that split is what people need?
We have an evaluation in the field right now.
Oh yes, and when's that finishing up?
Senator, the final report of the evaluation is due to be handed to the department in June of 2023.
Okay, so any changes would not be able to happen until after that, presumably?
It's likely to be an implementation phase for changes, yes.
Sorry, say that again, please.
There will need to be an implementation phase, well, a decision phase and then an implementation phase for any adjustments.
Okay, so we're a good 12 months off at least. What's been done to overcome the administrative issues that faced the program initially?
We've been working very closely with Uniting Care. So as I know we've discussed prior, the total volume of applications was more than double the expected. And the complexity of those applications was higher than expected in that people came directly to the service rather than coming through another provider. Uniting Care have undertaken an enormous amount of work to triage the clients, to work out who needs what levels of support so that people who don't need the full extent of case planning or safety planning can access more quickly. But I would hasten to add it's a work in progress, and we're still working closely with them to improve timeliness and accessibility.
Okay, how long are people waiting to access the funding?
So at this, I'm just looking at the data, sorry. So between first contact attempt, client inquiry to first contact attempt, 2 business days. Between application received and eligibility assessment, 28 business days. Between eligibility confirmed to casework commenced, 3 business days. And then application approval to first payment, 2 business days.
Okay, so from first contact to when you get the money, do I add all of those figures up?
Not necessarily.
Okay, from first contact to when you get the money, what's the average time frame?
So we have a process where you can get $500 straight away before your eligibility is being assessed. So you can get that within 2 days.
Okay. Yep.
And then you go through the eligibility assessment, casework, average 3 days of case. So yeah, it's approximately 33 days.
Business days? Or-
Yes, business
Okay,
days.
okay.
And we are aware that that's an issue.
very long.
It
Yeah.
is very long. We are very aware of that. And as I said, they are working very hard to triage the clientele.
Okay, thank you. And just my final question, Senator Ayres, you made a remark at the start about the housing, and you said that there was some kind of projection that said that the provision of new builds, which would otherwise have been 985,000 as per the last 5 years of private builds, would have otherwise dropped off were it not for the Housing Accord. I'm just interested in where that information's coming from. What's the source of that?
Well, that's my understanding, as indicated to Senator Ruston. Will provide a bit more information on notice.
So is there a document that you're basing that understanding on?
Well, certainly my understanding of it is not based on a document. My understanding of it is based on discussions, but I'm sure the government's understanding of that, well, discussions with my colleagues. But I'm happy to provide some more information to Senator Ruston, and it'll find its way to you as well. Yeah.
What you're basing that on, and give us as much detail as possible about the projections of alleged drop-off in private build, because we're trying to work out how many actual new homes that the budget is providing. It seems like it's about 15,000 at the minute, which is woefully inadequate. So thank you for taking that on notice.
Senator, can I just correct? I was giving you August figures. It's actually 23 business days, not 28, for that period between application received and eligibility assessment.
That doesn't change the 33 overall, though?
It would cut 5.
So 28 business days for the average wait from first contact to the 5,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Waters. Senator Ruston.
This is a matter of interest. What happens if the person who's received the $500 is found to have not been eligible for it? Is that just a cost of being able to provide support.
Essentially,
Yeah.
there's no further action.
Yeah, okay.
Unless there's fraud or...
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
something.
yeah, no, that's fair enough. And I'm not being critical of that at all. In relation to the changes that were made that you've outlined in your document, were there extensive consultations on that? How did the decisions around those changes come about in terms of government prioritisation of the activities that are included in the new plan as opposed to the draft plan?
There were series of discussions between the department and the minister. There was obviously views put to us by people like the National Plan Advisory Group, other stakeholders. There wasn't a formal consultation process.
Okay, so so there wasn't a formal consultation process. Okay. When the plan was released, the Minister for Women, Katie Gallagher, said that she was confident there'd be additional funding to meet the goals of the national plan. Now, clearly the goal of the national plan is to end violence against women and their children within a generation. I was just wondering how much extra funding has been determined as to be required to meet the goals of the national plan as articulated by the Minister for Women.
So obviously that's something that will be informed by the action plans which we're developing. There's there's a whole range of pieces of data and pieces of evidence, the outcomes framework, etc., that will inform those decisions. But as I think the Commissioner said this morning, it's not just government resources, it's resources from a whole lot of other parties as well, including states and territories.
Yeah, no, I was just actually referring to the direct quote of the Minister for Women, that there would be additional funding set aside to help meet the goals of the national plan. And I was just interested, if given that a very senior minister has made this comment, and she's not just the Minister for Women, she's also the Minister for Finance, just keen to understand if she makes a comment like that, there needs to be some quantification in relation to the process through which
She was
that will
talking about future budget processes, I understand. Is that... I heard her say something similar at estimates, if that's what you're referring to.
Well,
and it was in the context of will there be funding in future budgets, and she said she agreed there would need to be to reach the goals of the national plan, so that future funding will be subject to normal government budget processes.
So, ipso facto, one would have to suggest from a comment like that as we sit here today, the government's view, as expressed by the Minister, would be that there is insufficient funding at the moment to be able to deliver the goals of the national plan, because she said that there will need to be additional funding into the future.
Well, there was additional funding provided in this budget over and above the funding in the March budget, and as I interpret those comments, that future budgets will include additional funding.
Okay, how many times has the trying to remember the name of the State and Territory and Commonwealth Ministers met since May 2022?
The Community Services Minister.
No, you mean the Women's Safety
Women's
Minister?
Safety
Yes, thank you.
Minister, Senator, they've met 2 times.
You can call me Minister any time.
My apologies. 2 meetings so far, and that was it's a different, under the new structure, a different governance structure sits around that ministerial council. So it is met as a meeting of Ministers for Women and Ministers for Women's Safety, without that sort of formal reporting framework through to the National Federation Reform Council, but that group of ministers has met on those 2 occasions.
Met twice. Did that include the day the plan was launched?
No, that
so
wasn't
they met
counted
a
as
third
a
time. Or
There wasn't a meeting on the day
so they
of the
were
plan.
They were together
Sorry?
They were together on the day of the launch, but
Yeah. So
there wasn't a meeting.
Okay, cool. All right. So what is the process in terms of the structure going forward in the the requirement of the states and territories to agree to the overarching framework, and then obviously each state and territory's clearly got their own obligations. I mean, what we're talking about here is the Commonwealth's commitment to the delivery of this plan. So how are the states and territories obligations quantified and accounted for under the new structural mechanism that is in place?
So, Senator, all the states and territories have been putting significant increased amounts into women's safety in recent years. They all have made substantial contributions, and the view of the Women's Safety Council is that, as far as possible, effort should be aligned, noting that individual states and territories have different issues, different states and territories are in different financial positions, etc. So the state and territory ministers were very much supportive of working together on the national plan, the action plan, that their funding would complement Commonwealth funding, our funding and actions would complement their work, which, as you know, goes a lot into the frontline sector. So it's really a collaboration and a partnership rather than a specific funding amount or accountability.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the greatest criticisms, I think, of the delivery of the last plan, and particularly around the third and the fourth action plans that sat under that plan, was the siloed approach between the states and territories and the Commonwealth, and that there was, often duplication of funding, but at the same time there were gaps where things were falling through simply because there wasn't that coordinated approach. And one of the main reasons why a national commission and commissioner was to be established was to make sure that we had better integration and streamlining of activities. And so I'm just keen to understand whether that desire or aspiration is being pursued, or but from what you've just said, it sounds like we're really staying at best where we were, because we were trying to formalise that relationship around ensuring that the states and territories and the Commonwealth were sort of more integrated in what they were doing.
It's absolutely being pursued, Senator, and that, for example, is why the work on community workers, 500 additional community workers, is being done hand in hand with the states, not provided out to the sector regardless of where the states are providing their funding. So there is an absolute sense of collaboration and partnership between Commonwealth and states and territories.
Yeah, so to that point, the provision of frontline workers and the interfaces has been something that's been closely guarded by the states and territories. It's their jurisdiction, and the Commonwealth in the past has provided funding, as we did during COVID, for additional funding to support them. So I'm interested to understand the mechanism behind the delivery of 500 new community sector workers. Is it just additional funding that's going to go to the states and territories so that they can provide it to the services that they currently, because there's not, well, in the past there hasn't been a direct relationship between the Commonwealth and frontline FDV service providers. It's always gone through the states and territories. So just sort of interested to understand how this commitment will be delivered.
As I just said to Senator Waters, we'll be working very closely with states and territories. The government's made some very specific commitments about proportion of the workers will be in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific services, proportion will be in LGBTIQI services, multicultural services. They've made some commitments about additional workers in particular locations. So there's some public commitments. So we will be working very closely with states and territories to make sure that the distribution of the additional funding for workers meets the government's stated commitments, which went to particular gaps in the sector, but also to leverage off their knowledge, the state and territory knowledge, about how they could use, how that they could support the the workforce.
So it's likely to be something sort of akin to a national partnership agreement?
Yes, it will.
Okay. I look forward to reading that national partnership agreement, how you're intending to keep the states and territories on the sticky paper.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm sure with your great skills you'll be able to do it. Given the extraordinary workforce shortages that we're finding across the sector, the broader social services sector, I'm just interested to understand where the government believes that these additional 500 community service sector employees will be coming from, and whether there's been any consideration as to the impact on other sectors, given that we have a constrained supply of workers.
So I think, as Ms Doherty said, some of the positions are traineeship positions, so it is designed to grow the community sector workforce, not just reshuffle between community service providers. As you know, there's people still looking for work or looking for more work who may not have considered this type of work but may well be very suited to it, and if supported with a traineeship could be encouraged to move into the sector. But workforce is obviously one of the big issues we'll be working closely to manage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't envy you the task of being able to try and get that. Look, I wasn't here this morning, and I know my colleague, Senator Napier-Price, did ask some questions in relation to the Indigenous specific plan. Now, did I hear you correctly that the decision has been of government that it won't be an Indigenous specific action plan? There actually will be a separate Indigenous national plan.
It's both.
So there will be a new national plan for
new First Nations
ending violence
action
against
plan,
Aboriginal and Torres
but
Strait
there'll also be an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander action plan under the current national plan. So
okay, so to unpack that for me. So we've got the national plan, and under the national plan there was a specific and dedicated requirement for there to be a Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific action plan. But in the meantime, the initiatives that were being delivered for family, domestic and sexual violence would continue to operate as they do, particularly through NIAA, etc., until such time as that action plan was put in place. Is that correct?
So that action plan is being developed, and that's the council that we were talking about.
In early 2023?
Correct.
Okay.
And so they will provide advice on the action plan, have a consultation process. Governments will accept the action plan. Separately, the government has indicated it wants, it's committed to a First Nations action plan, First Nations plan to end violence against women and their children, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. So that will also start being developed, but the action plan will still be delivered in order to keep momentum and funding and activity flowing while the work is done on a standalone plan.
Okay. And so what's the time frame in relation to the development of the standalone plan?
We haven't got a specific time frame for that as yet. So we'll be advising government, and I'm sure they'll give an indication of that at some point.
Okay. With the Indigenous action plan, so what's your timing in 2023 in relation to having that finalised?
So as I think Ms Doherty said earlier, we're hoping to have a draft plan by December for consultation.
This December?
Yes.
Like as in 2 months?
1 month, yes.
Okay,
They're meeting frequently and we are well advanced.
Is Dr Creamer still chairing?
Professor Creamer is still chairing,
Creamer, yeah.
yes.
Marvellous woman.
Yes.
So what sort of funding allocation has been made available for the action plan, or is it intended to move the funding that was previously allocated to Indigenous specific initiatives in the main plan?
So that will be a matter, funding for the action plan will be considered through the forthcoming budget process.
Okay, so for the May budget?
Yes, subject to government decision.
Yeah, okay. Heard that a few times.
Call now, please.
You're always so nice. What would you do if I said no?
I don't know, maybe I'd have to get mean, but we're not gonna find out. Senator Rice, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, I've got 2 blocks left, so I want to continue on income management for the moment. I think, okay, we went through the consultation. Yeah, so now I want to move on to some more information about the new enhanced income management card. Does it have an official name yet as to what it's being called?
Not yet.
What's the process going to be for deciding what it's called?
There's some work being done led by Services Australia around focus groups and to ascertain some potential names, and that will go to government for decision.
Who are those focus groups being done with?
You'd have to ask Services Australia for the detail on that.
All right, will do. Do you have any estimates as how much you're expecting to spend on developing and rolling out the new enhanced income management card?
I'll pass to my colleagues.
I think the precise costs would be best asked with Services Australia in terms of the development of those, the procurements and the development needs. It also involves Services Australia's own costs as well, so that might be best asked of them, Senator.
Okay, so what's happening then at a department level in terms of the rollout of the card? What can you tell me about it?
So, Services Australia are undertaking the development work on the rollout of the card. As you know, the legislation has been amended to enable its rollout. We're consulting closely with Services Australia on their work there, but we are not doing the direct engagement with the financial industry or the procurement. So,
okay, so what is the input then of the department into the process?
obviously we have a policy role ensuring that the service delivery is consistent with the policy parameters agreed by the Parliament in terms of the legislation. We also fund the support services, so we'll be doing quite a bit of work to make sure everyone's aware about the change to the new card along with Services Australia.
Right, and what's the timeline for the rollout?
6th of March.
Okay, so quite right. So you're committed to having it ready.
Yes.
So, all right, by the 6th of March. And what procurement process is going to be undertaken to find a provider for the card?
I think the best option there is to talk to services tonight,
okay.
Senator.
And okay, and I'll talk to them tonight also about how many participants they expect. So can you have got any information you can share with me about that?
Well, Senator, it'll be the people on the cashless debit card in the Northern Territory, which is about 4,000.
4,200 and
then the people in Cape York, which is around 100. And any volunteers.
Okay.
So probably about initially around 4,500.
Okay. Which reminds me, I didn't get back to in terms of the people that were shifting off the cashless debit card, so we've got on average about 70% who have already gone, and there was a small number that want to be shifted onto this voluntarily onto the new enhanced income management card. How about that remaining close to 30%? What's the process for working with them?
So there's a very detailed outreach strategy that Services Australia is undertaking to get in touch with them, involving multiple letters, calls, texts, etc., to try and engage them to make sure that by 6th of March that they've transitioned off.
Okay, and I can ask more questions of Services Australia about what that is.
Well, essentially it's a pivot from largely people coming to Services Australia to Services Australia doing more individualised outreach for those who haven't sort of thrown their hand up straight away.
Okay, all right, I will leave the rest of my questions on that to Services Australia. So I now want to move on to more broadly the department's grants to community sector organisation, where I see in page 84 of budget paper 2 that the government will be providing $560 million over 4 years from 2022-23 to support community sector organisations that needs of funding supplementation due to additional staff wages pressures and high inflation outcomes. So, first of all, just starting off with a bit of an overview of how many grant programs the department administers and what the total funding is over the forwards.
So the answer to that is it depends if we're talking about all grants that we administer, because we administer grants for a number of different departments, or just the DSS grants. So it depends, and depends on what information you're after.
Right, and
I'm just having a look. So for the department itself, we currently have 10,012 grants. About half of those are the volunteer grants program, though. I'm just trying to find if I've got the number of grant programs. Sorry, Senator.
Okay.
Mark,
have you got a figure of the number of DSS grant programs?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Senator. Mark Ledoux, Group Manager, Community Grants Hub. In relation to you're asking about the supplementation.
She's just asking how many grant programs.
Yes. First of all, some context of the number of grant programs.
The size and scale of the program.
Yeah.
As the 30th of September, the Department provides grant funding for 124 programs, Senator.
124?
Yep.
Okay. And so can you take on notice then of what the total funding over the forwards for each of those is?
Yes, we will, Senator.
Okay. But what's the headline figure then of what those 124 grant programs, how much do they add up to?
One moment, Senator.
So they range across outcome 2, 3 and 4. So I don't know that we've got a global figure for you as to the total amount, and it would vary from year to year depending on initiatives.
Yeah, but I'm interested,
so
as to what's in the budget over the forwards, across those 124, whatever. It's a ballpark. Again, it's being able to put the context of that extra $560 million into some context.
I only have the figures for the committed for 22-23, Senator. I'd have to take the rest on notice.
Okay, so what is the 20?
That's $2.4 billion.
2.4 billion, and that's just for
22-23 committed.
22-23.
That's committed.
Committed.
So, for example, the budget for outcome 2 for the 22-23 is 1.487 billion, but not 100% of that would be grants. Most of it would, but not all of it. So I think we'll need to pull this data for you separately.
And just to give you a sense of scale on that split, so 2.4 billion for DSS grants, 6.8 billion in committed this year for the other 11 agencies that we administer grants for. So you can see the scale of the operation.
Yep. So, okay, so now going to this extra 560 million, is that meant to be covering indexation across all of those grant programs or just the DSS grant programs?
What's in the budget paper allocated to DSS is for the DSS grants. So
right.
But there's funding for other agencies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other agencies' grant programs have got separate pots of money to cover indexation.
That they will decide. They will decide the allocation. We will decide the.
So in relation to the budget paper to page 84 you were referring to, you can see we've got 64.4 million this year for that amount. NIAA have 47.5, Health and Ageing 17.1, Attorney General's 8.1, Infrastructure 2.2, Education 0.7. So it's been split between agencies according to an estimate of how much supplementation they'll need to deliver.
It's all, and I'm sorry, I haven't got the budget paper in front of me. So I've got a link to it, which isn't much use on a paper page. But so including all of those agencies, that's what adds up to the 560?
Yes.
So that's
over 4 years.
Okay.
So it's 140 per year.
And it's equally allocated across the forwards.
4 years.
Okay. All right. And so what's going to be the process of then people getting their share of the 560? Will it be across all? Will it just be automatically applied as a top-up across all the grants? Or
So
will
we're
there-
just in the process of calculating what might be a reasonable distribution so that the minister can determine that, and then an offer would be provided to providers. Obviously, if someone has only got funding for a 12-month project or something, it may not be that indexation is part of that, or supplementation is part of that. But beyond that, we're looking across all our programs, the 129 that Mr. Ledoux talked about, to come up with a proposed allocation, but it will be subject to ministerial decision.
Right. Is the intent by providing that level of funding to commit to adequate indexation for these community organisations to enable them to cover increases in national minimum wage and award minimum wage?
I mean, the government had made a commitment in the election around adequately funding the cost of the real cost of services. So yes, the purpose of this is an initial amount of money to enable us to address some of those cost pressures, like wage supplementation.
Okay, that's a bit different to enable us to address some of those cost pressures. What I want to know is there a commitment to cover the costs of indexation, particularly for wage cost increases?
So the budget
organisations?
paper 2 specifically says funding supplementation due to additional staff wages pressures and high inflation outcomes.
Right. So there is a commitment to do that then?
That's the purpose of the funding.
Okay. All right, but you're yet to find out, yet to do the actual allocation. Are you confident that the level of funding is going to enable that to occur?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And regarding the early intervention grants that are part of the Safer Communities Fund, will the government commit to maintaining this funding, including adequate indexation in line with rising costs of service provision?
I don't think that's our funding program, Senator, is it? Safer Communities?
Maybe it's not.
I think it's Home Affairs, is it?
I believe so,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right, and I can put it on notice for Home Affairs then. Okay. So then that's its intent to cover that indexation. Is the intent then, would it be automatic, just an automatic add-on to the grants, or would they have to apply for it?
So ultimately this will be a decision for the Minister, so I don't want to speak on her behalf, but our suggestion will be that it be as streamlined as possible. So potentially a letter of offer from the department that can just be accepted as opposed to a application form process. But I don't want to commit the Minister in advance of us having briefed her on those options.
Okay, yeah, in order to not tie up organisations spending their precious admin time and having to put in applications for small amounts of money. What's the indexation rate or rates that you're going to be using to assess, the extra money that's going to be needed?
So obviously we've been given a bucket of money that's been calculated based on some parameters. We'll be applying that money in what we think is an equitable way to the services. We won't be using a specific indexation parameter.
Right, okay. All right. Okay. Can I move on to then more broadly about funding models? So there was also a commitment from government to have improved funding models. So I've got a speech in front of me that the Shadow Assistant Minister for Communities, Jenny McAllister, made in March entitled Restoring Respect for the Community Sector, where she was committing to improve funding models and assessment of all DSS funding models. What's the process for doing that?
So we are proceeding with that. There was a measure in the budget about a stronger and more diverse and independent community sector, as well as the development of a not-for-profit sector blueprint. We are meeting next week with the Community Services Advisory Group, who are going to be kind of the central point for starting the work on this, to develop up, I guess, more sustainable recommendations to government for more sustainable program outcomes and value for money, improve adequacy and certainty of grant funding, and providing the sector with a greater voice. So we're starting the work on that.
Okay. Some of the other things that were in Senator McAllister's speech, I just want to check off whether they are, on the agenda for that group. I mean, one was sharing relevant data with the sector openly and willingly in order to improve service delivery.
Yes, so we actually have a data subgroup of CSAG which engages pretty heavily on the data we collect, largely through our DEX system. But we will be looking to implement the government's commitment by, I guess, the step change in the engagement and sharing of data.
Right, and that funding agreements shouldn't include barriers to advocacy such as gag clauses?
Yes, we've been given specific instructions, that is, they are not to exist.
Okay, and that for-profit providers shouldn't receive funding for essential frontline services?
So that's one of the issues we'll be working through with the group. There's not many for-profit providers that we fund through our grant programs, but it does exist. And so it's a question of how do we transition.
Okay. Longer and more stable funding cycles?
Yep. So that's on the work plan. Obviously, that's been something the sector's been calling for a long time.
Okay, and then in addition to indexation, ensuring tenders and grant programs are sufficiently and appropriately funded to provide for adequate and safe staffing levels and fair and reasonable wages and conditions.
Yes, so obviously this supplementation is a starting point for that, but
That's
future
just covering indexation basically, not
wages,
necessarily.
Yeah, so for future grant programs or renewal of grant programs, we'll be looking at what's fair, what's reasonable. I mean, we do work off the award wage, the SACS award, and as you know, there's been a lot of supplementation provided to grants because of increases to the SACS award in the last 10 years. 12, 15 years. It's been an ongoing process, but it's something we're very conscious of.
Okay, and in terms of then working through this with the advisory group, what's
Yep.
the expected timeline that you're going to be working through to get these changed funding arrangements?
So we would be working towards coming back to government in early 2024 with a set of recommendations.
Okay, so
it's
working through it all next year?
Yes, a significant program. We want to have time for a consultation process. CSAG represents a lot of bodies, but there's a lot of other bodies who want to be engaged with this.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's me for outcome 2.
Oh, for outcome 2?
Yes.
Yep, okay, great. So Senator Ruston, do you want to take us through till 1 o'clock?
Sure. Thanks for this financial wellbeing and capability spreadsheet. Just interested. So this is obviously actuals for 21-22.
I might ask Mr. Burford to confirm.
Yes, it is, Senator. Yep.
Okay, so the emergency relief is the standard emergency relief. The financial counselling and the hotline are. So I'm trying to work out where the additional funding is for of the 225 million. Where does that actually sit?
So part of it, you've got, just making sure you've got the table.
Oh, hang on. Have I got Loftus another side?
Can I just jump in?
Oh, sorry. Yes,
The document we have in front of us, is the committee happy to have that tabled? Yes, I will take those.
I saw enthusiastic.
You saw enthusiastic nods, Minister. I'll take your word for it. Thank you.
So, Senator, the first table is a forward-looking table. Going forward, the first table is. Have you got this?
So, sorry, I'm looking at this side.
No,
Want me to look at this
yeah,
side?
that's
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
The
thank
first table goes forward, so funding that's available into the forward years.
Yep.
And the second table kind of goes backwards, and they kind of overlap, so that's a bit confusing. But
you. Kind of forwards, kind of backwards, kind of overlapping.
I mean, I
Okay.
think to answer your question directly, the additional remaining funding
Yeah.
from the community support package and the flood package would be sitting in that emergency relief
Yep.
line. So that's why it's higher than in the out years.
Okay, so the financial resilience is made up of Saver Plus,
Neil's.
Neil's. What is community development financial institutions?
We fund some small microfinance.
Oh, so it's the
activities.
microfinancing stuff. Okay, okay, cool. So we've got from January 2019 through to June 23. Okay, so can I ask you, in terms on the bigger table, under Neil's, you've got 63,293,000?
Where, sorry?
On the big table, the big picture.
Oh.
Yep.
For the 21-22.
Yeah, the 21-22 under the
Yep.
financial resilience breakdown. You've got 63,293 for Neil's.
That's client numbers, isn't it?
Oh, is it client numbers?
Yep.
Okay, so where do I find the number that sits against Neil's, the amount?
We haven't got that breakdown here. We'd have to go back and get more detail for you.
Okay, could you take on notice? I'd just be interested to understand how much was allocated to Neil's, how much was spent, and what the percentage of the applications that were received by Good Shepherd were actually successful in being the person being awarded the no interest loan.
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, that didn't take very long, did it?
What would you like to do? Do you want to do another 5 minutes of something, or do you want to break?
Yeah, I can. I was just you made an election, sorry, the government made an election commitment, the department didn't, in relation to the funding of $1.3 million to Loaves and Fishes operations in Tasmania. Where is that contained in terms of in the budget? Is that in the...
So that was
in
a
here?
capital commitment.
A capital commitment?
Yeah, so infrastructure, Department of Infrastructure implementing that. So.
Okay. So it's just a one-off
Correct.
commitment. So there is no commitment or considered commitment by the federal government to provide operational funding to Loaves and Fishes going forward that you're aware of? Or you haven't provided advice or anything?
There's no decision around that, no.
Maybe, Minister, you could take this on notice as to whether there is any intention in relation to the federal government adding a state-based food relief provider to because at the moment we've got 3 national food relief, or actually we've got 1 national food relief provider and 2 food rescue organisations that are receiving Commonwealth funding, as to whether there's any intention by the federal government to move to that.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you very much. And can I just ask a few questions around the National Redress Scheme, or would you prefer to wait till after? Because I'm assuming you'll need different people, will you?
Senator Ruston, if there's a number, just so we're not interrupting
Yeah.
a block, we might break in a moment.
Yeah, sure. No,
and then we can come back after lunch if that's okay.
Well, when I come back, I would like to have a
redress?
chat. Redress if I could, thanks.
Chair, if we get the opportunity before the break, can we just read a couple of answers in?
Yes, please do.
Thanks.
Happy for me to do that now. Pat Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer. Yesterday I took a few questions. I have some responses for the committee. First was in relation to security incidents in the Department of Social Services, and I can confirm the answer I gave yesterday was we haven't had any reportable incidents. So that's that one. I think the next one was in relation to contractor terminations in the Department of Social Services. I've also got APS as well. I didn't quite catch the question, but I think the answer to that was there were no APS staff terminated between the election and the 7th of November, make that the 9th of November. Terminated 19 contractors over that same period. We converted 47 contractors to APS employees, 61 contractors resigned, 16 left personal circumstances, and through the natural kind of ending of contracts, another 33 left over that period. We've also onboarded contractors over the same time frame. And the last question was in relation to bullying and harassment. Since the election, we've had 8 allegations. We report all allegations of bullying and harassment. 2 are still under investigation. 6 have been finalised, and there are a series of outcomes associated with those that I'd rather not provide detail on, given the limited numbers. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr Hetherington. It being almost 1 o'clock, we will now suspend for lunch for an hour. We'll be returning at 1 o'clock. We'll be continuing with outcome 2. Sorry, probably need more than a minute to have a sandwich. So we'll be coming back at 2 o'clock with outcome 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. The committee will now resume. We're returning to questions under outcome 2. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Can I just, before I move on to redress, just there was a decision taken by the previous government in relation to some consent research to be done in schools that was to be undertaken by Chanel Contos. I was just wondering, can anyone give me an update on where that research project is?
I'd have to get you some detail on notice. I know my team have met with Ms Contos about that project, but I would need to get you some more information about what the current status is.
Yeah.
The funding, from recollection, was not directly to her, it was through our Watch funding.
Yes.
So that's still a matter of discussions, and we're progressing that piece of work. But we obviously need to make sure it aligns with the additional election commitment the government had about discussion of consent in schools. There was a $76 million commitment. So we'll be working with Ms Contos to make sure her project complements and supports that other piece of work.
Yeah, so if we give an update, because my understanding was that the money via our Watch was going to be very much a project that Ms Contos was going to be very involved in, and I just wondered where that relationship was at the moment. So, redress.
Yes, Senator?
I was just wondering, just to get a bit of an update on some of the outcomes of initiatives. So the passage of the legislation that enabled payments to applicants who were terminally ill or elderly, I'm just wondering how many of those payments have been sought and how many of them have been received.
Emma Kate McGuirk, Group Manager, Redress. Senator, the advance payments, so far 1,541 applicants have been made an offer of an advance payment, and 1,157 payments have been made.
Okay. So how many applications have been for that 1,541? I suppose, have any of them not been accepted?
I don't have that information with me. I'll take it on notice.
Yeah, okay. So just wondering, as part of the second year review, there was an agreement around the funding, 50% of funder of last resort commitment for defunct institutions. And that legislation has already, obviously was passed to Parliament, so I think we had about a year under our belt of that. Just wondering how many cases the government's provided redress as the funder of last resort due to the institution either being defunct or no longer in existence since that legislation passed.
So far, under the expanded funder of last resort arrangements, 8 organisations have been listed. We're in discussions with state and territory governments around a significant number of others with the potential to be listed.
Okay, so 8 organisations have been listed. There are a number of others that you're determining whether they meet the criteria for being listed.
That's correct.
And of the 8 organisations that have been listed, I mean, I understand you may not be able to give me the number, but do we have a number of claims that were able to have been progressed as a result of that?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Yep, sure. Could I then maybe at a higher level, the listing of those or the acceptance of those 8 organisations as funder of last resort, has that enabled any applications that were otherwise on hold because of this purpose to be able to be progressed?
Yes, it has, Senator.
Great, thank you. So just on some high-level numbers, what number are we up to in terms of applications that have been received by the scheme so far?
So as at the 28th of October 2022, 20,074 applications have been received by the scheme.
Okay. And how many outcomes have been issued to applicants?
11,006 outcomes as at the same date.
Okay. How many applications are on hold at the moment because they are unable to be progressed for a reason?
So the number of applications formally on hold is 2,055.
2,055. Okay. So in terms of the outcomes, so how many of those 11,006 that you said have received payments?
So 9,814 payments have been made.
So is there a direct assumption that the other 1,200 are still waiting a response from the people who've been made an offer as to whether they've accepted the offer or not?
So at the moment, 757 offers have been made where we're still awaiting an applicant's decision. The balance of that number, pardon me, is then those who have were ineligible. So there's a gap there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what's the financial value to date of how much you've paid out to these 9,814 applicants?
Around $861 million.
$861 million. Okay. I noticed there's an additional $15 million that's been provided in the budget, and in this morning's news article that was dropped suggests it's going to additional resources within the department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. So can I ask, in terms of the don't want to call it a backlog because I know how hard you work, is this additional $15 million going to be able to change the dial in terms of being able to get applications to the maximum level of progression that they can do, considering the application of additional resources?
Senator, it will certainly contribute to keeping the number of claims on hand, which is the term we're using, within a similar frame to the current number of claims on hand.
Okay, so it's you're finding that you're needing additional resources just to maintain.
Just goes through the increase in applications since March, and you may recall that the application rate did go up after we made the changes around online applications. It's been a significant and sustained increase, so we might just take you through that, Senator.
This is probably the best way to look at it. So in the 3 years to March 2022, we were receiving around about an average of 307 or so applications per month. And then in March, we made the changes to move to full digital authentication and remove the statutory declaration. And in the 7 months post-March, we're now receiving an average of 776 applications per month. So that's moved from 307 to 776. Or if you want to think about it in per week, our average, in year 5 of the scheme, which we're currently in, has been 180 applications per week. In year 4 of the scheme, that was 115 per week, and that average is even skewed by those last 3 months.
I mean, obviously it's great that people are feeling more comfortable about coming forward since the changes that have been put in place. Did the department or your division, Mr McGuirk, anticipate that the increase in the number of applications was likely to more than double as a result of these changes?
I think we've had some discussions about it might well increase, but I don't think we had put a figure like that on it.
Yeah, the magnitude was going to be quite the way it is. Minister, I'm just wondering, this morning in a press release, the Minister said that that the additional $15 million was basically as a result of the neglect of the redress scheme by the previous government. Given the evidence that the department's just given around why we've seen an increase in the number of people that have been prepared to come forward, which is a pleasing result, do you think it was a somewhat disingenuous comment by the Minister not to acknowledge that the increase in resources was as a result of improvements made to the scheme by the previous government?
No.
No, I didn't think you would. Yeah, exactly. That was for self-reflection. So when the Royal Commission made its findings, it estimated that the average payment per claim would be likely to be around $65,000. I know that it was previously tracking above that. Is that continued to be higher than that? And if so, what is the current number and the average amount?
The average payment is $87,777 currently.
Okay, thanks. And so you were saying that you were receiving, say, 776 on average per month. What is your processing rate per month at the moment in terms of finalisation? Or offers made, I should say, is probably the better metric.
So currently, the scheme per week, in the last couple of weeks, it's been around 100 offers have been made per week in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, that's great. There was, if I remember correctly, some consideration around access for applications from people who were in jail. What's the status of that particular measure as opposed to the redress board? Has that progressed?
So the redress board met recently and considered a range of matters and reached some in-principle agreement on that issue and some others, and ministers agreed to take those in-principle positions back to their various cabinets. So it's still close to finalisation. But
so the Minister hopes to be able to make a statement about that early in the new year.
Great. So how many organisations are currently named as refusing to accept their obligations under the National Redress Scheme, either because they were named in the Royal Commission or
it's still 5.
Still 5. So there have been no new organisations been named in any of these new applications?
Not since Woodlands, no.
So within the, obviously they've got a statutory time frame in which they are able to, so there could be some pending. They just haven't met their time limit.
We haven't hit the time limit.
Yep, okay, cool. Okay, all right. So how, there was a the National Redress Scheme Charter that was published in September. So I'm just interested to understand what the defined sort of benefits to victim survivors is of that charter, in terms of the purpose of the charter for adding value or benefit to people making application to the scheme.
Well, you remember it was a recommendation of the second anniversary review. A number of survivors raised that they would like a survivors service charter. So the team has undertaken detailed work and consultation with groups of survivors on what they'd like to see in that charter. So the document provides them, I guess, with a sense of accountability from the scheme as to the service offer that they will receive. And that was important to survivors. I don't know if Ms McGurk has anything else to add.
Have survivors engaged with the charter since it's been available? I mean, it's only been available for a very short time.
We haven't had significant feedback on the charter. We had done extensive, not just consultations, it was actually a co-design process with all the major advocates, survivor groups, state and territory colleagues as well. So the content was, they were fairly familiar with it prior to it being published.
Sure, that's great. That's me done on redress.
Yeah, so Senator Nampijinpa-Price had a block of questions as well. So shall we go to Jacinta and then come back to you, Anne?
Okay. Sure. My questions relate to the cashless debit card.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Just interested, the government is set to spend $217.7 million over 4 years from 2022 to 23 to abolish the cashless debit card and commence transition to voluntary income management. Can I please be provided a breakdown of what the $217.7 million is to be used for?
I might ask Mr Burford to speak to that.
Senator, out of the 217 you quoted, 174 will be for the support services. That's roughly spread out around 40 to 45 million over the 4 years of the forward estimates. The large majority of the remainder is in this financial year, which is about seeing to the end of the current contracts, for example, with the card provider, that has to operate until 6th of March. And so that'll be the main drivers of that.
Also it's funding for Services Australia to undertake the service delivery outreach to people to help them transition off the card.
Given the implementation of the card was a cost of $1,200 per user per year, do we have a figure for what the cost will be per user to abolish the card?
So, Senator, that cost was a per unit cost that disregarded the startup costs of the card. The abolition of the card, it's not directly comparable because we're funding services for all people in the sites that where the cashless debit card is no longer going to be present. So it's going to be provide services to a wider group of people. So I don't think it would be meaningful to do a direct comparison because the per capita is different, the denominator is different.
With the creation of a new income management card, what will the costs of the creation of that new card and implementation of that card be going forward?
That hasn't been published due to it's a commercial activity, and clearly Services Australia don't want to jeopardise their commercial position.
Can you please give me an indication of what will set apart this new card to what the cashless debit card did?
So essentially, from the point of view of the customer or participant, they won't deal with a private financial institution anymore. They'll deal directly with Services Australia for all assistance through this card. So they will retain, it will retain the contemporary features and expand on those. So, but for the customer's point of view, they won't be talking directly to a private company anymore.
Senator, the other side of the other part of it, it's under that enhanced income management program, and so the amount of funds that are quarantined would be, in the case of, with the exception of Cape York, it'll be a 50-50 split rather than 80-20 and other variations around that theme. So that'll be a key difference of the enhanced income management, is the program that would sit above that card.
Where does the IP sit for the, well, I guess the new card, the development of the new card? Is that an enhancement of the current cashless debit card, or is it an entirely new card altogether?
I think we best take those questions with Services Australia tonight, Senator, because they're doing the procurement and they're much closer to it. I don't want to give you a misleading answer.
And sorry, did I and the costs for that is yet to come. So that hasn't been factored into this current budget in the
Well, it's been factored in. We haven't released it because of the commercial sensitivities
because
of
of
the
the commercial
negotiation.
sensitivities around it. So will participants then be required to adopt new ways of accessing their funds, viewing their accounts, account information with regard to this new, the development of this new card?
Yes, in the sense, as I said, that they will now go to Services Australia to get their account information as opposed to a private company.
So therefore, unlike the cashless debit card, users won't simply be able to look up their account details through their banking institutions. It's all entirely done entirely through Services Australia, Centrelink or MyGov, or through those channels.
Yeah. And again, I think to get the detail on that, it's best to ask that tonight.
Ask that tonight. Okay, so I guess if I wanted to ask questions around the streamlining of that technology or whether it's completely separate, I should be waiting for later.
I think that'd be wise.
But users will pretty much have to learn an entirely new system of operation.
Well, I don't personally know the ins and outs of the detail, which is why I'm suggesting that have that discussion tonight, and they'll be able to tell you.
Sounds like the case. The DSS website states that support services will be co-designed with local community to ensure the support meets local needs and empowering local voices and decision making. So when did the co-design work begin for the support services of each of the CDC sites? So for Ceduna, East Kimberley, Goldfield, Bundaberg, Hervey Bay, Cape York, Doomadgee and the Northern Territory.
So, Senator, in the lead up to the government's announcement, we were having frequent engagements with community organisations, individuals, other stakeholders in all those sites. We obviously, now the government's announced this co-design process, we've moved into kind of a more formal engagement. We meet every 2 weeks with a selection of community organisations in each of those sites to start the conversation about co-design. So yeah, we're underway with the process. I think it's just important to emphasise the existing support services have all been extended, so this is about co-design of additional support services.
Gap analysis.
And what are the organisations, peak bodies, local councils, law enforcement, local MPs, medical service providers, that are involved with the design process, and can you sort of give us an idea of what the extent of their involvement is?
So between, just as an example, Senator, between 23rd of June and 23rd of September, either the Minister or the Assistant Minister had engagement with around 87 different organisations across all trial sites and in Alice Springs and Darwin. Unfortunately, they were trying to get to Maningrida as well, but on the day that wasn't possible. And that covers all the, the full range of organisations that you just mentioned, from Aboriginal community controlled organisations through to local community leadership, peak bodies, the police, the council, and users of the card.
Sorry, what were those dates again? 23rd of June to...
23rd of June till the 23rd of September, across Ceduna, Leonora, Kalgoorlie, Arakoon, Cairns, Harvey Bay, Childers, Bundaberg, Darwin, Alice Springs, Wyndham, Kununurra, Cairns, and there were some online meetings as well.
That engagement, what was it?
In essence, it was an opportunity for both the Minister and the Assistant Minister to be able to explain the government's policy and approach,
So it's what-
and also to hear concerns and see firsthand the work of different parts of the system, like the local partners, for example. And I think that was good. And as you know, there were amendments to the original legislation as a result of the interaction on the ground.
So you wouldn't couch it as consultation?
I would couch it as engagement and with formal consultation to follow through the process that Ms Effenweb has mentioned.
Okay, so could you describe to me what you consider consultation to be?
In this context or generally?
Any context.
Well, I mean, look, one person's consultation is another's engagement. I think it's fair to say that. But there was, that both ministers sat down and listened as well as explained and engaged in discussion with a variety of stakeholders, as I've mentioned.
So this was a post-decision information provision session. There was no consultation as to the decision that had been made.
Both ministers were very clear that the government had made the decision.
Yeah, okay.
Was prepared to listen to community voices, and as I said, there were amendments made to the legislation, and a number of those resulted from that engagement.
We'll run through. I'll let Senator Nampijinka-Price, but I'll be very keen to run through the process in which those amendments came about.
Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Thank you. So, can you tell me how, if you're aware of the impact the abolition of the cashless debit card has had on the communities within each of the sites?
So, Senator, we've been, as I said, engaging with people on the ground in all the sites. We've had staff in all the sites since the abolition. At this stage, we're unable to determine any impacts related to the progression of people off the card.
So, among some of those engaged, consulted, were police were local police consulted?
Yes.
Yes.
So, in reports in Western Australia, Police Commissioner Cole Branch is on record acknowledging the CDC has been beneficial in remote communities, saying it gives opportunity for the more senior people in families and the elders in some of the Aboriginal communities to use the money on food for kids and other things. It just seems to settle the community down and gives them better opportunity to spend their money on priority needs. So, was the Western Australian Police Commissioner or any other state police commissioner consulted?
Are you talking prior to the...
Certainly prior to the decision to abolish.
The decision was an election commitment, Senator, so we can't comment on consultation that may have taken place prior
Has there
to
been
the
any
election.
consultation since?
Yes, as we said, with police in all those sites, and I think Mr Griggs just said Minister Rishworth and Assistant Minister Elliott met with police in a number of those locations, and fair to say there's a range of views out there.
The only commissioner that I am aware of, because I was in the meeting, was a meeting with Commissioner Chalker in the Northern Territory.
He's the only commissioner that
That I'm aware of in that.
But there's other police that were not commissioners.
In every site, the senior local police, and often it was a regional commander, was engaged.
Is it possible to produce a list?
I was going to say, I mean, so what did Jamie Chalker say to you? Is the information
It wasn't my meeting.
So what did Commissioner Chalker, what was the advice that he gave you?
It was a general discussion around some of the challenges in the Northern Territory, which Commissioner Chalker has made his views quite clear in public.
So, Mr Chalker has been quite clear around his support for intervention to help the more vulnerable people of the Northern Territory. So I'm just interested whether any of the advice that was received from Mr Chalker or other police services who are the frontline responders in so many cases actually influenced any decisions around any of the amendments, or were they completely ignored?
Well, I don't think that's nothing was ignored, Senator. It was an extensive engagement campaign by the Minister and the Assistant Minister to listen to a range of views, and as I said, a number of amendments flowed from that.
Can you be specific about some of those views that were provided?
Well, there were views right across the spectrum, Senator, as you expect, so I don't think it's fruitful to go into examples other than the ministers certainly did not just go and talk to people who supported the abolition of the card. They talked right across the spectrum and received a spectrum of views.
So can I take that to mean that that potentially you received advice from frontline police responders that were concerned about the removal of income management and the impact it would have on communities? You just said that you didn't just meet with people who were disagreeable.
As I said, there was a spectrum of views. I actually, in the meetings I was in, I don't recall any serious concerns being raised by the police.
No. About what?
The governance.
About the plan to abolish the card.
If you could both assist me as chair. Are you continuing your block of questions? Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. So there weren't any particular... so there wasn't... You're suggesting that you heard no concern about the impacts on vulnerable people within Indigenous communities from those that you personally engaged with?
No, what I said was in the engagement with local police, I did not hear outright opposition to the proposal. I said in the broader discussions, there was a range of views canvassed from the people that the ministers engaged with.
Were individuals, grassroots individuals, engaged with and consulted?
Yes.
Yes. During these conversations?
Yeah,
from remote communities?
From those communities, that list of communities that I've read out at each site. Both ministers were at pains to engage with grassroots card holders who and their experiences of the card. And again, that was both people who had positive views of the card and people who did not.
As late as the 30th of August, CDC engagement team sent the Goldfields a raft of draft documents seeking feedback and allowing only 3 days. Does the department think that this is an appropriate amount of time for communities to provide feedback? And who decided on this narrow window, decided this narrow window was appropriate?
I'd have to check that. It wasn't feedback on the proposal that was sought, I don't think. That would have been feedback on the proposed series of meetings, so the proposed engagement plan. So we were really just testing,
Are these the right
group of
people to meet?
stakeholders
Yeah.
we should be meeting with? And so we weren't asking for detailed policy, but I'll follow up and get you a more precise answer on that.
I think that's all right for me for now.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So I apologise that I'm going to ask you a whole heap of questions that were actually asked during the passage of the bill in the Senate, but I've received absolutely no answers to any of the questions that I asked. So I'm really hopeful that the experts at the table might be able to provide me with some of those answers. So just to be clear, the legislation that passed the House, did it abolish the cashless debit card?
Yes.
So there is no cashless debit card access available?
It enabled the abolishment of the card at a date to be settled. So I think that was the construction of it.
Yeah, that's right. People can still volunteer for the card and they will be moved to enhanced income management on 6 March.
So as with most legislation, it enabled a transition period.
Okay. Yep. So the cashless debit card is still in existence. So the changes that occurred by the legislation were that the 4 trial sites went from being compulsory under the conditions under which they were applied to being voluntary. Is that correct?
Can I just clarify? We said that the legislation abolishes the card after a transition period.
Yes, you just said that. Yep.
Oh, I thought you said it didn't do that.
No, you said, yes, that's what you said.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So basically in the period between now and I think you said 6th of March, which we'll get to in a minute, the cashless debit card remains as it previously was, with the exception that in the 4 trial sites, the compulsory application of the card is now voluntary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay, and the subsequent change was the fact that as of the 6th of March, that a new form of income management tool called the Enhanced Income Management Card would come into effect.
Correct.
Okay. Is legislation required for that card to come into effect?
No.
Okay, so this legislation enables that to come into effect. Is there any delegated legislation, subordinate legislation, regulations that will apply to the application of the use of that?
Yes, there is. I might ask Mr. Bonham.
It would be very, at the moment, the current program has a determination which sets out the providers of the card. When a merchant can be blocked from accepting the card, and there is a similar provision in the current Act to do a very similar determination.
Okay, so between now and the 6th of March, I'm assuming you have policy responsibility for the development of this, and that the implementation responsibility will sit with the Department of Services Australia? Okay, so from a policy perspective, what are you working towards having happen on the 6th of March? Is it to be that the Families Responsibility Commission and the Cape York Institute and the people in Cape York will be operating under an income management scheme with the same terms and conditions that they currently are, albeit under a enhanced income management card? Are there proposed to be any changes to that?
So the FRC, the operations of the FRC will continue as they are today.
Okay. So
it's just that the tool will be the EIM rather than the CDC.
Yeah, so I'm sort of trying to understand. So I'm a person in Cape York who's currently on the CDC, and on the 6th of March, what will happen to me? Will I get a new card?
Yes.
And will that new card function any differently than my existing card?
As I outlined, the point of contact will be Services Australia as opposed to a private financial institution. The card which will be provided will enable product level blocking, will enable BPay, etc.
So to that point, Ms Heffron-Webb, so right now I have got a cashless debit card. On the 6th of March, I'll have a enhanced income card, whatever. What functionality will I see as a card recipient that's any different than what I'm seeing today?
You won't be dealing with Indue.
Okay, so if I want to ring and get something done, like as in get a payment, an automatic deduction or something, I'll just ring a different phone number. But in terms of
Services Australia, which is the government agency.
No, I get that. But I'm trying to understand, apart from ringing a different telephone number and having Fred answer the phone instead of Mary, what in a functional and practical sense will be the difference in the functionality of what I am getting? So will I be able to go into the same shops and use my card?
No, because tobacco and pornography will be restricted items under the new program. Which
no, that was my question. My question was, will I be able to go into the same shops and use my card? So you're talking about product level blocking here.
But if I was buying tobacco from a tobacconist, that should be blocked.
Okay, so all you're doing, so the functionality of the card remains the same. It's just that a policy decision's been made that tobacco is going to be included in the block. Okay, so in a sense, if I had a cashless debit card right now and you decided that product level blocking for tobacco was to be put in place, which is a function of the mechanism that sits behind the card, what difference is there in terms of the platform of operation of the cashless debit card and the enhanced income management card? I mean, is all of the investment that has been made into product level blocking, FPOS interface, point of sale interface, and all the technology that sits behind the cashless debit card, is any of that continuing to be used, or are you going to build an entire new superhighway?
Banks have that technology today in general, so.
Product level blocking technology?
Yes, they do.
Senators, good to direct questions this way.
So what I'm trying to understand is
Get a youth bank account.
what is the difference between what is currently in place, apart from the name and the person whose phone number you ring up if you want to do you want to have a direct debit permanently put in place?
Senator, the card will utilise the latest and most contemporary technology, which is what you would expect that the government would want card provided to people to have the latest and most contemporary technology. That includes technology that we all have on our everyday bank accounts and our bank cards, such as, BPay, internet shopping, etc. The card will have that technology. It will operate under the income management legislation because the cashless debit card legislation will no longer exist, and it will operate with Services Australia without people needing to transact with a separate financial institution.
Okay, so who is the financial deposit taking institution for the purposes of the advanced income management card?
That's a matter for the procurement, which I think Mr Griggs said is best, which has been undertaken by Services Australia.
So from a policy perspective, has your department suggested that it be that the deposit-taking institution is the government, or is going to be outsourced?
So it'll need to be a financial institution, but which financial institution it is something Services Australia is working on as part of the procurement.
Okay, well, what I would contend is that all that we have done here is actually change the name of a piece of technology in order to meet an election commitment, caused a whole heap of angst and anguish
direct it as a question to
the people that are concerned. But can I then move to the Northern Territory? Currently, we've got the Basics card in operation for the majority of people in the Northern Territory. They're on income management, and plus another 4,200 people that are currently operating on the cashless debit card. Is it the intention of government, I don't know whether the department or Senator Reyes wants to ask this, to run parallel systems, or is it the intention of to move to just one enhanced income management system?
So, as I think I said earlier, we're undertaking a consultation process. The Minister Rishworth, when she engaged directly with card holders in the Northern Territory, found support for both Basics card and cashless debit card. Some people liked the functionality of the Basics card, and we are very conscious that people have been using that card for 15 years in some cases. So the question of whether the two cards will merge, I think, is something that we want to do more consultation on to inform government.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of funding that will be made available for the new enhanced income management, and I understand the operation of Services Australia. I'm sure you're about to tell me to speak to Services Australia, but if we're going to run a new platform, which is actually the old platform renamed, how many people is the department anticipating will be on the new enhanced income management card, or whatever you call it, as opposed to the Basics card as of the 6th of March? So what are your numbers around who's going to be on?
At a minimum, around 4,500.
So 4,500 on the advanced technology card, and how many would be remaining on the Basics card?
Still the 23,000.
20, yeah, on the Basics card. So how long is the instrument to maintain compulsory income management been extended for?
It was extended for 12 months.
Until what date?
1 October 2023.
1 October 2023. So I'm assuming you're going to tell me that consultation and consideration is ongoing as to whether that is going to be permanently extended or extended again?
Yes, we need to undertake consultation on that to make a recommendation to government about that.
Okay. So is there any cost to the Department of Social Services in relation to these 4,500 people that are going to have their card name changed? Is there anything in the budget, in your budget, as opposed to Services Australia, in relation to activity as it relates to this income management program?
No, I don't believe so.
No, this is services.
Yeah, that would be Services Australia funding.
Okay. All right.
So, as you know, currently we have a contract that will cease and move across to Services Australia.
Yep. So, has there been any cost associated with the termination of any contracts with Inju, or did they all cease because of the virtue of time?
Well, they were all due to cease at the end of December anyway, Senator.
So there has been no independent financial penalty that you're aware of in relation?
There's been no additional cost because there were always disengagement costs built in. So.
What is the status of the relationship with the Traditional Credit Union in the Northern Territory regarding the provision of the cashless debit card?
We have extended their contract until 5 March. And any contract to extend beyond that will be a negotiated settlement between Services Australia and TCU.
Okay. Has the department provided any advice to the Minister in relation to the impacts of changes in the trial sites from compulsory income management to voluntary income management and to date?
We have, as I said earlier, been closely monitoring circumstances in communities, and we have provided, I think, a general update that no issues of concern have been raised. So that's where we're at.
So the department hasn't received any correspondence or communications that would suggest that there has been any change in behaviour?
Not due to the card. So obviously these communities have incidents of, problematic behaviour from time to time, but we've not been informed about a change or an incident that's due to the card.
Clearly they're all writing to me instead of writing to you. So I'm just wondering, in terms of each of the 4 trial sites, how many people have sought to come off the card since the legislation passed, and how many have stayed on? I mean, so we probably take a step back question, Ms. Heffron-Webb. Was the move from being compulsory to being voluntary or not on the card an opt-in or an opt-out mechanism?
So essentially people could contact Services Australia and advise they either wanted to come off the card or they were interested in participation in a voluntary capacity.
So if they didn't contact Services Australia, would they remain on the card?
They remain on the card for now, but there's a program of outreach occurring.
Yeah. So what would be the process if through the program of outreach you weren't able to get in touch with them, because we all know sometimes you can't find someone? What would happen to that person on the 6th of March if you hadn't been able to make contact with them between now and then?
I mean, it's a hypothetical because we have invested, or the government has, a lot of resources in extremely strong outreach, social workers, all kinds of support to try and track every single person. But if there is a person who completely fails to contact, we'll be moving their income support onto the it will just
account.
Their normal bank account.
Just a normal bank account, so that
to
they
their
would
normal,
cease
the
to
normal,
be,
yes,
cease to be on
Correct.
income management.
Yes.
You just said that you've invested strongly in all this outreach program, and yet a minute ago you told me there were no resources associated with this.
Services Australia is
This is
undertaking.
Services-
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so it's not we, it's they.
Sorry, I didn't mean to miss. I said the government has invested, so I was using the collective term.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can speak to them tonight. So back to the question. So how many people have, since the legislation passed, sought to have themselves removed from the card?
9,022.
9,022. And how many have sought to stay on?
55.
How many?
55.
55. So how many are yet to be contacted?
Well, there's yet to transition is 3,281.
Okay, not a problem. And of the people, are these only in the trial?
Yes,
sites?
it doesn't include those on CDC and the NT, and it does include the FRC area.
Okay. So I'm assuming nobody that's transitioned to the CDC in the Northern Territory sought to move back to the basics card as a result of this legislation?
I I can't rule out that there hasn't been someone who asked, but I doubt it.
There has been communications to Northern Territory participants to let them know that this is something that they'll be in contact with, they'll be contacted. This will happen on the 6th of March. So there's quite a bit of communication going on, some of that translated in language as well, Senator.
Yep. So when will we see any of the instruments that relate to the details around what the new card will do and not do? I mean, you mentioned that they're going to have tobacco was going to be added to it. Are there other proposals, or are these still the subject of negotiation?
I think this is there's this instrument is the key one in relation to this matter.
I believe that will be the only determination of this legislation. That will be subject to the outcomes of the negotiations with Services Australia and the provider, because we'll have to name the provider in that determination.
Senator Ruston, can I just check in? We've got about half an hour left in this outcome, and another senator, I think, is seeking questions. So I'm happy for you to continue with this block, but I just want to check in on your timing here before you're moving to the next topic.
Yeah, I can go for days if you'd like. But
I'm sure you could, but in the interests of time management, if you could just give me a steer so I can just manage questions.
I'm happy to say to Senator Smith for a few minutes, and I will guarantee that I'll be finished at 3:30 for you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, my questions go to the government's commitments contained in its election policy called Building Capacity, Building Community, Strengthening Australia's Charities and Not-for-Profits. At the Economics Committee today, I've been able to ask some high-level questions of the Treasury just in regards to delineation of responsibilities and various work streams. The Minister at the table, Senator Gallagher, was able to give me a commitment that I could have a private briefing with officials from Treasury just in regards to the work that they are doing on this. But at this particular point in time, I was wondering if you officials could just step me through the delineation of responsibilities, the various work streams that are currently underway.
Sure. And I hope I match up with what Treasury told you. So Treasury has lead on the work on philanthropy and expanding philanthropy, and we have lead on the work on a stronger, more diverse, independent community sector, and the development of the not-for-profit sector blueprint. But obviously we are working closely together with our colleagues. I mentioned earlier we'll be using the Community Sector Advisory Group. That is an existing group that I chair that reflects membership of a lot of the not-for-profits to do co-design work on both of those initiatives with a view to providing advice to the government early 2024.
Could you provide me on notice a list of all of the member organisations of the Community Services Advisory Group?
Yes.
And the name of the representative of each of those groups? That would be much appreciated. Are you able to sort of share with me what various work streams might be applied to the work that the department is doing with the CSAG?
Yes, so consistent with the government commitment, where there's a number of areas that were outlined. So issues around the length of grant agreements and if there's opportunity to embed longer grant agreements, issues about the adequacy of funding to meet the true cost of delivery, issues about the diversity within the community support sector and whether there's an opportunity for some smaller organisations to have more opportunity to, I guess, seek grants and be funded. And then there, I'm just looking, a piece of work on efficiency and efficacy. So I think that's the broad sweep of it, but the aim would be to bring it together as a package of reform.
So how many times is the Community Services Advisory Group expected to meet between now and early 2024?
So it currently meets once a quarter.
Quarterly,
Yeah, I guess we'll probably form some working groups to undertake some of the specific pieces of work. But so I wouldn't want to say that, it'll be exactly 6 times or something, but it might be something like that with a series of working groups that reports back.
Have any formal working groups been established thus far to give effect to the government's building capacity, building community election commitments?
No, we have some existing working groups, but no, we haven't formulated new working groups since
If details of those existing working groups could be provided and the names of officials and/or community representatives that are participating on those would be much appreciated. So specifically turning to the convening of a non-profit sector expert reference panel group, has that been confirmed? Has that been initiated or confirmed thus far?
I might just ask Mr Burford on that one.
Not to my knowledge yet, Senator. We might have to take that on notice to confirm.
That would be great. And so then I take from that the blueprint has not yet commenced. So
No,
the commitment said convening a non-profit sector expert reference panel to draw up a blueprint that will set out how Australia's charities can reach their potential.
That's right, Senator, and that is yet to commence, but that's part of the discussion with CSAG to consider how best to progress that work, and the membership, and we'll be looking at whether we've got all the right people at the table for that discussion as well.
Fantastic. So when we think about, so the subtitle of the government's initiative was Strengthening Australia's Charities and Non-Profits. So when you think about the charitable and non-profit sector, do you think them as one unit or do you think of them as two? And if you think of them as two, how do you delineate between charities and not-for-profit sector?
There's a thesis in that, Senator, probably. And, the not-for-profit sector broadly can include things like hospitals and so forth. So we are thinking about kind of, public wellbeing charities. There is some tax law around this about who's deemed to be a charity and who isn't and so forth. We haven't really kind of dived in detail as to, the exact scope and whether there's certain groups that, for example, large hospitals are probably not the sector that's in focus here, but that's part of the work we'll need to be doing.
So, but it's right to assume that you're approaching that in the broad and not narrowly as to inadvertently exclude certain groups.
No, correct.
Great,
and there's not-for-profit and charitable groups that work on things that actually sit outside our department. Mental health is a great example. It sits in Department of Health. So we'll be working across the Commonwealth on this.
Yep. So the initiative that goes to working with charities and donors to double philanthropic giving by 2030, that is an initiative that sits completely with the Treasury?
Yes, they've got lead on that. I mean, we are collaborating, but they have lead.
Yep. And then when we talk about securing state and territory harmony, my word, not a word that's used in the election commitment, but when we think about working towards state and territory harmony around fundraising laws and regulation, that is a Treasury responsibility? Yeah, great. Then if you could help me understand, there's the non-profit sector expert reference panel, which is responsible, as I understand it, for creating a blueprint. Then from the blueprint, there will be the sector development plan, which will be managed or overseen by a specific reference group, which will be different from the non-profit sector expert reference panel. Have I captured that correctly?
Yes.
Great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. So, Secretary, I'm just hoping I might be able to secure Minister, I might be able, Assistant Minister, secure a commitment from yourself similar to the one that Senator Gallagher was able to give me, that I might be able to secure a private briefing with officials from the Department of Social Services just to get into some of the granularity of these things.
I think you called me secretary, then minister, then assistant minister.
No, I looked at you when I was talking about the secretary, and I looked at the secretary and I was talking about the assistant minister.
I want to make a commitment before you.
Your skills are
reassign
universal.
Me. We
Senator
reassign me somewhere else.
Prime Minister next.
Look, I'll certainly have a discussion with the minister about that.
Great,
that sounds like a good development, and I've learned a bit over the last 5 minutes. Listening carefully to your questions.
Lucky you, Senator Ayres. Senator Ruston, your turn.
In the recent legislation that went through the Parliament at the same time, we had the instrument reissuing in relation to the Northern Territory income management sites. Just wondering, what was the advice that was provided, or did you provide advice as to why it was deemed that people on income management by the CDC would go to voluntary income management, and yet people who are on the basics card mechanism to deliver income management were to remain compulsory? So we've got a group of people who live in the Northern Territory who have been extended the compulsory nature of income management, and yet at the same time, in the very same week, a group of people who are on income management were made voluntary. I was just wondering what the differentiation was between the people who were forced to remain on income management for another 12 months compulsorily, and those that were not forced to do so, because they're both forms of income management.
So, Senator, the government's election commitment was about abolition of the CDC, and they indicated in that context that they would be looking to move towards voluntary income management. But obviously, income management in the Northern Territory has been in place a long time. There is a desire to have detailed community engagement on the future of income management. And so, no, we did not provide advice specific to that because the government had an election commitment.
So the government, this may be to you, Assistant Minister Ayres, so the government thought that it was necessary to have ongoing and detailed communication and negotiation in the Northern Territory around compulsory income management, but it didn't see the necessity to even speak to the people in the income management sites that it was about to make voluntary.
In the sites outside of the Northern Territory?
No, it didn't seek to have any engagement with any of the sites that it chose to say we're going voluntary, and yet the Deputy Secretary's just said that the government thought it was necessary to have in-depth discussion and consultation with the people in the Northern Territories. I'm trying to understand the difference between the people in the Northern Territory and the people in other areas of income management. I mean, why have you discriminated against one group of people in terms of how they've been treated as opposed to another group of people in terms of the engagement and the process?
Well, we've delivered on the election commitment that we made.
Yeah, I think you've
we're,
said that.
We're consulting carefully in the Northern Territory and you know, working through that in a very methodical way. And I think it was outlined by the Secretary and his colleagues, the level of... I spent a bit of time actually, Senator, trying to work out what the difference between consultation and engagement was really. I'm not sure that there really is a difference between those two things. Consulting with people to share ideas and assist to reach a decision, and engagement seemed to me to be the same thing. I wasn't quite sure what the...
Maybe you should get a dictionary out.
Well, I did. That's the problem. I did grab a dictionary, and I you know, I mean, I was paying careful attention to one of the other Senator's questions, but I grabbed a dictionary and I looked at it. I looked at it right way up. I looked at it upside down, and I couldn't really figure out what the difference was. Maybe.
Can I butt in? It's the International Association Association of Public Participation, who have a very good
Look, I am certain
assessment of the ladder of engagement.
Yeah, I am certain that if you had a degree in sort of semiotics and linguistics from the University of Adelaide or something, that you would absolutely be able to talk at great length about that. The government made a commitment to abolish the CDC. Dealing with income management is, and working our way through those things in the Northern Territory is a separate issue. We're doing that really carefully and we'll continue to do that. Consistently with the position that the department's taken you through pretty carefully over the course of the last couple of hours.
Well, I would just put it to you, Assistant Minister, that going and speaking to people after a decision has been made is a completely different thing than going and speaking to them about what they would like. And it appears as if the people who are in the trial sites have been told after the event what they're going to get, whereas the people in the Northern Territory you're consulting with in the process of determining what is going to happen next, and I just don't quite understand what the difference is between people who live in the Northern Territory and people who live in other states and territories. But anyway, you've made your decision.
Was that your question to the Minister? Sorry, Senator Ruston.
So I was just wondering if I went back to the department. I was wondering, Mr Griggs, at any time, did the previous government ever request advice about forcing age pensions onto the cashless debit card? You can't get to the nature of advice to government.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you very much. During the election campaign, there were a number of Labor Party members of Parliament and senators who were posting information on social media, attending press conferences and media outings, and saying that the federal government at the time, the coalition government, was intending to force age pensioners onto the cashless debit card. I was wondering, Assistant Minister, whether you have any evidence to suggest that that was ever the case, given the advice that Mr Griggs has just given, that there was never any request of the government that he's aware of for that to be the case. I'm just wondering if you have any evidence as to why this particular information was spread around during the election campaign.
I haven't. I listened to what Mr Griggs said. I saw. I actually didn't see the original material during the course of the election campaign. I saw your and others' complaints about it. All I would say is that there was some material that I'm told supported those claims, and it fits pretty closely with the kind of assertions and the kind of thinking that drove the ideological determination of the previous government around the cashless debit card that had very little evidence base to support its development, was prosecuted relentlessly as a part of a sort of ideological campaign, and people across the country were concerned that the Morrison government would extend the cashless debit card beyond the footprint that it had already established. And I think people were right to be concerned, because it fit very closely with the sort of politics before policy sort of approach that the previous government had on these questions.
So you made mention a minute ago that you had had evidence that suggested that this was going to occur. I was wondering whether you might be able to provide that evidence, because I would contend that you do not have such evidence, that the evidence was manufactured and misrepresented, and that the Labor Party lied right through the campaign.
I know that there's a sense of. I know that there's a sense of grievance about.
No, not at all, Senator. I just would like
these
to know.
issues, and I know it's been a difficult.
Are you able to provide that information?
I know it's been a difficult 6 months. I know.
Senators,
don't be
let's take-
patronising.
Senators, let's
This is
take a
not,
breath. Senators, let's take a breath.
This is not the purpose of, really, this is not the purpose of Senate estimates and grievances about what happened in the last
Not
election.
at all, but I think the Australian public deserve an explanation as to why you lied to them.
Senator
So
Ruston, we've been going so well. Could we rephrase as a question for the Minister? Minister, if you could answer your question and then allow the Senator to ask another question, please.
So I would just be, once again, ask, would you be able to table the evidence that you were referring to in your previous answer? Because I would be delighted to...
I've given you an answer.
So you're not going to provide the information that you said you had?
We've had plenty of opportunity to traverse those issues in the Parliament and outside the Parliament. I'm not sure that I've got too much more to add.
So you don't have any evidence? Is that what you're saying, or do you?
No, I'm saying that those claims have been made. You and some of your colleagues are very anxious about those claims being made. I understand that. I'm not sure I can help you much more.
Yeah, so I am quite offended.
I'd like to be helpful, but I can't.
You can't be because you don't have that.
I'd love to help
Senators,
you, but I can't.
Senators, if we could phrase these as questions rather than debates, it would assist the committee. Senator Ruston.
Okay. So I'll ask one more time and then I'll leave it hanging. I would ask the Assistant Minister to please provide the evidence on the basis of which he made the allegation in his previous answer. So can I just ask, in terms of the impact of the withdrawal of income management in some places around Australia, was any advice sought from the Australian Institute of Family Studies about doing any studies around the impact of the withdrawal of the card, or is there any intention to do any sort of studies around what might happen, whether it be the Australian Institute of Family Studies or other organisations?
It won't be AIFS, but...
Yeah, we are in the process of contracting with a research institution in order to take some analysis of that.
So what would be the process in terms of contracting a research institution, because our track record hasn't been terribly good at getting research institutions to actually research the facts on the ground in terms of being able to get access to state and territory based data. It's all been terribly subjective and qualitative.
Yeah, and those issues around state and territory data are very complex and difficult, but we're contracting someone to make best efforts to provide us with some analysis of the impact.
So has there been any attempt or to try and to get information out of the states and territories? Because I know there's been a great deal of reluctance to be able to provide those things like police interactions and domestic violence incidents and the things that are collected by states and territories.
Yes, work on that continues. We are in continued discussions with states and territories about setting up data sharing agreements.
So do we have any idea of when we might be able to get some of that information?
Some information has been provided and some information has been made public, I think, but in general, the unit of location we are using does not readily match the administrative data sets that states and territories hold. Also, many of these data items have high degree of volatility, seasonal volatility, other factors. So I think it's going to be a long, complex project.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I'm just going to confirm with senators that we are finished with outcome 2 and all senators are happy to move on. Great. Excellent. Secretary, we're happy for you to dismiss any officials no longer required as part of outcome 2. We will now be moving to outcome 3, program 3.1. So we'll just allow a minute for a bit of a reshuffle at the table.
Okay.
We are 11 minutes ahead of schedule. So have we finished all of outcome 2? Yes.
And what about tomorrow, though? We're only on outcome 1 tomorrow? And there's no
We're back to health tomorrow, so this is the last for DSS.
Yeah, okay, so there's different outcomes. There's the same outcomes, but different.
Different, yeah.
Got it now. I'm just finding my reading through community affairs.
Yes.
Ms. Emma Kate McGuirk wanted to clarify and expand on a previous answer. We provided information that there had been 8 institutions onboarded to redress under the expanded FOLA arrangement. There's actually 19. We unfortunately forgot to include the ones that were covered both old and new FOLA. And the onboarding of those 19 institutions has enabled 32 applications to progress.
Can I just put on the record, Chair, what an amazing job that the redress section of the department do. It's a very confronting thing to do, and I would like to acknowledge Ms McGuirk and the extraordinary work of her team. And
thank you, Senator Ruston. I think all of the committee would join you in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now be moving to outcome 3. I believe Senator Reynolds is, Senator Ruston is seeking the call again.
Yeah, look, I just a few questions around disability employment services, if I could. Janet and I are used to too much of a tag team, girl. I'm just wondering, who have we got here? Ms Mitchell. Have we, in relation to compliance activities around disability employment services and they're meeting their goals around placements at 13, 26, 52 weeks, have we, where are we at that? Have we got a bit of a map around who's being successful, who's not? What's the landscape look like out there for disability employment services, particularly in light of the impact of COVID?
Thank you, Senator. Debbie Mitchell, Deputy Secretary, Disabilities and Carers. I actually will ask Mr Bullman to come to the table with the... Oh, he's here? With the details.
Thanks. Hi, how are you?
Good, Senator. Thanks. Ryan Bullman, Group Manager, Disability, Employment and Carers. Senator, just so I'm clear on the question, it's around compliance.
Probably measurement. I probably should have said compliance. I should have said measurement in terms of are we meeting our desired outcomes in terms of the number of people that we are getting placed through disability employment services. I know it's always been an area of some contention that our outcomes aren't as good as they should be. So I was just wondering, what the profile of placements through disability employment services have been of recent times.
Yeah, Senator. So, Senator, I think a way of answering this is we published in our PBS that we met our targets against 13, 26 weeks employment outcomes. But to be more specific, Senator, in 2021, the program achieved 42,336 13-week outcomes, 32,192 26-week outcomes. And just for the transcript, that's keeping people employed for that period of time, as well as 101,536 employment placements. So they're...
That's over what period of time?
Sorry, that's for the period of 2021.
So a calendar year 2021?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And is that more or less than you
sorry,
expect?
that's 2021. I should read more up to date.
Is that an up or down on previous years?
So Senator, the up or down, so that was 2021. In 21-22, there was a slight increase in outcome numbers, but a very large increase in the caseload. So I just don't think it's quite comparing apples with apples.
Okay. Could you explain to me the increase in the case?
In terms of average, percentage of average caseload, it's pretty much stable.
It's relatively stable.
So, from a 13 and 26 week outcome perspective, gone from 1.44% of average caseload to 1.5%. So, and 26 week gone from 1.26 to 1.3. So fairly small variations, and that's over a 4-year period. So it's a fairly flat. If you break it down into average, average monthly, it's pretty flat.
Yeah. So, Mr. Baldwin, you just mentioned that there's seen quite a rise in the caseload from 2021 to 21-22. I was just wondering if there was a particular explanation for that.
So, Senator, the caseload, since the contracts were put in place in 2018, the caseload progressively rose over the years up until, say, between 2018 and 2020, it rose by about 46%. There's a range of factors. We did a midterm review of the program, a range of factors including slight changes in eligibility. COVID was another factor, shifts in number of job seekers on job seeker payment, etc.
Okay. All right. So there's nothing, there's no anomaly in here. It's just everything's reasonably consistent with what has been happening over a number of years.
So the program hasn't been consistent over a number of years. The caseload has been growing over the life of the contract by quite a large amount, if that's the question, Senator.
Yeah. So is that because of the partial capacity to work being a static number as people come on to the program, so they remain on there, and new people coming on? I'm trying to understand why we're seeing such an increase in the caseload of disability employment services.
So the review sort of highlighted a number of drivers. You could imagine COVID, where there was a large increase of job seekers, and that flows through to the Disability Employment Service. That was one element. There has been increased referrals into the program. In the 2018 to 22 period, there was a change where we, for example, included a 52-week outcome as opposed to a 26-week outcome that was in place before, which in practice meant there were more people staying in the program, even though they are employed, receiving that ongoing support for that period. So there were a number of factors that increased the caseload over that period of time.
So did you, with the unemployment figures the way they are at the moment, the lowest they've been in 50 years, was there any, clearly there hasn't been any change in terms of the employability of people who require the services of Disability Employment Service Agency. So are we not seeing any greater opportunities being able to be accessed by people with disability in a supply-constrained market? And, is there anything that the government could be or might be doing to try and assist in breaking down the barriers for people with disability to be able to get them into employment? Because never would there be a better time for people who have got barriers to be able to get into work with the employment rate the way it is.
Yes, Senator, you're right. There are a range of barriers, things like attitudinal barriers and other things that in today's economic conditions that still need to be overcome. Over the last several months, there's been a range of initiatives in place. For example, you would have seen perhaps through the Jobs and Skills Summit, the announcement of working with the Business Council of Australia through an MOU to increase the number of businesses engaging people with disability, not only at entry-level programs or entry-level positions, but on career progression. And that's going to be focused largely around attitudinal change, engaging with boards of some of our largest employers in Australia. There were some other areas where we're very focused at the moment, for example, the visitor economy. And again, this was one that was raised at the Jobs and Skills Summit, where the government has committed to invest $3.3 million in areas where there's high levels of tourism and on the COVID bounce back, and high levels of people with disability that are unemployed, and working in a system of navigators that will match those supply and demand areas. So there's some very important things there. But going back specifically, Senator, to the Disability Employment Service, there is a need, and whether our minister's been very clear about this, to lift the quality of the services to drive greater outcomes in this kind of economic climate. And you would have perhaps seen in August the government's announcement about removing some of the lower performing providers from the service, those that weren't achieving employment outcomes at the rate that we would expect. And the government removed 215 individual services across the sector, which means about 15,500, just slightly under, participants, job seekers with disability, will move to a higher quality service provider, which has a greater chance, I guess, for those people to be embedded into employment. So we can see those kind of measures will be driving better outcomes over the coming weeks and months and years.
Senator Ruston, we've got a few more senators to share the call with today, so just letting you know we're coming to the end of your block.
Yep, okay. Can you just give me an update on how everything's going with the employability project that was, how it's going, and is the intention of the new government to continue with that project?
With employability, it is ongoing.
Dylan Alcott.
Yes. Senator, I might have to take on notice specifics to just give you some stats, but it's absolutely ongoing and we're working through it with the team.
And can you also, you can take this on notice as well, around the Disability Employment Centre of Excellence. When's it going to be operational? What's this measure of success? What's the appropriation? When can we start seeing results, and what are the results that we're expecting to see from that?
Yes, Senator, we'll be working through that detail, so happy to provide something on notice.
Thank you. Senator Rice.
Thank you. All right, starting off with, again, issues regarding disability employment services and the DES complaints line. So the complaints resolution referral service, and as I understand, as of 2020, that was contracted out. Is that still the case?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. And who's fulfilling the contract?
Senator, it's a company called WorkFocus. They hold the contract for the job access service, which includes the CRRS that you referred to.
Okay, and can you give us the AusTender contract notice number?
Yes, I can, and I might get back to you in a moment on that one.
Good. And when does the contract run until?
The contract runs until 30 June 2023.
Okay, so you said it's WorkFocus and they provide the job access service. Is that so? Are they a company that also then provides disability employment services?
No, Senator. So they provide job access, which has a range of different measures under it, which includes different support services for disability and employment, referral services, things like support for employers as they may need workplace modifications, etc. There's a range of measures underneath the job access system.
Right.
Which is it's online, it's a website, and a gateway, I guess, to a range of different disability employment services, not a DES, just to be clear, but things where employers can engage in the system. Within that, the contract includes the referral and resolution service.
Okay, so they've got no connection with a DES provider?
As a company?
As a company, either as a subsidiary or a parent company?
I'd have to take on notice subsidiary and parent. I understand the parent company may be MediHealth, who provides a range from memory of human services, and I'd have to just check on notice the details about links to DES, etc. And I can, Senator, just going back, our CFO has been very helpful here to provide the ID number, which is CN3335890 for WorkFocus Australia Proprietary Limited.
Okay. I mean, my office has heard accounts of people calling the DES complaints line and being told that they are unable to take the complaint, apparently because of conflict of interest or for some reason that they haven't been able to take the complaint. So are you aware of that as an issue?
So, no, Senator, I haven't had raised with me that there's any conflict of interest, which means they can't take a complaint. I'm happy to look into it and provide advice on notice. And Senator, there are multiple customer service lines or complaint lines, I guess. There's the one that operates as the CRRS. We also have the National Customer Service line, which is run through Department of Employment, and there is similarities in what they do. So, of occasion, if one call centre is flat chat, so to speak, very busy, they might refer it or do a warm handover to another customer service line, but I haven't heard of conflict of interest issues.
Okay, so you haven't heard of conflict of interest, but in terms of people calling the complaints line and being told that they can't take the complaint, is that an issue that you've heard about?
Senator, we haven't been advised of that, but if you have a particular person who has been unable to use the service, we would ask you to pass that information on to us.
I will do so. Okay. Now, I'm not sure whether my colleague, Senator Barbara Pocock, asked this yesterday about the carer-friendly workplace framework. You recall whether she asked it yesterday?
No, she didn't ask any questions yesterday.
Okay, good. So I will ask it then. So I understand there's $2 million that's in the budget to allocate to develop a carer-friendly workplace framework. Can you tell me some information about this?
Yes, Senator. So you're right, $2 million for a carer-inclusive workplace initiative. Largely, we're in the design process of this, but what it will look like is a range of self-assessment tools, so businesses, particularly SME, small and medium businesses, can look at their organisation, determine whether they have the right procedures and policies and practices in place to support informal carers, because it's a very large community. We're also going to develop a range of resources, so if they feel like they're falling short as a carer-friendly workplace, they'll be able to take on learning modules, build and adapt their organisation, so it's more carer-friendly.
Okay, so it's basically, in terms of a framework, it's resources that people can access voluntarily.
And self-assessment is really important. Some businesses, particularly some small businesses, just aren't aware that they may not be carer-friendly for informal carers. So this self-assessment process helps them recognise first and then learn and adapt and change and reach a certain level. And that's a lovely runway into some of the more formal assessment processes and accreditation processes as a carer organisation that you can undertake, say, through Carers New South Wales, for example.
Right, and how will this... So you say you're just beginning the work on it, so what's the time frame that you're expecting to have the framework and the resources available?
So shortly we'll head out seeking with a grant for other organisations that will be able to support us in the development of the materials, etc. So I expect that to come through in the coming short period of time, and then we'll be able to, based on what comes through in the grant opportunity, determine sort of timeframes for development. We'd want to move relatively swiftly on this. It's an important piece of work.
Okay, and do you have any sense as to how, once you've got these resources available, how you will make them known and encourage the uptake of the use of them by workplaces?
Yeah, so within that funding and through, we will have promotional materials, etc., to be able to push it out through our networks and others to make sure that there's good uptake.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. My final area was on palliative care funding, which I think I got bumped to here, is that right? This is funding for Palliative Care Australia. I know I got bumped somewhere from aged care. I think it was here. There's been a lot of bumping. There has.
I don't think that's ours, Senator.
Okay. Basically, it was the cut to funding to palliative care. Oh, I'm told that I think it's in health, says my stuff. All right. In fact, it's not here.
No,
Nope.
I don't believe
All right.
so.
Good. Well, then I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Rice. I was going to slowly move to Senator Reynolds.
Yes.
Now, are we still on?
We're on 3.1.
We have no more questions.
No more
for
questions?
3.1.
Okay, Senator Steele-John under 3.1.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. Good timing. All right. So, my questions are in relation to the Disability Employment Service. Who would be best to direct?
Mr.
Yes.
Bullman will come back.
Right. Superb. I can't see your name plaque from here. I'm really sorry.
Neither can I.
Do you have a name plaque?
I do have a name, Senator.
Oh, you have a
I do
name,
have
definitely. There you go.
Senator, I'm
Mr. Bullman.
Mr. Bullman.
Mr. Bullman. Lovely to meet you, Mr. Bullman. So, just taking you to the DES website, it states that the Disability Employment Services, or Disability Employment Services, help people with disability find and keep a job. Is that correct? That's what's on your website. First
yes,
line,
Senator.
I think.
That's right.
Superb. Are you able to tell me the percentage of disabled people that are employed through DES that continue their employment beyond the 26-week period of initial support?
Senator, I can. We have we have several components. I'm just trying to think of the best way to answer this. So I know this year we had 48,000 people reach the 26-week mark, and then we continue to measure on to 52 weeks.
Yep.
For which, and Senator, just give me a moment.
How many thousand was that again?
Sorry, at 26-week mark in the year of 21-22, there was 48,464,
Yep.
and year to date at 26-week mark, so that 6-month period of support, there were 11,967, and I think someone's about to text me my 52-week mark. But Senator, while I'm just getting that other number of 52 weeks, we also have a stream in the program of ongoing support. Now, this doesn't end at 26 or 52, but continues to support people throughout their career where there's high levels of need. And there's 19,580 people receiving ongoing support at the moment. And I'll get back to you on the 52-week mark in a moment, Senator.
Just to make sure I got that secondary figure correct, so it's 48,464, and then after your 26-week period, the number's 11,000. What?
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. That 48,464 was in the full year of 21-22,
Oh, yes.
hitting the 26-week mark.
Right.
And then this year to date, so this financial year to date, 11,967 hit the 26-week mark.
Okay. And what percentage is that 48,000 of the overall number of DES participants?
So the average monthly 26. So the Secretary just mentioned earlier that on a monthly basis, about 1.4% of the average caseload. 52 weeks. So the average monthly 13 and 26-week employment outcomes was 1.5% and 1.3% of the average caseload, respectively. And then when we go to 52 weeks, Senator, sorry, and I know there's a run of numbers here, so bear with me, but the average monthly 52-week outcome was 2,398 participants hitting the 52-week per month, which is 0.78% of the caseload.
All right. So that first figure, and you must forgive me, I'm not the best at listening and scribbling at the same time.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Only, what was it, 1. Percent of your caseload?
1.31% of the average caseload each month hits the 26-week mark.
Okay,
1.3% per month, Senator.
Per month.
So it's not,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't
a,
have an
it's not a
aggregate.
global number.
Yeah. So what's the global figure? I'm just trying to figure out of people that are in this scheme, like quite a significant Commonwealth scheme, what percentage of disabled people are actually keeping their jobs past that particularly that 26-week point, given that your mission statement on your website is to enable disabled people to find and keep their jobs.
Yeah.
So we need to divide the 48,000 into the total caseload for last year, and that will give the Senator a feel of a rough percentage of...
So, Senator, on percentage and ratios, I'll take it on notice because there is some simple maths there about the number against the caseload, but because the caseload shifts and changes, I might take it on notice to give you the percentage for an annual amount. I can give you a monthly rate, but I don't think that's helping.
It's around 36%.
It is around.
So 36% have employment post that 26.
36% hit the 26.
Yeah.
Week.
All right.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you. So 36%. That's not a great figure, is it?
Is that it?
30. Do you have a target for actually where you? Let me reframe that. Do you have a target for where you actually want that figure to be? Because if I was spending $1.4 billion on a program that was only keeping people in 36% of participants in work after 26 weeks, I'd be a bit worried.
So when it comes to targets, Senator, in our portfolio budget statements, we do map out what we had planned for, what measure, and on 52 weeks employment, we did commit to at least 20% of job placements would be sustained to 52 weeks, and the actual was around 24%. And then moving backwards a notch, we did commit to at least 30% of job placements sustained to 26 weeks, and actually again exceeded that to 37%. And going back one step further to the 13-week mark, we committed to 40% of all job placements converting into 13 weeks, and the actual was around 42%. Senator, there's a lot in an employment service where things like a 13-week outcome is a really important part of a journey for job seekers. Like I know it seems short, but having those few runs, especially after long periods of unemployment, means when they come back through again, and hopefully they don't, but a lot of people need a few goes and a lot of support to move from, say, long-term unemployment into very long-term employment. So we map it along that.
Yep. I understand that. I'm familiar with the program, and those figures are useful. Just conscious of time. I want to know the minister announced recently a partnership between DES and the NDIS, a trial to be undertaken in the new year, and I want to know how many DES providers will be participating in that trial.
Senator, we haven't determined the number of DES providers. We're working through the design details with NDIA and the locations where we'll target the trial, and that will sort of inform what number and who in the DES sector we'll engage with.
Do you have an idea of how much DES providers will be paid to participate in the trial?
Senator, we haven't allocated any additional funds or for DES providers to participate in the trial. Under the DES program, they receive outcome payments for people that they support, which is sufficient. The trial is more about ensuring that there's clear pathways and support to navigate those pathways for those that traditionally find it challenging to move, say, from DSP or NDIS into DES. where there's, say, no formal requirements for them to do so, but they have a desire to be employed.
And between the two departments, between DES and the NDIS, is one entity considered the lead on the trial, or is it an equal partnership, or how are we running that?
Senator, we work shoulder to shoulder with NDIA on many things. On this, it's the DSS is the lead policy agency, and NDIA will be our lead team with supporting the implementation and engagement with NDIS participants.
All right. And was this an initiative of the, given you're the policy lead, was this an initiative of that came from DSS, or was it an initiative that came from NDIA, the setting up of the trial?
Senator, it was our department's proposal, but it was working very closely with NDIA, who have an employment plan in place, so it was drawing off each other's experience and learnings.
And which organisations, when you were putting together that proposal, which organisations did the Department of Social Services consult to in putting forward the proposal?
Yeah, outside of government.
Outside of government.
So, Senator, on the very detail of that proposal, we still have a way to go on the design and consultation. Yep. However, one of the areas that came through, Senator, you might be aware we've been running a DES reference group,
yep,
where we have a large number of partners from advocacy sector or from the employment sector, etc., and peak bodies. There was, in my view, from that reference group that I co-chair, a lot of feedback about the complexity for people who are on NDIA, not on a job seeker payment, but on, say, DSP, who have aspirations to work. So we were able to draw off some of those ideas to test this as a part of future thinking for DES reform.
But to be clear, the department did not consult disability advocacy organisations before putting the proposal forward.
Senator, I think my answer before was a bit more accurate, where over...
I get you consulted the reference group, I understand that, I've heard that, but in relation to this, and they gave you some feedback,
yeah,
I hear you, I hear this a lot, they gave you some feedback from the reference group, but in terms of actual disability advocacy organisations who are very familiar with DES and have been talking about the problems with the scheme for a long time, those external organisations, you did not consult before putting this proposal forward.
Senator, on the specifics of this, we've got to design it with our partners in the community. But Senator, I'll just answer the question. But I actually, the simple answer is, on a pathways proposal, no, we didn't have a specific set-up engagement or consultation process or both. But we will be on the design of it because it's still early days, but the ideas and concepts were absolutely drawn from our reference group and other engagements that I've had.
And at no point did the department receive feedback, for instance, from the Jobs Summit, that this was a proposal that they should undertake, did they? Did you?
On the Jobs Summit?
Yeah.
Jobs Summit broadly spoke about the complexity of navigating multiple systems, yeah.
Yeah, but the proposal that you have
No,
put
Senator,
forward,
the proposal is one that we're going to work up and design, absolutely, with advocates and peak bodies and community.
All right, I just need to...
John, I just, sorry to interrupt. There's one more senator who may be joining us before we get to 4 o'clock. So if they walk in, I'm going to hand them the call, but otherwise you can take us through to 4.
No, I've just got a couple of closing questions.
Thank you.
So, Minister Rishworth announced the Department of Social Services would be engaging in this trial process with the goal of better supporting NDIS participants who have an employment goal to engage with a DES provider. What is meant by engage?
Engage with the DES provider?
Yeah, in that context. When we're talking about, yes, better helping them to engage with the DES provider, what is meant there by it?
In practice, Senator, it's to sign up and join a DES service so they can receive the support from DES.
So will this be compulsory?
No. So there's nothing in the proposal that adjusts social security obligations or anything like that. People can voluntarily sign up to DES today and receive services, but we don't have a large number of voluntary sign-ups, largely because of the feedback we receive is it's hard to know how to do it and where to navigate.
So it'll be on a invitation basis?
No, yes, it will be voluntary basis. So it will be more, Senator, just like to imagine in practice, if someone's sitting with our colleagues in the NDIA working through their NDIS plan and they're flagged in that, like 100,000 odd people, participants have, that they have aspirations to work, but they don't know how to take the next step and engage with an employment service or even align their NDIS plan supports with other employment supports. We'll be able to have someone from government to support them on that journey and say, okay, you can have a bit of this from your NDIS plan. Now here's a way we can engage you voluntarily with a DES provider so they can help you with forming up a CV, etc., job seeking, other things, but it won't be compulsory.
So just to be clear, what would happen if a person during the course of that conversation said, no, I do not want, I do want employment as a goal in my plan, but I do not wish to participate in a DES program?
Or they won't be referred to a DES program.
Okay. And if somebody says, I would like to engage with the DES program, but then after engaging with that program decides to opt out, what then?
So if they're a voluntary participant and they decide to opt out, they just decide to opt out. There's no penalty, there's no obligation. It is largely, and we're talking about this voluntary stream, which we have a number of people, I must add, voluntarily participating.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll leave it there. I'll just make the observation that this proposal has not been particularly well received in many parts of the disability community, precisely because of the negative experiences that many disabled people have had with the DES program. And you would be familiar, I'm sure, with the evidence given to the Disability Royal Commission in relation to some people's experience with the DES program. Part of the unhappiness that has been felt in the community is a result of the fact that they feel the proposal has come a bit out of the blue and isn't the result of consultation with disabled people. The NDIA, which we'll speak to later, has learned the hard way over the last 10 years what happens if you don't do that with the community. I think if you're going to start working hand in glove with the NDIA on matters like this, it'd be really good to establish some processes so that when you're putting these proposals together, you're actually consulting externally disabled people's organisations, for instance, that work with these programs every day.
Noted. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Steele-John. There is one other senator seeking to ask some questions. So with the committee's agreement, we might just go to the break slightly early and return at 4:13 to keep everyone on their toes. We will require officials from this item just for a little bit more, but I'm hoping we'll be able to dismiss them soon after. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
The committee. Thank you for sticking around, officials from 3.1, but I believe we will be moving to consideration of 3.2 now. We did just want to wait for another senator, but it's not worked out well, so I appreciate your patience. Now, under this, we may, as a committee, try and seek to deal with the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission in one block between various senators. Can I just confirm they're in the room and ready to go?
The Commissioner's here.
Yeah, great. We'll try and work through these so that we can let you go. All right, I'll kick off with Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. Assistant Minister, Secretary and also Commissioner, it's good to see you again. Could we start, please, if you could go through what the appropriations were in the October budget and also any additional measures that were outlined in the budget?
I can.
Thank you.
Tracy Mackie, Commissioner, NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. In terms of the October measures, we received an additional 2.2 million as a part of the overarching fraud measure. And then we received 2 other savings measures.
So that's the fraud fusion
That's
work?
right.
Thank you.
We've also got a measure around the APS reform, which was 27,000, and the savings measure that was applied across the APS around use of consultants and travel and so forth of 1.3.
Sorry, can you just unpack that, how you're going to meet that?
So it's a relatively new set of measures that have come through, so we're just working through within the organisation about where those savings will come from, and so that's something that's underway at the moment.
Okay, so you've got to find savings of just under 1.3 million this financial year.
Just over 1.3.
Just over 1.3. Okay. Thank you. Please keep going.
So that was all of the additional measures in terms of the October.
And what were the appropriations in this budget, and were they the same as in the March budget?
So in March we had 76.8 million. We also had approval to carry forward a previous loss of 14.7 and some additional new measures of 873,000.
Okay, thank you. Could you please, I notice your latest quarterly activity reports come out, which takes you through to the end of September. There's some interesting variations there in some of your key metrics. Could you just go through some of the more significant, for example, the nearly 10% increase in complaints, and just sort of go through what are you seeing as the key measures that have been reported on? Yep.
Certainly. So we're quite pleased that the number of complaints is increasing. We've done quite a bit of work this year to try and build confidence in participants about where they can go to provide feedback and get a resolution when things aren't going right. And so we're pleased to see that increase. We'll be interested to watch over the next quarter to see whether or not that's a stabilising figure or whether or not that continues to rise. At the same time as we've got that figure increasing, we have done quite a bit of work in the complaint space to look at what is our future approach to the way in which we undertake complaints, including putting in place a new intake and triage arrangement.
Could I ask you on notice if you could provide some more detail to the committee on that process and
Absolutely.
how that's been updated?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The Complaints Commissioner is here. If you'd like to hear more about that, she can do that.
I'm sure between us we've got some questions
Sure.
for the Complaints Commissioner. Thank you. Please keep going.
In terms of other figures in the activity report, we've seen the continued increase in reportable incidents. While that says that there are things happening across the scheme, at the same time that's also a positive from our point of view in terms of we've now got providers reporting when they should be reporting. We haven't always had that, and we've also got providers across all the jurisdictions now quite familiar with those reporting arrangements. Again, as part of the work we're doing in complaints, that triage and intake function will also cut across reportable incidents, so we'll have the same lens of risk determining how we profile and how we move forward on both complaints and reportable incidents. They're probably the two main ones. I probably should say that it looks like we're stabilising in terms of numbers of providers. So
I saw that it's sort of plateaued just under
like
20,000.
That's right. So and that plateau has been coming for a little while, and that sees the end really of the transition process of providers coming into the scheme.
So that really means it's the next stage of maturity of the scheme?
We believe so in terms of where that's sitting.
Thank you. Could I also just ask, while people associate the Commission with quality and safeguarding in terms of service provision for participants, you're also market steward of the supports that are provided increasingly by registered providers, but also unregistered providers. Can you just talk a little bit about how you see that role of the Commission and what issues that you're seeing arise?
So I'd say we've done our first strategic plan this year, which is part of the Commission maturing in its role as a part of a steward of the overall scheme. And very much in that, one of the three focus areas we've called out, or two of the three, are about what our expectations are around the market. So the first one being about the quality that's expected from not only providers but also from individual workers. And then the other one being that we really want to ensure thriving diverse markets, and what we mean by that is that we want to enable consumer independence, and that means giving people choices, and make sure that the regulatory framework sitting behind those choices give people confidence in the services that are being provided.
So, in essence, you're now market steward of a rapidly increasing market, which from recollection has gone from around about $8 billion before the NDIS was established to now well north of $30 billion a year. Where are you seeing some of the cost pressures for providers? While it's, I think, well recognised that they are quite generous in comparison to other sectors, pricing arrangements, but there are still cost pressures that providers are seeing. What are you seeing, Commissioner?
So I guess where the cost pressures are less visible to us as the Commission, and probably more visible to the NDIA in terms of funding that's going to individual providers. What we do understand and what we can see as the Commission is the proliferation of very small operators. And so that tells us that at the moment the cost settings are probably still attractive to people to enter the market, and indeed the vast majority of new registrations that we receive are for small to medium businesses that are new to the NDIS market.
So have you had feedback from providers about the cost and the cost versus benefit of being a registered provider, and in terms of the red tape and things that go around that?
We have. We certainly have undertaken for most of this year quite a significant engagement process with stakeholders, including providers, about registration. As a part of that, providers have indicated to us that there's a cost involved in registering. What's interesting about that is those providers that don't raise that as an issue are providers that are really investing in quality, improving quality in their service over time, and making sure that they're continuing to respond to the changes that are happening between service delivery and participants. Whereas those that tend to raise the issue around costs of registration are buying off a consultant a package of processes and policies, providing that to an auditor who they're not necessarily engaging themselves. They're using a consultant to engage the auditor and expecting that to mean that they're automatically registered. However, the audit component is only one part of the registration process. And so that is something that we've been looking quite carefully at. We did seek information from JASANCE, who auspice the auditors as a part of our arrangements back in 2019-20 about the average cost of audits. And my recollection was that was about $3,000. We've just gone to JASANCE last month to seek another set of figures so that we can look at what the average cost of an audit is now. What we're hearing from the sector is that's gone up. We don't quite have the figures because the audit process is not something that we administer directly.
So how is the Quality and Safeguarding Framework review progressing? And also, how are you going in terms of evolving your auditing processes to a more risk and reward-based approach? So lower risk, greater reward approach. How's that going in the framework?
So I might ask my colleagues at DSS to talk about the NDIS review, because the review of the framework will sit within that broader NDIS review.
That was going to be my next question, so thank you.
I don't know if someone wants to...
I think it might be worth talking about the review when NDIA's at the table.
Happy to, thank you. That was going to be my question. Where does it actually sit, and does it sit under the review? So thank you for that. Now, how about the whole framework review is now being picked up. How far progressed was it? So has all of the work that you'd done now transferred into the NDIA review?
So DSS had the lead in terms of the review of the quality and safeguards framework. I think Mr Mansfield might be able to talk to that. And we'd certainly provided input to DSS as a part of the work that had progressed to date. And there's obviously quite a lot of work that we've done internally that we will now share with the NDIS review, and I've already met with the co-chairs of that review and the secretariat of that review, and we'll continue to share information.
Thank you. Mr Mansfield.
Good afternoon, Senator. Luke Mansfield, Group Manager, Strategic Policy Markets and Safeguards. There was work done to develop up a draft terms of reference for that review of the quality and safeguarding framework. The next step at that time around that was to go down a procurement approach to select a provider to do that. That work was ceased in the context of caretaker, and the government has announced the NDIS review, which, as you've mentioned, includes the quality and safeguarding framework consideration. So all of the work that was done by the department in preparation for that framework review is being fed into the NDIS review.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So what has happened to the original timeline for the work on the framework review and the report, and now it being sort of picked up into the broader review? What's happening to the implementation time frame? Delivery and implementation?
The time frame for actually the review, the NDIS review, reporting on particular aspects of the terms of reference will be a matter for the review. So they haven't, to my knowledge, set a particular time frame for when they might report on.
I asked a similar question of the Prime Minister and Cabinet task force lead, and they said all answers reverted back here.
So, Senator, the NDIS review, as I understand it, has indicated that there would be a report after 12 months from commencement.
So October next year, October 2022.
October next year, but that doesn't preclude earlier findings.
Sorry to put you back on the circular roundabout.
Sorry, Mr Gurkhanti.
Sorry to put you back on the circular roundabout, but we cannot give you any more information on...
I had a bet with my colleague when we asked that question of the task force, and we said, I bet you anything it'll bounce back to them.
Senator Reynolds, we're coming to the end of your block.
I've still got a few more questions.
Do you want to finish and then I'll move to Senator
I've probably got
St
another
John?
5 minutes.
Yeah, how about you finish and then I'll hand over.
Okay, because I can
Thank
put
you.
a number of this on notice.
Thanks.
So just on the time frame, for the original framework review, when was it due to report and be implemented?
I'll take on notice the specifics, Senator, but my recollection was that we were seeking to progress the procurement around the time, well, just around the time of caretaker, and so obviously that was not able to progress. So that procurement process we anticipated, I think, would take about 3 months, and that there would be then a period of around about a year for reporting. So broadly speaking, I don't think that there's been a significant shift to the original time frame for that review process.
Except how many months has it now been since caretaker?
It's been, well, five months.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, okay, so...
But the review's also
back,
started.
So thank you, Mr Mayor. So you'll come back on notice with the specific details of what the original project timelines was to be, and then now what it will be in this next 12-month review, and then action after that.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions, if I could, just on progress of registration of residential aged care providers going into the disability sector. How's that going?
So that's going quite well. As at the 1st of December 2020, that's when residential aged care providers transitioned over to the Commission. There were 627 that transitioned over. We've had quite a few that have commenced renewal, nearly 400. And we're working with a number of others in terms of the supports that are available to them. So, for example, we did fund through a grant process through one of the aged care peaks to do a set of guidelines and supports to support those providers to move over.
So that's now, like the previous question, that's sort of entering, from your perspective, a phase of maturity, and it's obviously working because people are coming back to now to get re-registered.
We are hearing only a trickle, maybe one a month, of a provider that doesn't want to register, and so that's not unexpected.
So I think, yes, it's an indicator of success. How's the registration of disability worker screening going? Where's that project and that scheme now up to?
So we've now had a very large number of worker screening checks done across all of the states and territories, I believe some 557,000, so much higher than was expected and the initial estimates were. The vast majority of those applications that have been received result in clearances being granted, so people can have confidence that that clearance check has been done before someone's undertaking any work for them. There have been about 808 suspensions, bars or exclusions that have been put in place across that worker screening. And we do know that worker screening is something that's used across both registered and unregistered providers. So about 9,500 registered providers have entered the system, and 7,864 unregistered providers. So we know that that's being used quite extensively.
So that process is clearly working. People are actually coming forward, registering, and it is being used by registered and non-registered providers.
Yeah.
And you are actually suspending a significant, proportionally a small amount, but still, 800 is still a lot of people to suspend.
That's right.
So have there been any changes to worker screening processes or practices since the change of government?
No, they haven't.
Thank you.
Senator Reynolds, are you coming close?
I am coming very close. And maybe if I can have on notice, on compliance measures, your latest figures on how many compliance measures you've taken, what are the types, and also an update on the visits program, and also the implementation of what I still call the Anne-Marie Smith Bill that we introduced, and the effectiveness of that. And also behaviour support practitioners, if you could give us an update on how many you now have, whether there's still issues of training and registration and actual numbers. So if you can give us an update on that. I do have a case, but I'll see, I suspect my colleague from the Greens might be about to ask some of these questions. For the Complaints Commissioner, so I'll
Thanks,
end
Senator
it there.
Reynolds.
Thank
So
you.
conclude yours. Senator Steele-John, I'll give you a block of 15 just to match Senator Reynolds. So if we could try and work through your questions in that period, that would be great.
No, that's excellent. Thanks, Chair. And just for Senator Reynolds' information, I don't have any case specifics. Cool. All right. Thanks very much. Could I get, first of all, how many reportable incidents have been lodged with the Quality and Safeguards Commission in the 2021-22 period, financial year?
So I can give you the figures for the 21-22. I'll give it to you in two parts because it was reported in 2 6-monthly blocks. So for July to December 21 was 671,988. And for the January to June period, it's 671,988 is the January to June, and 700,670. Is that right? Yeah.
Senator Sian Lee, the Complaints Commissioner. Perhaps I've added them together, it might assist. So for all reportable incidents in 21-22, it was 1,439,402.
Okay. Thank you. That's quite a breathtaking figure. Could you tell us, would you be able to give us a breakdown in terms of those reportable incidents? How many of them constituted reportable incidents in relation to the use of unauthorised restrictive practice?
Yes, Senator. The total for that same period, it was 99% effectively of them, 1,422,295.
So the vast majority are unauthorised restrictive practice. Of those that are not categorised as unauthorised restrictive practice, do you further break them down into type of reportable incident? Could I have that breakdown?
We do. We've got them in two parts.
Yeah, I haven't added up the rest of the categories into 1 year, that's all.
So we break them down by alleged abuse and neglect.
Yep.
And I'll give you the two figures there for the two parts, 3,503 and 4,538.
Yep.
Then for death, 862 and 964. For serious injury, 2,137 and 2,132. For alleged sexual misconduct, 218 and 239. For allegations of unlawful physical sexual contact, it's 1,200 and 1,314.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell me of the total number back to, including reportable incidents resulting from unauthorised use of restricted practice? How many have resulted in referral to the police? What's the figure of referrals from the Commission to for police investigation for that same period of time?
So I don't have it for that period of time. I've got it for the current quarter. I can take it on notice and come back to you for that period of time.
Thank you. What is it for the current quarter? That'd be great.
So for the current quarter, we've referred 182, I believe. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, you've got a different figure. But that was, sorry, we've got two figures around police. We've got one where it gets reported to police and to us, and then we've got one where we refer to police.
Okay.
So there's two figures sitting in there.
So give us the two figures. That'd be really useful.
Do you want to do that?
No, go ahead.
So for this quarter, the ones that were duly informed to police were 847 and 182.
Okay, thank you. So just to confirm, we've got 8,000, for instance, just in abuse for that period of time, 8,041 in reportable instances related to abuse. Just make sure I got that figure right. Is that correct?
So that's the combined
That's the
two
combined
for
total.
alleged abuse and neglect.
I bet alleged abuse and neglect. And in that same period, how many referrals to the police?
So that's the whole year period that I just don't have the figures for referrals to police, so I can take that on notice and give it back to you.
Please do. Thank you. What percentage of complaints made to the Commission? So moving from reportable incidences now to complaints made to the Commission, were in relation to the actions of or regarding registered providers?
So, Senator, I have. I don't believe I've got the figures here breaking down between registered and unregistered by category, but I can certainly, if you let me know what you would like by way of delineation, we can provide that to you.
In the last financial year, if you could, using it as a breakdown. Complaints broken down by whether they were in relation to a registered provider or an unregistered provider.
Certainly.
Thank you. Is the Commission in possession of it?
The Minister like us to suspend while he's on this side of the chamber?
You're a witness.
You're a witness?
Yes, I
on that side, not this side.
We will be breaking, I'm sure.
Yeah, if we could just, if they
Senator
could.
Silverton.
Thank you. We'll just give them a minute to do that. I had been so intent on our exchange, I'd completely missed that.
Sorry, Senator Stilwell, I thought you may want to make sure...
If we just continue with the questions,
Thank
the
you.
Minister is back and
Always
keen to
lovely
engage,
to
I'm
have
sure.
Mr Ayres' attention. Is the Commission in possession of evidence or research that you've undertaken that has produced evidence suggesting that registered providers are safer or of better quality than non-registered providers?
We haven't undertaken research of that vein, but what we do have is oversight of registered providers. So we understand the minimum standards, the practice standards by which they're required to operate, and we monitor that through a range of mechanisms, including the registration process and the audit process that goes along with that, because it's not a one-off. There's a process whereby every 18 months there's a check-in and then there's a re-registration process. So there's that visibility that occurs. We can look at what information we do have, because we have looked at it, in terms of the complaints that we receive around unregistered providers, and the proportion of those complaints in terms of being upheld versus those that are in relation to registered providers. So we can look at that for you.
Would you be able to provide that information to us? That'd be helpful. Thank you. Now, in terms of the use of the unauthorised use of restricted practice, are you able to tell us how many registered providers have had repeated claims of unauthorised use of restricted practices used against them, or the breakdown of because that's a massive pool of data, right? And I'd like to know whether we're seeing that more from registered or unregistered providers.
So we have that information. We look at that information monthly, so I'm happy to provide that to you.
All right.
Notice.
And particularly the key word here is, if you can give it to us, repeated. So when we're seeing the repeated reporting of the unauthorised use of restricted practice coming from the same provider.
Yeah. So the challenge we have around registered providers in the unauthorised use of restricted practices space is registered providers have a requirement to report that to us. Unregistered providers don't. And what we're seeing is an increasing number of both complaints and feedback about providers who are unregistered operating using restrictive practices. So that is becoming a thread that we're seeing.
But of the evidence we have before us, I'd really like to know if we're seeing it more from particular groupings of providers that the Commission does have. Does the Commission have, in your view, actually no, I might leave that for a moment, just to take you to your annual report, actually, let's go there. Now, in your annual report, one of the steps that you say that you can take is a kind of a proactive action in serious cases of persistent and high-risk non-compliance. I would want to know from you how many times the Commission has taken that step in the last financial year.
So we have quite a long list of categorising the kinds of compliance actions that we take. In terms of the more proactive action, we would say that relates to, for example, education that we do with providers. And I can tell you that in this current financial year, we've already taken 1,938 education compliance actions with providers. Some of those would have been proactive and some of those would have been in response to information that we had and was part of a compliance process with that provider.
Right, okay. So
we don't quite categorise them.
The type of proactive So do you have a plan to do that? Like, is that on your radar?
Absolutely. So we're just in the process of developing our first regulatory strategy, which sets out all of the levers that we have as a regulator and what will be, if you like, the guidance around when we would use those levers. So when we would use education, when we're seeing things change across the sector, when we might take more significant steps, and what might influence us, for example, to do a campaign in the space.
Yeah. You do have many more levers than just education.
Absolutely.
But at the moment, you can't tell me within that breakdown of what the proactive action was.
I can't. I can certainly take that on notice and see what we can produce for you.
Because, and at the moment, do you have any regulations in relation to when you use one form of proactive action over another?
So we have a compliance and enforcement policy, and that guides our staff decision making. I'd also say that a proactive action is when we prohibit someone from operating in the space. So, for example, and that's why I just called out education as an example, but we also refuse registrations. So we've refused 161 of them already this financial year.
Yep.
And that's very much about taking that action before someone's operating in the sector.
Well, it's very important for us as a committee to be able to have that information, because, to be honest with you, I sit here and you know, I've done this with other commissioners too. The figures that you provide us with as a committee are horrific. The levels of violence, abuse and neglect are horrific. And there needs to be, matched with that, more clarity around what the Commission is doing to hold people to account, to refer them, than simply, you know, a proactive step around investigation. And it's really exasperating to continue to hear the basics around being able to tell us the difference between when you're simply stepping in and saying, this is something you could do in the future to be better, versus another proactive action that you could take actually isn't something that you're able to provide.
Senator Steele-John, we're getting to the end of your block.
Yeah. I'm happy to let the question circulate, the call circulate back, and then I've got some...
Can I check in on how many more questions you have for the Commission? And do you have more?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Right. So I'm happy to let it go back to Senator Reynolds.
Senator Nampa Jimper Price, you have the call, and then I'll be passing back to Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Just have questions for the Commission. With regard to, Commissioner, has Mr. Stephen Herald been appointed as CEO and Managing Director of Thrive Care Co, and when did this take place?
So we receive information about registered providers when there's a change of someone in a significant management role. I could take on notice when we received information about changes with regard to that particular registered provider.
What oversight or visibility does the NDIS Commission have in the appointment process of key personnel of registered NDIS providers?
So we're certainly not involved in any of that as an appointment process, but what's important in those cases is to ensure that, and we're quite clear about this as part of the governance requirements that are in the practice standards for registered providers, that people must certainly be fit and proper, and that's one of our considerations when we're looking at registration and renewal of registration. But also, we've now got quite a long list of people that are banned for either a time period or enduring ban from operating in any kind of capacity in the NDIS, and those arrangements are there very much as a safeguarding measure. So where people have been involved in incidents and been non-compliant, that they're no longer able to operate in the sector.
That's interesting. So what obligations do NDIS providers have to report changes of key personnel to the Commission?
So there's a requirement for them to report that to us as a change in key management personnel. and sometimes that results in an action from us in terms of understanding whether or not that person is fit to hold that particular role, given the provider is registered.
So, given you've taken my first question on notice, are you able to point out to me when the Commission became aware of changes to key personnel at Thrive Care and Mr Herald's appointment?
I can take that on notice. I don't have the dates before me.
Okay, so I'll take that one on notice. So in light of the assessment of Mr Herald by the Honourable Ronald Sackville, AO QC, does the NDIS Commission consider Mr Herald to be a suitable CEO of an NDIS provider?
I'll take that on notice.
Are you aware, Commissioner, of the circumstances surrounding Mr Herald?
Yes, I am.
So, is the Commission aware of any other former executives from Afford joining Thrive Care?
We receive information as a part of that change of key personnel and management. We also monitor the sector quite widely as part of the market stewardship arrangements that we discussed a little earlier. So we are certainly interested in the movement of key personnel, particularly those that have been involved in significant non-compliances.
Are you able to indicate how many former executives of Afford are now with Thrive Care?
I can take that on notice.
And has the NDIS Commission taken any action against Thrive Care?
I'll take that on notice because we're in the process of doing a number of things, and I don't want to talk off the cuff about it.
So a spokesperson for the Commission said, "We continue to investigate this matter and will consider whether any further regulatory action will be taken." Mm-hmm. Do you know if there was any further regulatory action taken?
I know that there has been regulatory action and there will be further regulatory action taken.
Can you indicate what that action was when it was taken?
I can take that on notice for you.
Take that one on notice as well. And Miss Tanya Petrus, the parent of Miss Myrna Apram, stated in the media, "The system is failing big time." Does the Commission agree with this assessment?
No, we don't. I understand why the mother of a participant who has found themselves in those circumstances may have those feelings, and we've certainly engaged with the family, as we do in those situations, and certainly we would appreciate any further feedback they'd like to give us around how we can work with them and share information that we have.
Commissioner, can I...
Just one last question. Can you help us understand what other civil proceedings has the NDIS Commission instigated in the past 12 months?
So there's 2 civil proceedings underway. One is in relation to Afford and the other is in relation to Integrity Care. All of our civil proceedings matters are noted on our website, so we do publish that compliance information.
Commissioner, can I just ask a question? Thanks. Having a look at the circumstances of this case, and I know it's matters are currently still before the courts, but it strikes me that there is a degree of similarity with phoenixing, with people getting in trouble in one company, moving to another company. Is this something that you are alert to and looking to deal with and to start to identify is, where people are moving around, perhaps when they've been banned or worse? Can you comment on that?
Look, what I can say is the legislation around establishing the Commission was drafted before we really understood where the market was heading to. We're now in a position where we've got 4 years of experience as the Commission, and there are a range of learnings, particularly in terms of the limitations we have as a regulator around holding people to account, around being able to act swiftly, and so forth, that will certainly be feeding into the review. And seeking to ensure that we've got the best possible safeguarding arrangements in place.
So on this particular matter, given the potential serious consequences for participants, we've just heard that the framework review has gone into the broader review, which won't sort of pump anything out for another 12 months, at least in terms of reports. Given this appears like it is an emerging problem, which could have serious impacts on participants who don't realise that the people in their provider who's providing them care have actually sort of in effect phoenixed from elsewhere and been banned. Do you see that there is a need to actually have legislation? Because now we're talking about by the time the review spits out and then legislation's considered and drafted and consulted with states and territories, we could be looking at another 2 years. So is this something that you think might be need to pop out of the review well before October next year?
We have and will continue to provide advice to government where we see that there's a need to act in terms of tightening the safeguarding arrangements.
So can I take that as a yes?
I think
your smile says it all. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Steele-John, so my understanding is that concludes all other senators' questions, so we'll just finish with a block from you. And then we'll...
Thank you, Chair. And just to finish off my previous line of questioning, just so that I've got it very clear in my mind, the issue around the Commission not currently being able to categorise the type of proactive action that you take in a particular case, that is something that the Commission has identified, and there is currently a timeline in place for correcting that.
So we're very conscious that there are limitations presently on our ability to draw data from what's called the Commission Operating System in a range of ways. We are already using a number of workarounds to try and gather as much data as we possibly can. We're very alert to the fact that there are limitations in what we can currently do, and there are some things like what are we doing proactively versus reactively that we want to be able to understand and be able to respond to and plan for in a better way. So we're working on our system. We've got a significant piece of work underway around our digital and data arrangements so we can give advice to government around what's required in that space. In the meantime, we'll attempt to come back to you with our best data that we have at the moment in terms of that particular categorisation. But at the moment in the system, that's not a way we can capture the information. So it's a step, we've got to pull the data and then try and go back and work through. So it's a significant resource. It's quite resource intensive to do that at the moment.
Okay. Can I ask you the pretty simple question of whether the Commission has the resources that it needs currently to fulfil its ambitious yet critical mission of ensuring quality and safety is upheld for NDIS participants?
I think there's been quite significant comments made on this publicly by a range of people, that the Commission's resourcing was established prior to the Commission being put in place. Now that we've got 4 years of experience, it tells us that a different resourcing arrangement, including the way in which it's constructed, not just the overall figure, is something that the Commission requires. We're certainly talking to a range of people across government in terms of what that might be.
And so different in this context, given that, would be increased?
You would assume that given the increase in the number of participants in the scheme, that there would be commensurate increase in terms of ensuring the safeguarding.
You would hope so, and I've been watching these patterns play out for a while now. Minister or Senator, in the budget that's just been handed down by the government, it was notable to me that there wasn't an increase in the budget of the Quality and Safeguards Commission. Why?
Yeah, I was listening carefully to Senator Reynolds' questions that went to some of the same issues. The answer, of course, is because the previous government, and Senator Reynolds should know this, previous government had a funding black hole for both the agency and for the Commission. $385 million for the agency, just falling off a cliff. All this interest now. But
Senator
let me
Reynolds, can we
finish.
let the minister finish his answer?
And those issues were that there was a significant commitment made in the last budget that approached some of those issues in terms of the agency's funding. In terms of the Commission's funding, the government is considering advice from the Commission and listening carefully to views in the community about this and assessing some of the issues that you've just traversed with the Commissioner.
It infuriates disabled people beyond my ability to express that this government could, in the budget, find the money and the medal to fund $240 billion worth of statutory tax cuts, but couldn't find a single dollar.
Senator Steele-John,
to
I ask you to rephrase
the
as a question,
Equality and
please.
Safeguards
Senator Steele-John, if you could direct a question to the minister, I will ask him to answer it, please.
I will move on.
Well, we've been here for 6 months. We've dealt with the funding shortfall left to us in terms of the agency, and I can tell you we are considering carefully.
Senators, this committee will function well if we are doing questions and we are listening to answers. Senator Steele-John, if you have a question, I ask you to direct it to the minister.
So, the Equality and Safeguards Commission employs 6.7% disabled people in your workforce, I believe. It's stated, I think, in your 2020-2021 State of Service report. I think you reported that figure.
So that's right. And then we also had information from the recent APS census, which indicated 18%. So we believe that we have quite a number of people who have chosen not to identify in terms of their engagement, but that census figure is much higher.
Right. Okay. In terms of the figure given in the State of Service report, what was the well-being score of the staff in that report?
I'm sorry, I don't have information around that in front of me. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Would you be able to take that on notice? Okay. Yeah, if we could have the well-being score for staff, and what was the well-being score for staff who identified as disabled people?
I'm not sure we can draw those two together, but if we can, I will provide it.
Okay. I've got some other questions about the State of Service report. If you could take them on notice, they simply are how many staff describe the current workload as well above capacity - too much work, and what percentage of staff describe that on a daily basis they experience discrimination?
I'll take both of those on notice.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, my last question then would be again to the minister. Minister, is this your first time at the table today?
No, I was here earlier this morning.
Yeah, but all right, here earlier this morning, but it's your first time, obviously, alongside the Equality and Safeguards Commission today. You may not be familiar, although I think we may have shared the space on the other side of the table, that each time the Commission appears, I or another senator ask them to disclose their figures in relation to disability, abuse, violence, neglect, death.
Yep.
And those figures are often breathtaking, obscene in their nature. Now, you're new to this, but getting up from the table, as you did, to talk to your colleagues, as I was discussing that topic, It's quite disrespectful to the people that have experienced those things, the people whose family members have died and that's been reported. And I'd just like to give you the opportunity, because I've already been contacted by people that are watching live and were pretty unhappy that you did that, to just apologise for that.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want you or any other person watching this proceeding to think that that anything but a complete commitment to these issues from everybody on this side of the table, including myself. So if that I paid serious attention to what you said at the time, and if that upset you, I certainly would. That's right. I said, but subsequent to that, I paid attention to what you said about that, and I certainly apologise if it conveyed the impression that serious attention wasn't being paid. I think that you were getting, well into a long series of questions to the Commission itself, which was evidence which was going very well. And I certainly wouldn't want to convey that impression. And there is there is a lot of work to do, clearly. A lot of work to do. And there are some, as I said before, some serious challenges that are there for us in terms of funding for this agency. And even when those challenges are resolved, there is no level of the kind of issues that you pointed to that could be described as acceptable. So improvement is absolutely vital, but I suspect that every time we come back to those figures, even when they get better, behind each bad story there lies, catastrophe and tragedy for a family. So that's the position that I think every decent person would come to when approaching the issues in this portfolio. It's not a portfolio that I have deep experience in, but I've watched carefully the government's progress on this issue and previous government's progress on this issue right from its inception.
All right.
Thank you, Minister. Senator. Senator Reynolds has one follow-up question.
I do. Minister, in response to a question from Senator Steele-John, you made some comments about budget black holes, and you specifically referenced particular numbers. I've got the PBS document here for the Commission. So can you, or take on notice if you like, but can you substantiate those massive claims you just made?
So we'll provide you, you should know, we'll provide you...
You are the Minister at the table, and where is... And we've got the PBS document.
You've asked the Minister a question. I ask that you allow him... Sorry, Senator Ayres, Senator Reynolds, I'm speaking. You've asked the Minister a question. Please let him finish his answer. You may not like the answer. We'll let him finish, and then I'll direct the call back to you to ask another question if you require. Minister.
So we'll provide you with the figures that I was referring to in terms of the agency, and we'll provide you with the figures in terms of the Commission. As I understand it, the shortfall is in the order of about $16 million this year, and it gets bigger over the forwards.
And who's responsible for the forward estimates, Minister?
We know.
You are responsible
we know
for the latest budget.
We know exactly who is responsible.
Senator Reynolds, I've asked you when you ask a question to please allow... Senator Reynolds, I will call a private meeting if we need to discuss this. I'm asking you to ask a question, allow the Minister to answer. I have called the Minister up before. I will call him up again if he is speaking over you. Please let him finish his answer, and then I will come back to you for a question.
Has the Minister finished?
I thought I was answering the question.
You took it on notice.
We will take that on notice and provide you with figures. But the shortfall for this...
Okay.
You're right?
You're going through the PBS numbers now?
You're right.
Senators, I will call a private meeting if we cannot allow people to finish their answers or to ask their questions in peace. The Minister currently has the call. When he's finished, I will come back to you, Senator Reynolds, for another question.
Thank you, Chair.
The shortfall this year is in the order of $16 million. We'll provide you with the figures, as you say, that they're there in the PBS. We'll provide them on notice.
So
this is
Sorry, have you finished, Minister, or can I, Chair?
This is a government that will take responsibility. We understand the responsibilities of government. We're going to do that properly. You'll see that in our response to the question that I've taken on notice, and you'll see that in our approach to these issues over time.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. So let me get this right. We're at Senate estimates to review your government's first budget, where you've now just said that you've left a $16 million deficit for the Commission. I've asked you questions about the PBS document, your PBS document, and you've taken that on notice, Senator Ayres.
No, you
I'm
invited...
somewhat surprised.
Senator Ayres, allow the senator to finish her question and then I will hand the call to you.
If I've got any of that wrong, please clarify, Minister, because you started taking my question about the PBS numbers. You said you'd take that on notice, and then you pointed out in this year's budget, there is in your budget, there was a $16 million deficit.
Senator Ayres.
Well, let's not get confused about this.
It's not your budget.
There is
Senator Reynolds,
your government,
please.
Apologies, Chair.
Your government left a $385 million black hole in the NDIA's operating budget.
Senator Ayres, I think you've
That's what
mistaken who we've got.
that's what
on
your
the
government.
Okay, the committee now
that's what your government
suspends.
did.
This process respectfully. When you have the call, I will be asking others to listen in silence. When I hand the call over, I ask all senators and the minister to respect my ruling, to listen, and let's try and get through the content here. There is a lot of material to work through. I'm doing my best as chair to facilitate that. I ask for the cooperation of everyone in the room. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for that guidance. Minister, in relation to our discussion about the PBS figures for the Commission, rather than taking it on notice in due course, given this isn't budget estimates, would you prefer that someone come back after the dinner break when Senator Farrell's here and to give us that information? Or have you got somebody else there who can provide us the PBS information?
Well, I think we could certainly get somebody from the department to go through the 22-23 figures and forwards. Very happy to do that. I think I acknowledged in my answer to Senator Steele-John that there were two problems as far as the government sees this. First, $385 million black hole in the agency's budget, and the second, funding shortfalls and challenges in terms of the Commission. And in terms of the Commission, the government is working its way through those issues. So as this sort of issue of substance, that's the way that the government sees it. If there's somebody from the department who can take us through the forwards in terms of the Commission's funding, I'm very happy for that to happen now, or after the break, whichever suits.
I don't mind, Chair. So just to clarify, you did say before we suspended that in this latest, in the October budget, there was a $16 million deficit for the Commission. Is that correct? In the October budget?
I'll get the exact figures if I can.
Okay.
Where's the shortfall there? Yeah. Yes. What I might do, rather than just get this wrong, because is that the relevant figures are on page 160 of portfolio budget statements. And I might get the official to go through those now. If there's anything further that's required on notice, I mean, I'm happy to explain the headline issue, which I think I've done a couple of times now. But in terms of the precise figures, I'm always cautious about venturing into territory that where I might not be precisely correct.
Thank you, Minister. So I think it would be helpful if, so you raised two issues. One relates to the NDIA, which is coming up next. So I think we can park that. So it's really just in relation to the Commission, because what you said was not in line with what the Commissioner had done. I don't want to sort of get, one said the other, but just to be very clear about what you said and how that squares away with what the Commissioner said about her appropriations a bit earlier on. So if you'd like to take that on notice for later on this evening to get the right figures, Senator Howe, I'd be very happy to do that, because you're right, we've got to get it right.
You okay too?
Yeah, we'll take it after dinner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Can I confirm you're coming back? Is the Commissioner required to come back as well?
No. I don't think so for that. No.
Okay. Can I confirm we've exhausted questions for the Commissioner and we're able to let them go?
Yes, from us. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you to officials from the Commission. You're now excused.
Thank you.
We will now be moving to the remainder of program 3.2, including the NDIA. I'll be passing the call to Senator Steele-John.
I'm also seeking the call. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Is this NDIA? Yeah. Yes, obviously.
Linda, am I coming to you from the opposition?
Thanks.
Just for the purposes of clarity before we kick off, Senators, I'll be moving in approximate 10-minute blocks. So I'll give you a warning as we're getting close. I will not be being draconian about that, but just to assist you in planning out your questions, that's what we're aiming for. Senator Steele-John.
Sorry, Chair, I missed that. You said to assist us in planning out our questions.
We've been aiming throughout the day at around 10-minute blocks.
Oh,
I'll give you a warning close.
Oh, yes.
I'm not being draconian about it.
No.
If we can aim for that.
No, community affairs has been well run compared to some of the others, so thank you. Radio, I'd like to lead out with just noting the promise that the NDIA has on its website to participants to, and I quote, keep all your personal information safe, and that our policy is to respect and protect the privacy of all people connected with the NDIS. My first question is simply this. The NDIA has a data management policy and expectations in place for its providers, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
When was this policy reviewed?
Good afternoon, Senator. Lisa Studdert, Deputy CEO. I would have to take that on notice. I could probably get some advice to you this evening on that. Just that precise question.
I'd like to know when it was last reviewed.
Yes, so
if you could, and if you could get it this evening, that'd be very good. Can you tell us, in terms of the policy as it currently exists, what is the consequences for providers when this policy is breached?
Well, Senator, obviously we take the security of participant information.
Hang on, I don't think your microphone's quite on.
I'm sorry. Is that
Yes,
better?
that's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So obviously the security of participant information is a very important, and the failure of a provider to keep that secure would be seen to be a significant issue, and in fact probably one that the Commission itself would also be involved in terms of their obligations under our provider requirements.
Mm. But it is a policy of the agency, so I'm just wanting to know from you what the consequences are for providers when it's breached.
Well, again, I could take it on notice and get you some more information on that in particular, but we would obviously want to work first and foremost with the provider to ensure that the situation was remedied, that the appropriate steps were taken according to our policy to inform participants that were impacted, to ensure that the systems were secured going forward. And then if there was an inability to continue to assure ourselves and the provider, the participants that work with that provider, well, I think we would have to work with the Commission to see what steps would be taken in relation to consequences for the provider and their continued operation in the market.
Because you referenced their remedies. I'm just... What remedies? What are the remedies outlined in the policy that you could take if somebody's data is breached?
Senator, can I take that on notice and get some further advice to you after the dinner break on that particular issue?
You can, yes, you can. But I just want to be really clear, though. You do have a policy in relation to data privacy management expectations in place currently for providers.
That's correct, yes.
You just
I just
can't-
don't have the right person here at the moment to
Senator,
answer.
if I may, my understanding is the 20th of April 2021 was the last formal approval we had of the data management policy.
Yeah.
And I'll take on notice what co-design and engagement we have had regarding that policy and come back to you.
So 2021?
2021.
And that was the last time it was reviewed?
That's correct.
Okay. It had... okay then. So in relation to the CETAR breach of May 2022, the NDIA conducted a forensic investigation into that breach, correct?
Senator, we worked with the provider to again ensure that the steps were taken to address that. It is the responsibility of the provider, as you've noted, and as the policy says. And we received assurance that the steps had been taken to address the fault that led to that.
But just to clarify, in the wake of that breach, a forensic investigation was conducted by the agency into that breach?
I'm just hesitating, Senator, to use on the term forensic engagement, and my colleague, the Chief Risk Officer, might be able to assist further here.
Thank you, Senator. Melissa Woodburn, the Chief Risk Officer at the NDIA. Senator, the agency didn't conduct an investigation as such into the CETAR's breach. The breach was obviously in relation to the provider, the platform itself. What the agency does do, though, is once we understand that a participant's details have been involved in such a breach, then there are steps that can be taken and are taken by the agency in protecting the participants' information and data. So, for example, we may put them on a watch list and we ask them to monitor their plans and we work with them to monitor their plans.
But just to clarify, the last... So this policy has not been reviewed since the CETAR breach.
Senator, if we could just come back to you after the break, if that's okay, just so that we can quickly ascertain the actual... I can be really clear on the policy that you're referring to, so we can answer the question specifically.
Yep. Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
And you mentioned that you work... You mentioned that you work with providers if a breach occurs. What did you do in this particular incident? So the breach occurred. How did you work with providers and participants to notify them?
Yeah, so Senator, we have to come back on actual specifics, but in general speaking terms, the breach was obviously by the third party provider. Yep. So we worked closely with CETARS themselves. So CETARS notified us. We also worked with the Australian Cyber Centre as well in terms of what actually happened. And then we worked with just Australian Cyber Security Centre, just to be clear, and they also worked with CTARS, as I understand it, throughout that process as well. And then what we do is we work with an organisation called ID Care, and that's how we go about protecting participants' details, and how we ask CTARS to put on their website that if they had concerns to notify ID Care, and also that they could contact the NDIA, and that's when we put them on watch lists, what we call a watch list and monitoring list. So that goes within, we then monitor very closely their usage and their plans for any unusual or suspect behaviour.
You just informed the committee that in your view, I just want to get this clear, that in your view, the fault here in relation to the CTAR breach lies with the third party provider. But again, kind of come back to the beginning.
Yeah.
You make a very clear statement on your website that the NDIA will keep all your personal information safe.
That's right. That's right, Senator. And I just need to check that policy. But once the information, so NDIS participant information is obviously stored by a range of different sources, and in that instance, that was not a breach of the NDIA. So the NDIA systems weren't compromised in that instance.
But okay. We'll come back.
Yeah,
we'll come back to this after the.
Senator Steele-John, this is your friendly reminder.
Yep. We'll come back to that after the dinner break in more detail. Can you give me the names of the service providers involved, impacted by the CTARS breach?
Sorry, Senator, can you please repeat the question?
Can you give me the names of the service providers involved in this breach?
In that particular
Yeah.
breach, I'll have to take that on notice and come back.
Can you do that after the dinner break as well?
I will try, yeah.
Well, yes, please, because we should definitely know by now who was affected by this in terms of the providers. Can you tell me how many participants' data was breached in the CTAR breach?
We'll come back with that information, Senator.
Okay, this is a bit. So we'll come back after the dinner break. But I'll take this moment to express a frustration, given that this breach occurred in May, that this isn't a little bit closer to hand. So can we please come back after the dinner break with some clarity, because it's actually quite serious. I'll pass back.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds, you have the call, and then I'll be passing to Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. So that's 10 minutes?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And welcome, Ms Falkingham, to your first Senate estimates. And welcome back, Dr Studdert. Good to see you. Good to see you all. Can we start off, please, on the NDIS budget and PBS? Could you confirm, please, what your appropriations was for this financial year and what it is over the forward estimates, and what the growth is?
Thank you, Senator. So after the October budget update, the appropriation for the agency's operating costs for 22-23 is 1.775 million, 1,775 million, so 1.7 billion.
So that's the operating costs.
Correct.
And how about costs for participants?
The appropriation for this 22-23 is 33.977.
33.977. And what is it now projected to be out over the forwards?
So the forward years from this from the PBS for 23-24, 38.133. For 24-25, 44.116. And for 25-26, 50.344.
So you're projecting now it'll exceed $50 billion by 2025?
On the current settings, yes, Senator.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Thank you. Now, can I just refer you through to budget paper number 1, and you will be aware of this one, but chart 3.9 on page 86. It's a chart in relation to revisions to major payments since PFO.
Just getting a copy of budget.
I'll give you
paper
time
one.
to find it. It's page 86 on budget paper 1.
86. Did you say page 86, Senator?
Page 86, yes.
Yes.
So it's chart 3.9.
I think I'm looking at a different document.
Budget paper number 1. Budget strategy and outlook paper number 1.
See if my colleagues from DSS can...
Has anyone else got a copy? Ah, there we go.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Senator.
Now, if you have a look at, so this is revisions to major payments since PFO, and if you have a look at the first two, 2023 and 2024, it appears to me that there's actually been a revision downwards of NDIS provisions. So it looks like actually a cut to the NDIS in both of those years. And if my maths is right, in 2022-23, it's down 0.6%, and 23-24, 0.5%. Are you or the department perhaps able to shed light on what that means?
Senator, I'm going to defer to my colleagues in the department. On that, I trust Mr Broadhead.
Mr Broadfield.
Broadhead.
Broadhead, sorry.
That's all right. Peter Broadhead, Group Manager, Participants Performance in the Department of Social Services. Terribly sorry, Senator, I was talking to the Secretary about another matter and I missed your question. So could you give me the page reference?
So have you got the chart in budget paper number 1?
I have budget paper number 1.
So if I can refer you to page 86, please.
Yep.
And so you've got the revisions across major payments since PFO. So we've got health, defence, aged pension, aged care and the NDIS.
Yep.
And so if you go to the figures for 2022 20 and 23-24, those first two, it appears to me that they're actually revisions downwards by my calculation by 0.6% in 2022-23 and 0.5% in 23-24. It looks like an anomaly, and then when you go through to the outer years, instead of reductions, there's actually significant increases in this table through to 32-33 of 22.7%.
So you're calculating those percentages based on what the chart here shows, basically?
Yes.
So I can't comment on that. Well,
So could you take that on notice? Because somebody in the department or the NDIA will actually know the answer to this, because it's quite curious that it looks like it's cut by about 0.5% over the next 2 financial years, but then it looks like there's a surge over the 10-year forecast by up to 20. So it's gone from 0.5% minus to 22.7%. And it's a curious profile. So if I could get some more information about how that has been profiled and why.
Yep.
Secretary.
Yeah, I think it's a technical budget issue. The AFSR was effectively flat for the first 2 years, pretty much the same as the March budget, and the increase starts in year 3, and I think that's actually what's reflected here. So we'll get you the detail, but
if you could, because the next question actually that segues quite nicely into the AFSR itself, because I've gone and had a look on the website, and it doesn't look like the latest AFSR is actually been made available yet. Is that right? The 22-23 AFSR?
Yes, I believe it was published on Friday along with the annual report.
It's referred to as the 2021-22 AFSR because it's done on data up to the end of 21-22.
It is. So can I just clarify, because the previous one that is on the website, so maybe actually if we can take a step back, Ms Falkingham, and if you can explain to those who are not familiar with the detail of the AFSR, it is an incredibly important document for the management of the scheme and its funds. Now, my understanding is that it's, as Mr Broadhead has said, it's released at the end of every financial year based on the previous financial year's data, which is then used for forecasts for the following year. Is that correct?
That is very correct, Senator. And I'm going to, given it is my week 3, I'm going to defer to my good colleague in the scheme actuary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Sarah Johnson, Scheme Actuary. Sorry, just to clarify the question, the most recent FSR is the 21-22 AFSR, and it went up on our website on last Friday, the 4th of November.
Okay, so it's now on the website, and it's that AFSR that's been used, just to clarify, for the current budget figures. So the figures that are in the October budget figures are based on the tables, particularly tables 1, 2, 3 and 4 from recollection. So they're the ones that have been put into the first Labor budget, is that correct?
Correct. The figures that that Dr Stoddart read out are the figures in the AFSR.
Okay. So can we just go through some of those figures that have gone into the current budget projections? So we've got table 1 from memory, isn't it? That's the baseline projection of scheme expenses. Can you perhaps tell us what, over the forwards, what that table is now telling us about the trajectory of costs?
Yes, I can, Senator. So specifically in the 22-23 year, we've got just under 34 billion in the estimate. That increases to 38 billion in 23-24, 44 billion in 24-25, and then to 50 billion in 25-26.
Now, could we just project forward, because that's that's obviously forwards, but if you go out to 2031, I understand it's projected to be over $80 billion a year. Is that correct?
Correct. The 2031-32 financial year is projected at 89.4 billion.
Okay.
Noting, Senator, as I said earlier, that's on current settings and with a range of assumptions which will continue to be revised each year as we move.
We'll get to that a bit later on terms of what the assumptions are that will underpin the sustainment of the scheme, but we'll get to that.
Also noting, Senator, that that's expenses, not appropriation. So,
yes.
Because it includes the state's contribution.
Correct.
Yep.
So could you then also brief the committee on table 2, the plausible outcomes of scheme expenses, and just sort of walk us through that over the forwards and a bit beyond?
Yes. So in looking at the best estimate, we recognise that there is uncertainty in all projections. So what we have done is done some analysis on the likely distribution of answers across the forward years. So as an example, looking at that distribution, if I take 22-23, as I said before, the baseline projection or the best estimate is 34 billion rounding. If you take the 5th percentile projection and the 95th percentile, so 2 reasonable extremes of the projection, that range is 31.8 to 37.4. So in that range, and then over time, that range does get a little bigger, as you would expect with any projection. There's more uncertainty the further that you go out. So as an example, in 25-26, we've got a range of between 45 billion and close to 60 billion, with the best estimate being 50 billion. So we do, in that projection, have more risk that the cost would actually be a bit higher compared with a little bit lower based on the assumption settings.
Yep. So, Minister, what level of confidence in terms of this budget and the projections and the ranges that are in the most recent AFSR, which has fed into your first budget, what level of confidence does the Minister have in these projections in the AFSR?
What I'm advised, and again, make the obvious point that I'm the representing minister here, and there may be more detail that if I haven't filled out correctly, we'll come back to you about. What I'm advised is consistent with the evidence that the actuary has just given. That is, over the forwards, over the first couple of years, there's a higher level of confidence. than there is over years 3 and 4. And as time goes on, there's less, there's diminishing confidence in those projections. That doesn't mean it's not important work, and it doesn't mean that an ongoing care. Well, there's two bits of it, isn't there? Really, one is the range of possible outcomes should inform the government's thinking about this, but also a constant focus on what the underlying assumptions are as well is important. Of course, I am reminded about one of the things in this discussion that gets missed, of course, is the benefits. Of course, there's a focus on the cost today, but I was struck by Dylan Alcott's
Minister,
account earlier where he said, "Why don't you let me finish? Because I'm not going to take very long." He did say the scheme is bloody marvellous, and I think that's
Senator Reyes, if I could, we will be coming later to a series of questions about the benefits of the scheme. If we could just focus on my questions, because I've got quite a few questions in relation to the actuarial data that underpins your first budget. So the question was, does the Minister have confidence in the detail contained in the AFSR that, as we've heard, has underpinned your first budget?
And I just gave you my answer.
So that's a yes, thank you. Could I ask perhaps you, CEO, or perhaps others, to give you a bit of a break in your first estimates? Ms Johnson, can you advise us what you are now seeing as the main cost drivers of the scheme?
Yes, so specifically when we're looking at the costs, we look at a number of factors. So first is the participants entering the scheme, and compared with last year, we had more people enter the scheme than we expected in that previous AFSR, and we continue to see high numbers come in. As an example, we had about 20,000 enter in the September 2022 quarter. So we have increased our estimates around the number of new entrants coming into the scheme. In particular, compared with estimates over time, autism and developmental delay are the disability groups that are causing those or representing those higher numbers. In terms of participants leaving the scheme, as you know, part of the NDIS Act was to consider early intervention, Section 25, and expect that some children in particular, after receiving support, would leave the scheme to be supported by mainstream and community services. We haven't seen as high rates of that as we would have expected. So overall, that's leading to a net increase in the number of participants over time. In addition to that, we look at the average payment made to the different participants. We break that up across the approximately 2,000 cohorts, and we are still seeing sustained increases in payments for all of those cohorts, and sustained increases in planned budgets. As an example, in the September quarter, the figure was approximately 16% increase in planned budgets.
In the quarter?
Well, it's an annualised figure. It's an annualised figure, but it's a quarterly
Senator Reynolds,
number.
we're just coming up to over 15 minutes now, so if it's possible to wind up this round of questioning so I can share the call around.
We've got a lot more, so I'll come back. Thanks.
Okay.
Chair, could we just clarify that the question about the graph?
Yes, please.
If that's possible.
Yep, absolutely.
So, Andrew Harvey, Chief Finance Officer. So, the graph itself is produced as part of the central process, so we can't talk directly to the graph. But what we can turn your attention to is, so the PFO was based on our last budget in March, so the estimates are laid out at page 124 of our PBS from March. And then the new ones have been revised in the October budget. And what it shows is about $100 million increases between the years 22-23 and the year 23-24. And then there's larger increases. That 8.8, I think that's been talked about, is in the 24-25 and the 25-26 years.
So it's consistent with what I said about pretty flat the first couple of years and then...
Would you mind taking that? Thank you, Mr Hardy, that was very helpful. But it still, in my mind, doesn't explain... I know you... So if you could take it on notice...
We'll get an explanation from Treasury...
Thank you.
...about the assumptions in the graph, but we'll have to take that on notice.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. It'd be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr Grigg. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. I just... one line of questioning. I was just wondering, under what circumstances would a sex worker be considered a reasonable and necessary service to be included in an NDIS participant's plan?
Senator, I can say a few words on that. So, as you know, all the supports for participants are considered on under Section 34 of the NDIS Act in relation to whether they are reasonable and necessary. And every participant's plan is unique and individual according to their particular circumstances, their functional impairments, their goals and aspirations. So it's not possible to talk about any specific participants or participant plans, but there are specific circumstances where a planner and a delegate may consider that appropriate, and that would be based on the facts, the evidence and the unique individual circumstances of the participant.
Senator, can I just add to that? Obviously, you're aware of the federal court ruling in relation to this matter, and it is one of those issues that we've been talking to the NDIS review team about, and obviously the co-chairs are going to have a thorough look at this before they report in October next year.
So, obviously, it would be good to get some clarity around the process of assessment in relation to what the process NDIS undertakes and around this particular issue, given the public sort of perception. So, at the moment, how many NDIS participants would have been approved to the use of a sex worker as part of their NDIS plan?
Yeah, I think, Senator, we'd have to take that on notice. It's not something that is necessarily we have structured data on, but I would be happy to see what we can prepare.
Sure, and in the process of doing that, if you could also provide a funding envelope around that. Obviously I wouldn't want you to identify anyone, but if you could provide numbers and the costs. If a participant had been approved in their plan to be able to have access to sex workers, would that sex worker be required to be registered under the NDIS?
Senator, just before I answer that, can I just be clear that there is a distinction between the sex worker and support for sexual
I get that. I'm asking
activity,
about sex
and
workers.
So the NDIS would not fund the sex worker; they fund the supports that may enable sexual activity, intimate activity, in the case where that is appropriate.
Okay, could you get me some clarification on that in relation to the determination of the federal court and obviously following on from the AAT decision? So back to if anybody, if a participant had been approved for sex services or sex worker as part of their plan, would that worker be required to be registered with the NDIS?
Senator, it's Sarah Johnson. I think we'll take that one on notice. Just to clarify, in some circumstances, the sex worker can be funded by the NDIA. That was the WRMF federal court decision.
That's why
prior to that, and still obviously continuing, we will fund support to assist a person in sexual intercourse. But that's in addition to sex workers that may be funded in some circumstances.
Yeah, I think I was actually only talking about
Yeah.
the sex workers
Yeah.
themselves as opposed to other assistant.
Senator, I think I can say that in not all circumstances would the sex worker need to be registered, because there would clearly be circumstances where participants may be self-managed, and so the supports would be not necessarily registered.
Yeah, sure.
Because that would preclude their ability to access that support.
Yeah. So are there any sex workers that are registered with the NDIS?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, sure.
And we'd probably have to consult with the Commission about that. I don't think that's something we would have readily have information on.
So you probably have to take the rest of these on notice because they're predicated on you answering that question. So I'd just be interested if there's been any audit undertaken around any providers of this particular service by the NDIS, and if there have been, what the outcomes of any of those audits might have been. And also, just keen to understand if the services of a sex worker have been approved as part of the plan, and the worker isn't registered with the NDIS, would this service necessarily need to be reported to the NDIS?
No.
So how would the NDIS know whether the service that it's funding is even being provided?
We wouldn't necessarily, Senator.
Okay. Okay. So on that basis, then you wouldn't know how much had been spent on this particular service then?
So, Senator, in terms of the constructs of some of our plans, it's not common in plans at present. If it was a stated support, then we would see money drawn down against that particular stated support, and then we would know the extent to which it had been spent. However, as you're probably aware, with a self-managed participant, we don't need that level, we don't require at the moment that level of detail in terms of ABN as an example. We'll ask our participant to hang on to that ABN, but we don't necessarily have that coming through in our data at this point in time to be able to see.
Okay, so under a self-managed scheme, the person doesn't have to provide any evidence in terms of expenditures in relation to the supports that have been approved?
They can be audited. So they can be audited, and we would then see that. We ask them to keep those receipts, but it is not at the moment routinely collected in all of our structured data.
Okay, well, I look forward to getting your advice.
Senator, I might just add, just to ensure, given the topic, there's full picture. One of the other things that the planners will be minded to is risk for the participant, and for the support. So requests are not found to meet reasonable and necessary criteria if there are concerns about risk, and that goes to considering a participant's ability to provide and withdraw consent for the support type as required, the potential for abuse of the participant, the provider's capacity to deliver the support safely, and the participant who may pose a risk to the sex worker, e.g. the participant who has a history of violent behaviour towards others. So there are a range of considerations that are made, and we do, as Ms Johnson mentioned, because it's a stated support, it does receive careful consideration, including from technical experts within the agency, so that the full array of issues are considered.
So how would you know that then if you have no line of sight over the service that's been provided?
As said earlier, the evidence that would be required and the information that would be required would go to ensuring that all those issues could be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Senator Ruston, thank you. Senator Urquhart, and then I'll continue to the next one.
Look, I've just got a few. I sort of feel like I'm going to lose my voice, so I need to give it a little bit of a workout. So I've just got some questions around NDIA offices around Australia. Can you tell me how many occasions did the former Minister Reynolds attend the National Disability Insurance Agency head office in Geelong?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice. I'm afraid I don't have that information with me today.
Could you tell me how many days after Minister Reynolds was sworn in did she attend the National Office?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Also, can you then take on notice, obviously, the dates and times of each of those visits? Did the Minister meet with frontline staff at the visit, and what else was included in the program for the visits? Visit or visits? Can you tell me, did former Minister Reynolds ever attend NDIA offices in other locations?
I can tell you that she did, yes, Senator, but I don't have the specific details of that.
Okay, so you can't tell me when and the dates, times and locations? Would you be able to take that on notice?
I'll take it on notice, Senator, yes.
And again, the purpose of the visits and whether or not the former minister met with frontline staff. I'm also interested in if you can provide details in relation to former Minister Roberts' attendance at NDA offices in the National Office.
Certainly I can, Senator. I will have to trawl back through some historical records, but I'm sure we can get that together for you. Yes.
Yep. And can you tell me how many occasions the current minister has attended the NDIA National Office in Geelong?
Again, I would take that on notice to give you the specific details that you're looking for, Senator.
And if you could also take on notice then how many days after being sworn in did Minister Shorten attend the National Office, and how many occasions has he attended other offices in other locations, and has he met with NDIA staff?
So again, I can confirm that he has attended multiple offices on multiple occasions and has met with frontline staff, but I would have to take on notice the specific details of those.
If you can get the details of that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator, yes, Senator Reynolds.
Addendum to that. Could you also include in the dates there for the lockdowns during my period as the NDIS Minister for Victoria and also Western Australia? Because I think that is relevant to the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so the Participant Service Charter of the agency says that your commitment to participant is that you will, and I'll quote it directly, communicate in your meaning the participants' preferred format, and that you, meaning the agency, will make sure staff are trained to understand the impact of different disabilities, and that you, the agency, will make our processes simple and easy to use. Now, based on that policy, I would expect that deaf people, for instance, would be able to expect that information is not, for instance, provided over the phone. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator, I would agree, not without appropriate technical support to facilitate that call. Indeed. Yes.
And I'm assuming that the CEO also agree with that radical position?
I would wholeheartedly agree with that position, Senator, and also obviously, as you point out in the Charter, it's a matter for the person with disability, the form of communications takes.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't pick up that last bit.
It's consistent with that Charter is the form of the communications should be determined by the person with disability.
Absolutely, absolutely. Based on that policy, I would expect that a blind person, for instance, would be able to get information in an audio form if that's what suited them best. Would you both also share that, agree with that expectation?
Absolutely.
A reasonable and necessary expectation, shall we say. Why then are participants who have time and time again told your agency that they are deaf, for instance, being told by the NDIA that they have to attend a telephone directions hearing?
Senator Scott McNaughton, General Manager of National Delivery from the agency. So you're absolutely right, Senator. What we do in when we're working with participants is record their preferred method of communication. So, for argument's sake, if someone is deaf or hearing impaired and they need an Auslan interpreter,
yes,
that would be recorded on their record. And when we're doing planning with them, we would book and pay for the Auslan interpreter. We've got contracts with Auslan Australia, Deaf Connect, and other entities around the country to make sure that that should be part and would be booked as part of their preferred communication style.
Yes, indeed. I understand all of that, but again, I've worked with participants and have been advocating in relation to cases where people have been told in one case no less than 14 times to attend direction hearings over the phone.
So, Senator, just to clarify, I think we may have pivoted. I think initially we thought you were talking about planning processes, but I think from what you're saying now, you're talking about AAT processes. Is that correct?
I'm
sorry, so
about,
we misunderstood that.
Yeah,
so,
yes.
Not that it should make any difference.
No, it shouldn't.
And I'm certainly, I'm sure Ms Falkingham and I both agree that if that has occurred, we're very concerned to hear that and would be very keen to understand the detail, to learn from you the specific details and to ensure that that could be addressed.
Yes, and I'll provide you with another example. I have heard from a participant who is blind, so they cannot read PDFs without a assistive piece of technology. An assistive piece of technology I might add, is the exact piece of technology that they are currently being refused funding for by the agency that would enable them to do things like that. It's something that the agency currently is opposing, deeming reasonable and necessary. And so that participant has ended up at the AAT where they have been sent information by agency lawyers that requires them to engage in the reading of PDF material. So I'm wondering, based on, and I wish these were isolated cases, I really do, that'd be great. We just have a chat about it, we'd never have to talk about it again. They're sadly not. Why have the NDIA, the lawyers particularly, that represent the NDIA in these cases, repeatedly given these individuals, particularly this person, complex legal information as a PDF when they cannot see?
Senator, I am alarmed by the case you've just taken us through. I'll invite our General Counsel to speak to a range of remediations we are making internally in relation to how we engage through these processes. As you'd be aware, we're doing a lot of work on early settlement, early mediation, to be able to respond directly to people early in these cases to avoid them ending up in the AAT. As you'd be aware, we've had a blitz on cases. We're working with Graham Innes in particular around a new model for the future. But as you know, our staff work really hard, but some of the things you've outlined today go to, I need to talk to the AAT registrar about some of these issues and kind of how we can better work with them around the production of materials in the right format, but also if there are communications breakdowns happening across the agency in relation to communications, we need to do a better job of training our staff to ensure that the appropriate methods are being used. But I might throw now to our Chief Counsel.
Yes, thank you. Matthew Swainson, Chief Counsel, NDIA. Just working out what to add more from our CEO, Ms Falkingham. Yes, we are putting a lot of effort into our AAT program right now in terms of looking at how we can make that program, I guess, a better experience for participants. And I hear your comments today. Thank you.
Yeah, so I get that, understand the work you're doing in that space, very familiar with it, but at the end of the day, the cases that I'm referring to here are people that have been engaged with by external lawyers which the agency have themselves engaged. They're your lawyers. These participants are blind folks, they're deaf folks, being provided with information in a format that is not accessible to them. And in one case, the very reason that they're engaging with their lawyers is because the agency has refused to deem reasonable and necessary a piece of technology that would have enabled them to engage in that process. So I understand talking with the AAT, but at the end of the day, they're your lawyers. Yeah. And it is your responsibility to make sure that they act in accordance with the statements that you've made in your participant service charter.
Senator, it won't surprise you in week 3, I have been briefed on the external spend in the legal area of the NDIA, and I know our Chief Counsel is deeply committed, as am I, to reducing that external cost, because we want to empower our internal General Counsel to make the right decisions and ensure that they are trained correctly as well. But the Chief Counsel might want to respond to that. I don't want to give you that sense that we are waiting for anything. We are making these changes now, but we do want to reduce that external spend. If there are any firms that you're aware of that are doing this, please let me know and I will pursue that personally with them.
I was just going to add, Senator, I mean, it absolutely is not. The intention is that, just as Mr McNaughton explained, for planning processes, that the participants' requirements for engaging in light of their disability should be fully accounted for, and that we should enable full engagement in every possible way. So if we're not managing to do that through our external lawyers, then that's something we obviously need to address and take on.
You really do.
Yep.
Mr. I'm so sorry, I can't see you.
That's right, Senator. Mr. Swainson.
Swainson, how long have you been in the position of Chief Counsel?
Approximately 5 months.
5 months. Have you in that time participated in disability access and inclusion training?
Yes, the agency's puts on training and I've participated in that training.
You've participated in that training. Does that training that you participated in include inclusive communication training?
Yes, Senator.
In what, can you flesh that out for us a bit? Because if you don't understand the problem, it's hard to lead the team in fixing it. So can you flesh out for us a bit what that training has involved?
Yes, look, I'm just trying to rack my memory, Senator. Certainly, you know, it's training, and I think the example you've given us today in terms of providing much more accessible documents for people with vision impairment, I think that's really important. And I think, you know, in terms of that example you've raised today, I would be happy to receive those examples and have a look at those specific cases you're looking at. And I think that's...
I think, Senator, first and foremost, the principle is that the participant should be given the full opportunity, and in many circumstances their advocate or support person, to inform the agency what their support needs are in terms of engagement with planning processes, or, as it happens in the examples we're talking about, appeals processes, what appropriate adjustments are needed to enable their full participation, and that is recorded systematically, and I believe we do that. We also provide ample opportunity for that to be updated and revised on a regular basis in any engagement that we have with the participant. And so that there is, in every possible venue, the full information to whoever it is from the agency that's engaging with the participant or their support people, to ensure that that communication is fully enabled and that we are fully informed, as is the participant, to enable that to be a fulsome and productive engagement.
Yes, so you've completed a module in your time with the agency that touches on these points, is what I hear you saying.
Yes, Senator, but it's also part of our everyday work and engagement, and I can say, you know, after over 2 years, that is something that's ingrained in our work and our engagement with stakeholders and the sector in all
yes, indeed, as it should be. Just to finish off this line of questioning, though, so you've completed that training. Is that training mandatory for external lawyers that you legal advice lawyers that you engage?
No, it's not, Senator, and that's absolutely something we are committed to looking into, putting in place. And I guess it goes to one of the comments that our CEO made around looking at how much more of the work we can do within the agency so that staff who are doing this work and engaging with participants are trained in the way that you mentioned.
But there would be definitely, in the process of engaging the legal firms, we would be looking, I'm quite confident that we get advice from them as to their capabilities and commitment to ensuring that their engagement with NDIS participants is fully enabled.
Well, I would hope so, but I would also say that if you're engaging people who can't grasp the basics of, don't send a blind person a PDF.
Well, obviously, as we've acknowledged, that's a...
We've got a bit of work to do in that kind of trajectory.
Yes.
I have other questions in relation to the legal section, but I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Senator Reynolds, I understand the Minister was seeking to come back with an answer to a question he took on notice.
Yes, there was a question on notice which I think went to Minister Shorten's meetings with trade unions. I think I don't know whether it was it Senator Ruston who asked that question, or was it you?
I think it was. No, it wasn't myself. I think it was Senator Ruston.
Well, I'll give the answer, if Senator Ruston has more questions about that, I suppose she can come back. So in relation to engaging with representative unions, of course, members of the Labor Party and ministers are very happy to engage with representatives of the trade union movement. In relation to the Minister for the NDIS and Government Services, the Honourable Bill Shorten MP, I'm advised that he's met with representatives of many trade unions since the May 2022 federal election. Trade unions and their representatives have raised with the Minister the quality, safety, availability and integrity of NDIS services and support for NDIS participants, and the delivery of government services through the Federal Government Service Delivery Agency Services Australia. They've also raised pay and conditions for hard-working Australians who work for the National Disability Insurance Agency and Services Australia, and the other agencies, and for workers employed broadly in the disability care sector. The nature of the Minister's conversations with representatives of Australia's trade unions has included how relieved working people were to see the Liberals and Nationals voted out of office at the election, how happy working Australians were to see the end of the previous Liberal National Government, which presided over record low wages growth and skyrocketing costs of living, and which was characterised by waste, rorts and rank ministerial incompetence, including in the NDIS and government services portfolios. Trade union representatives have also raised with the Minister the hope that working Australians feel after the election of the Albanese Labor government, which is already delivering for working people and which is taking action to get wages moving again and clean up the mess left behind by the Liberals and the Nationals. That's all I had for that question.
Senator Ayres, thank you. Senator Askew.
Just ask that the list of who that was, the dates and who was present be taken on notice as well.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Reynolds, do you want to take us through to the dinner break, please?
Could I just raise very quickly?
Yes, Senator Urquhart.
A similar issue with a constituent that Senator Steele-John has just raised in relation to the constituent being legally blind. I'm happy to take it offline and discuss it because it's not the area to do it, but it really needs to be looked at and fixed.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And before we come back to the AFSR, I've just got another question in relation to what's in the budget paper number 1. Maybe Secretary and maybe Mr Broadhead. And again, you might need to take it on notice, but I thought if I give it to you now, we might be able to get an answer back tonight. So can I refer you in budget paper number 1 to page 292? It's actually the statement of fiscal risks for the portfolio. Yes, I'm sure you'll be very familiar with that, Mr Broadhead.
So that was a description rather than a question, Senator.
Okay. So have you got the relevant section there, page 292?
I do.
Okay, so in social services, the NDIS has been included as a fiscal risk Is this the first time the NDIS has been included in social services in this area, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes, but I couldn't say definitively because it may have been mentioned at an earlier budget some time ago.
In the last sort of couple of budgets, for example, how long have you been in this position
I've been doing work in relation to the NDIS since about 2019.
Okay, so in your experience, this is the first time that it's been in the social services portfolio as a fiscal risk? Thank you. So who signs off? Is this something that the Secretary signs off on for social services?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Can you please, given that this is something new in the budget papers, can you please just walk us through why it's now been included in this one?
I'll take that on notice, but seems to me fairly self-evident why it's there, but I'll take it on notice as to why it's there.
With respect to Secretary, it's not, because it hasn't been there
Yeah,
before.
I will,
it's now come in.
I will take that on notice.
No, thank you. So if you could then take on notice what's changed since the previous financial update when this wasn't included. So does this indicate then that in this budget, Mr. Harvey, you're familiar with this?
Chief Finance Officer of
Yes.
DSS. So I can only really refer you back to the evidence of the Department of Finance. So Department of Finance are the ones that coordinate and pull together the Statement of Risk section for Budget Paper 1. And they talked about, in terms of, in their evidence, they talked about just the uncertainty of those estimates into the future at the moment.
So can I just correct my
please.
evidence? I thought I was looking at the PBS. I don't sign off on budget paper number 1.
Okay, so in here in terms of social services, so finance do this on their own, they don't consult DSS at all?
They certainly consult us, yes.
Okay. So were you surprised then when they came to you and said that they're now putting this in as a fiscal risk, given that it hadn't been previously?
I don't think I can. It is just what it's their call what they put in.
Well, it is, but it's your portfolio, and you're the Chief Financial Officer of this portfolio, and putting something in as a fiscal risk is not just something that happens. There must have been some drivers or some considerations that finance came. So if you could take on notice.
So I wouldn't say so I wouldn't respond in that way. I would just say it's a matter of judgment, and finance have made the judgment in this preparation of this budget.
Okay, so can you, on notice, so from your perspective as social services, and this is a statement about your budget, if you can take on notice what consultations happened with finance, what was the nature of those consultations, and what was the basis on which they've now assessed this as a fiscal risk. Now, does that then, so to a lay reader of the budget, that would then indicate that the additional 8.8 billion that has gone in this last budget by Labor to fully fund the NDIS, so as a fiscal risk, it would seem logical then that the conclusion is that finance think that the 8.8 over the forward estimates will actually increase. Because it wouldn't be a fiscal risk if it was going to go down, would it?
So I think it can actually go either way. It's to do with the uncertainty into forward periods, either up or down.
Well, we've already heard the figures from the AFSR, and I think, and we'll discuss it with the Representative Minister after the dinner break, but are you seriously saying that they think it's a fiscal risk because the scheme costs are going to spontaneously go down?
I'm not saying that, Senator.
Okay, so can you take that on notice, please? What consultations occurred between DSS, between your staff and finance? Who triggered it? Did you raise something with finance, or did they come to you with a concern that the additional 8.8 billion was not going to be enough over the forward estimates? And again, it just seems a bit odd why this demand-driven scheme was in these fiscal risks. If you could answer from your perspective how this occurred and why, and what it actually means, because it's, as I said, I cannot for a second believe that it's in there because finance think that the scheme's at risk of going, of reducing anytime soon.
I think to be fair to the officials, I think there was a series of questions that you asked there, Senator Reynolds, and their capacity to be able to answer questions about when they were engaged and how they were engaged by finance. That last question, it may not be possible for them to answer.
Well, I'm
that
sure
question,
the officials will come back and let me know, Minister, what is and is not possible. But also there's an expression in there that says, as the scheme is relatively new. Well, the scheme is pretty much a decade old now, and if this hasn't been flagged as a fiscal risk before, it just stands out as something anomalous and curious. And if you could also take on notice, as the scheme is relatively new, which it's not.
Maybe I can address that particular part of it. Although the scheme's been going since the Act was passed in 2013, it began as a series of trials, which I think at the end of 3 years had about 30,000 people involved. It then went through a period of transition, which in effect took about 4 years to bring people into the scheme from what were previously state-provided and funded services. So in the sense that it's been running at the level and scale that was originally envisaged, it's actually quite young. It's only about 3 or 4 years old, probably closer to 3 than 4. And the number of people in the scheme, about half of them have been in the scheme for less than 3 years, or around 3 years or less. So it isn't...
Mr Broadhead, I certainly understand, and I thank you for that history lesson, but I do understand that, and I'm sure the committee members here do. So the question is, how did it end up in there at this point? Because there are other demand-driven schemes that are newer, that are not in here, in other portfolios. So if you could take that on notice, and also, from your perspective, what would be required to take it off this list? So why was it included, and what would need to be done to take it off the list?
As I was indicating, I didn't want to interrupt your interruption before. It may not be possible for officials to answer that question. They'll consider it carefully, but I didn't want to have you ask the question and create a expectation that they can read into the minds of the Department of Finance. They will answer the question to the extent that they can.
Minister, I greatly appreciate that clarification, but as I said, the officials are well capable of answering questions in relation to their own portfolio budget and including their engagement with finance, which I know is regular and deep. So that is why they've taken it on notice, and will provide me with, and I'm very confident they will provide me with everything that they can. So thank you.
Senator Reynolds, I'm keen to go to the dinner break now.
We'll go to the dinner break and then we'll come back on AFSR.
We will be coming back on this outcome, obviously, after the dinner break, but the committee now suspends until 7:30 p.m.
Thank you.
I will be speaking slowly as I pass the call to Senator Reynolds as she finds her place.
Very much. I just need to get my relevant document out.
Just as you're doing that, we also note and welcome Minister Don Farrell, who is representing the Social Services Minister, to the table. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome Senator Farrell. Just to wrap up, I do want to come back to the AFSR now. So, Minister, just to situate you where we're up to, we're just going through the latest AFSR document that was released on Friday, on which Assistant Minister Ayres concurred that the government agrees with the figures within the AFSR document and that they underpin the budget, the October budget, forward estimates. I think that's a pretty fair summary of where we're up to. So now we're just going to go through and just get some further information on the cost drivers in the AFSR. So we had got to your baseline projections out to 2025. By 2025 was just over 50 million, but in a range of 45 to 60 million, correct? Yep, thank you. And then jumping through to 31, 32, The baseline projection goes up to 89, just shy of $90 million. And that's the baseline projection under current figures. Okay. So if we could turn, I just want to go to, at its most basic, the cost drivers, I think, Ms Johnson, you said, in terms of your projection model, is a function of essentially, it's a function of two things. How many participants you've got in the scheme and the average cost per participant. Is that right?
The highest level, that's correct.
Hang on, I don't think your microphone's on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
So, Senator, yes, Sarah Johnson, Scheme Actuary, yes, that's correct at the highest level, yes.
Thank you. So for those of us who are not mathematicians or statisticians or actuaries like you are, it's basically a pretty simple participants and the cost of average packages, and that drives up the cost that underpins your actuarial data, correct?
Correct.
On a basic level.
On a very basic level.
On a very basic level, yes. For non-actuaries.
Actuaries don't really deal with basic things.
It is very true. It is very true, Dr. Studdert. So in terms of what's in the latest AFSR that's driven this budget, can we just go through, on page 10, the numbers of participants? And if I've read this right, what the latest projection is by 2026, you're projecting that there'll be 740,000 participants in the scheme. Is that right?
For 25-26, yep, 741,077, that's correct.
And what sort of degree do you have also degrees of confidence like you do with the baseline and percentile numbers?
We haven't put formal confidence bounds around that. We have done, in section 6 of the report, we've done some scenario analysis where you can look at some of the different new entrant assumptions and exit assumptions and stress test them on the baseline.
So as you were saying, the rate of increase in participants is still increasing. Now, what are some of the factors in that? Are there age considerations? And I think also I saw that you're saying that it's still in areas, that even trial areas, that it is still a high rate of growth. Can you just have a talk about that and what that means for the budget?
Yes, I can. So in the report in figure 2, what we look at is for each of the different phasing years, so essentially all of the geographical areas that came into the scheme for the different years, so 2015 was trial and onwards, and in the last year to 31 March 2022, we looked at, as a percentage of the population, how many people entered the NDIS. And in that chart, what's quite clear is even in the trial sites 2014-2015, you're still seeing around 300, above 350 in some instances per 100,000 coming in. So we've done a bit of work on that to further analyse it, to understand, is that people who have acquired or born with their disability in the most recent year, or is it more likely to be people who have had a disability for a long time but have not come forward for services? And the vast majority now that are starting to come through are more the new disability. So that's why we think that new entrance rate is getting more steady.
So not new, just for people who might be watching, so it's not a new type of disability, it's actually new to the scheme.
New to the scheme, that's correct. So we've increased our assumption there from about 310 to 340 per 100,000 based on that extra year's worth of information. We're not seeing a tapering off in those older sites.
Okay. So can we, I've got my next question. So can we go to page, actually table 6, the estimated drivers of variation. Can you have a talk about a couple of those? Some of the key drivers of the variations?
Yeah, so this is 21-22, so the year that's been, and we were understanding any variation from what we projected last time.
And COVID impacted?
Correct. So the big impact there was COVID, with the systematic supply and demand impacts. So that was in particular around disruptions to supply of services and demand, with some participants not always wanting workers in the house. So we estimated that to be about 440 million, or 37% of the variation. some other variation around the mix of participants that came in. We got more children compared with adults than we would have expected, but an overall higher number. There'd be some activities to address provider compliance and things that are also in there. But on the whole, that's the variation for the year from what we projected.
Thank you. And if we go to, so that's the first driver, is number of participants, those coming in.
Yep.
Less those who are not going out in the rates that we predicted initially. So then we come to the second driver, which is participant costs.
Yep.
Can you, I know there's a lot of detail in there, but can you just summarise it for us in terms of over the last, say, 3 to 4 years, what the cost growth has been in terms of the average annualised payments for participants?
Yes, I can. So for the last 3 years, the additional inflation's been about 11.2%. So significant.
And that's planned inflation?
No, that's payment inflation.
That's inflation, okay.
That's payment inflation, yeah. So we've not projected all of that going forward. We haven't assumed that you'd have that same rate of inflation, but we have noted that you're going to likely to get inflation over and above the economic assumptions.
So what has year on year then, so the average, the annualised average plan cost, so what has that growth been over the last, say, 3, 4, 5 years that you've got there?
So the plan inflation, we've actually got in the last quarterly report too. So for the September quarter, after you remove the impact of the latest price indexation, it was 16%. In June, it was 12%, close to 13%, and in the prior quarter, I believe it was 8%.
Okay.
So it's increased a little bit in the last quarters, but significant.
So and I know you've got some of the tables here from 2018-19, so you've got 4 years in some of these plan tables. So what has been the annualised growth, or there's actually maybe if you do it in actual expenditure on plans versus plan values?
Yeah. So as some examples in terms of the average annual growth rate for participants in support independent living, that's 11.9% over the last 3 years. For participants who are not in support independent living, it's 14.4%. And then breaking it down a little bit more by some of the age groups of participants not in SIL, for 0 to 14-year-olds it's 10%, for 15 to 24-year-olds it's 9%, and 25 to 64 is 19%. That's per annum for the last 3 years.
Okay, so I think from the latest report, it's clear that both participant numbers are increasing and annual plans are increasing. And to the point where, back to table 2, the range of plausible outcomes for scheme expenses, as I've said, in 2031-32 is nearly $90 billion, and that's your baseline projection, and your highest projection, the 95th percentile, is actually nearly $115 billion per year.
Correct. And a lot of that uncertainty is around the additional inflation in the scheme.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. I think we've covered that. Statement of risks.
Senator Reynolds.
Might be a good time now to finish that range, so yes, thanks.
Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you.
All right, so here we are post-dinner break. What can you tell us about data management?
Yes, Senator. I've got quite a bit more information for you, and my apologies for not having that readily available earlier. So you asked about the circumstances and policies in relation to what we refer to as the CTARS data breach. I note for the record that CTARS is a private organisation that hosts cloud-based client management system data, and it provides services to organisations not just in the disability sector, but also in home care and children's services sectors. So as you noted, on the 24th of May, CTARS notified the agency of a data breach that contained the entire CTARS client production database, impacting all of their customers, so not just NDIS providers that use the CTARS system, but others across other sectors as well. In relation to NDIS providers. There were 67 providers that used that commercial service, and our understanding from engagement with CTARS and our own records is that related to 9,800 NDIS participant details. I should note that the NDIA has no direct commercial engagement or relationship with CTARS. So they don't hold any data on our behalf or have any data that we have provided them under any other arrangements. At the time CTARS notified the agency of the theft, they also informed us that they had engaged the provider ID Care, which my colleague Mel Woodburn referred to earlier, which is a private provider that helps organisations when they are in this situation, and that they had also informed the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner and the Australian Cyber Security Centre, which is a government-funded entity that supports a whole range of entities across the Australian community in managing privacy data breach incidents. You asked about the NDIA's policy in relation to this. The NDIA has a privacy policy, which is what I think you were referring to from our website, which goes to how we use, collect, manage, store and otherwise handle personal information. It's a very comprehensive policy. It's, we think, best in class in terms of privacy policies for Australian government entities. And it has been recently reviewed in July to ensure it continues to be up to standard. The policy is
in July.
Yes. The policy is a requirement under the Privacy Act, which is the act that requires all Australian government organisations and all organisations or companies in Australia that have a turnover over $3 million to have a particular set of standards in place for the protection of personal information. So the response of CTARS in relation to this incident was in relation to its obligations under the Privacy Act, and our engagement with them at the time gave us assurance and confidence that they were fulfilling all their obligations under the Privacy Act in relation to that breach. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner is the regulator in relation to the Privacy Act, and so they were also involved in engaging with CTARS in terms of their obligations, and again were also assured that they were taking all the necessary steps. In terms of what the agency can do, because we could identify the participants whose information had been compromised, we put their information on what we call a watch list. So if there's any unusual activity around their plans, their bank account details, we can see that is a risk because of what has happened in relation to this data breach. And so that was done in relation to those participants that were impacted by this activity. So it is a kind of several steps removed from the NDIA in terms of our data and data security, and I would probably just like to note here that in relation to the NDIA's data, there have been no notifiable breaches in the last year in terms of our own holdings and our own management of personal information, which is obviously a responsibility we take very seriously, and manage very closely, completely consistently with our obligations under our own privacy policy and the Privacy Act. I think you'd be aware that in relation to the Privacy Act, the government has actually recently introduced legislation into the Parliament around bolstering the consequences, or bolstering the Act in several ways, including the consequences to companies that aren't compliant with the Privacy Act in terms of fines that can be imposed upon them in relation to breaches of personal data. That's obviously not in our portfolio. That's just worth noting because it's such a topical issue at this time. I think that largely covers, I hope, what your questions and concerns were. I should also note that we also were in touch with the New South Wales government at the time of the CTARS breach, because they were also, similarly to us, not impacted because it wasn't in relation to government data and government data holdings, but it did also involve data that CTARS held from New South Wales government systems.
Okay, so let me thank you for that, Dr. Steddard. Let me just clarify a couple of aspects of that. So, how many how many participants has the agency identified may have been affected by this breach?
How many participants?
Yes.
We identified that across the 67 NDIS providers,
Yes.
9,800 participants
9,000
were clients of those providers
who used that system.
who use
Yes.
CTARS. So it's the client, the NDIS participant who's a client of an NDIS provider. The NDIS providers have their own commercial arrangements for how
Yes.
they manage and hold data, and 67 of those providers had a
Yep.
commercial arrangement with CTARS.
Okay, so of those 9,800 participants, how many have the NDIA notified of their potential impact by this breach?
The NDIA have not notified any of those participants. The CTARS, on the other hand, in conjunction with the providers that have commercial arrangements with them, notified all of them.
And you have confirmed that they have done
Yes,
so?
yes, we satisfied and confirmed that that is the case.
Okay. How many participants of that 9,800 cohort? How many? Do we know how many of them that the information that was breached may have ended up on the dark versus the deep web?
I could not answer that question, Senator. I guess we could follow up with CTARS to see what their ongoing monitoring of the situation has shown them, but I wouldn't have that readily at hand. Because it's not something that we've been directly involved in.
Okay. So just to circle back to where we started then, and to clarify, the agency, does the agency have a external data management policy?
So we have a data management policy which I might say a bit about. So we have a public data sharing policy, which may have been what you were referencing. That goes to more how we share data sets with other government entities, with researchers in de-identified form to ensure that it's done securely without any compromise of individual participant data. And for example, that's what we've used over the last year or two for monitoring uptake of COVID vaccination in conjunction with the Australian Immunisation Register and our colleagues at Services Australia. So that's a policy that we have that relates to the agency's management of individual participant data.
Yes. So, but do you have a data management policy that sets expectations in place for providers?
No, we don't have a policy that does that explicitly because that's what the Privacy Act does.
So let me get this straight. An NDIS participant, as part of being a participant, it often provides the agency with pretty significant pieces of data, whether they be medical information, whether they be financial information, whether that be information about their support needs, for instance. And what you've just told this committee is that when that information is passed to providers as part of the participant being a part of the scheme, the agency places no expectations.
No, so if I could just clarify there, the agency does not provide any data directly to providers unless it's under, the arrangement is between a participant and a provider as to what information a participant shares with a provider. And quite often, and I hear this directly from providers, quite often they get very limited information from participants and will only get information that's relevant to the service, care support service that they are procuring from that provider. Now, I will say sometimes we do facilitate the provision of that data,
you do.
but only under the express permission and guidance of the participant.
Only when the participants ticked a box at the bottom of a form. Like, I think we are rather splitting hairs here, to be quite honest with you. Like, if you're an NDIS participant and you provide your information to the NDIA and you tick a box, particularly if you're an agency-managed participant, if we were next door in Health Estimates or tomorrow in Health Estimates and we were having a health conversation explicitly about health data, there are very rigorous arrangements around the sharing of health data with third parties.
Directly from
Yes.
Medicare, yes.
Yes.
But not moderated
And when
by...
Medicare shares that information on.
But I would say that's not moderated by the individual to who that data relates to.
So are you saying to me that as long as a participant ticks a box at the bottom of a form somewhere, the agency washes its hands of any responsibility
No, certainly I'm not saying that, Senator. I'm
to
just...
put conditions upon the data that it may provide, facilitate the transfer of, to
Well,
providers?
I'm saying that the data that the agency holds in relation to individuals in terms of their access to the scheme, the development of their plan, the supports that are needed, is not provided in a holus bolus form to a provider.
No, but there are circumstances in which you facilitate the transfer of participant data to providers.
Elements of a participant's
Yeah.
plan under their authority
Yes.
to a provider, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
But as long as somebody's ticked a box somewhere, that's okay. As long as they've said you can have it, you place no additional expectations on the provider that would then receive that information.
Well, we expect that the Privacy Act and all the provisions under that will direct and dictate how the provider, in its commercial arrangement with the participant, will manage those data.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
For me to hand over the
Yeah,
call.
yeah,
I know
was
there's a
about-
lot of content
No,
to get through.
I was going to move on.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very... Oh. Thank you. Sorry, Siri was just jumping into action here. Thank you, Senator.
Siri does not have the call. Just to
Thank you very much. I'm glad for that. Thank you. I'd like to go into the sustainability sort of issue and some of the public commentary of the cut. So I think, Minister, this will be largely questions for you. One of the things that I greatly admire about Minister Shorten is his ability to assert things over and over, and quite often using very colourful invective, and to, I'd say, well, I'd characterise as his own version of fake news. And that would have been, I don't need to go through all the statements because I think all of us here have heard for many years in that portfolio saying that it was all fake news, that there was a sustainability problem with the NDIS, and it was a coalition conspiracy, etc., etc. Now, that sort of, in my mind, culminated with an extraordinary statement, Minister, that Minister Shorten made on the 14th of April this year at his press club speech about the NDIS and sort of post-budget. And he said this rather extraordinary statement to say, we don't need any extra money for the NDIS. Given that the Minister, and I think by implication you, Minister, have said that you endorse the AFSR, which is based on previous AFSRs, which clearly demonstrated there was an exponential growth in participant numbers and participant costs, would you now concur, on behalf of the government and the Minister, that there is a sustainability issue with the NDIS?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I'd start by saying that one of the people in this place that knows most about the NDIS is Minister Shorten. He's, since the time he first came into this place in 2007, of course, he's had a commitment to establishing a disability scheme, and it was really the work that he did as I think, if my memory serves me correctly, as an assistant minister, and then of course as a minister in the Rudd-Gillard years, that we in this country have a disability scheme on the scale of the NDIS. So I think of all of the people in this place who we can give some credit to having achieved that result. I think we give it to to Minister Shorten, and he continues to work in a very sensible way to ensure that this is a strong and viable scheme that delivers for disabled people in Australia. I'm not going to sort of pretend I know as much about this area as he does, but he's made those statements very, very publicly, and he obviously, believes that they are true, and as the minister responsible for this area, I'm very happy that we have somebody of Minister Shorten's skill and ability, but more particularly commitment to disabled Australians running this scheme.
So I take it that answer was yes, that he does, and you stand by his previous comments in relation to sustainability.
What you should take is what I said, Minister. Sorry, no, you're not Minister anymore. Sorry, forgot about that.
You're the Minister.
No, Minister Shorten is the Minister in this area, and what I'm saying is that I am very confident that Minister Shorten has a deep personal commitment to making a success of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, that of all the people in this place, he's the person that was there right at the start of the scheme. So somebody had to envisage the scheme, how it might work, and Minister Shorten was the person that did that. I accept that the implementation was, under Prime Minister Abbott, but Bill is a person, or Minister Shorten is a person who is committed to this scheme. He's committed to making it a success. I don't want to get into a slanging match with you, Senator, about what you could have done more in government to ensure that this scheme is a success and continues to help disabled Australians into the future. But I'm extremely confident that the range of things that Minister Shorten has proposed to ensure the long-term viability of this scheme are going to work. I mean, let's look at some of the things that he's proposed to do.
Chair, can I, sorry, at the risk of interrupting the Minister, he's now answered my question twice by not answering it. And could I just bring him back to the question?
Senator, I can't direct the Minister how to answer the question, but I will just remind all of us we've got a lot of content to get through, and I ask that everyone can ask their questions and answer questions as efficiently as possible. Thank you. Senator Farrell, you can finish your answer.
Yeah,
Thanks.
look, so, have a look at the things that Minister Shorten has proposed to do. The first, an independent review to try and identify ways in which you can make the NDIS more effective and sustainable, in particular so that future generations can benefit from the scheme.
So there is a sustainability problem. Is that...
No, look...
Well, the question...
I don't know why you're putting words into my mouth. I've been asked a question. Now, you may not like the way in which I answer...
Point of order.
Sorry, I've got a point of order from Senator Reynolds.
A point of order is that if the Minister can't answer my question, I'm happy for the Minister to take it on notice, but he's now spent 6 minutes answering a very simple question with a lot of platitudes and things that are completely irrelevant. Now the Minister has moved on to the world's shortest Labor Party policy from the last election and is regurgitating that. And I can assure the Minister we will come to that in detail, not just reciting
Thank you,
points.
Senator
But
Reynolds.
we'll come to that later, but that's not the
Editorialising on
question.
a point of order I don't think is helping this situation. I do remind everyone in the room again, we have limited time to consider this portfolio. I ask that both answers to questions and questions are put as succinctly as possible, and we will continue through the program. Senator Farrell, if you could come to the conclusion of your answer, and then Senator Reynolds, you'll have the call again.
Thank you.
So I've talked about a number of things that Minister Shorten is doing. He's got the review. He's cracking down on fraud. He's made some changes to the board to help rebuild trust, and he's looking to ensure that the scheme has a long-term viable future.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. So I take it from that 7-minute answer that that on behalf of Minister Shorten, Minister, you are saying that he stands by his pre-election comments that there is no sustainability problem. So is that's what you said, yes?
What I mean, I can repeat what I've said.
No, just a
again.
yes or no would be absolutely
Well,
fabulous. Thank you,
look,
Senator Farrell.
Just because you want a question answered in a particular way,
Well, answering it at
Senator,
all, actually, Chair, would be
Okay,
helpful.
Senators, let's try not to have a conversation across the table. I can call a suspension if we want to have a conversation outside. Let's stick to questions and answers, please, and get through the program. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've answered your question. You may not like the answer I've given you, Senator, but that is my answer.
Well,
Senator Reynolds.
So I'll take it that, yes, the Minister does stand by his pre-election comments. Minister, do you know whether before the election as Shadow Minister, in light of that response, that, maybe take this on notice, but did the now Minister actually read any of the quarterly reports, the previous budget papers, the previous ASFRs, and also the Taylor-Fry report that the Commonwealth and the State and Territories commissioned into the sustainability? Had he read any of those documents and didn't concur with them, or he just hadn't read them?
Well, look, I don't know what Minister Shorten did or did not read. I'd have to
Take that on
ask
notice.
him that, and I'd be very happy to come back to you. But I'd be very surprised that he was other than fully across everything in this portfolio.
So that's why he said he didn't need any extra money earlier this year for the NDIS, but instead he actually sought an extra $8.8 billion in the last budget, additional, is that right? Going from a few months ago saying I need no money to now asking for $8.8 billion extra. How do you reconcile that, Senator Farrell?
I reconcile that by virtue of the fact that information that you may have before the election can change when you get elected and become responsible for this particular area.
So you're saying Minister Shorten's strategy was all care, no responsibility before the election, but now he's actually got responsibility. He can take a different position.
I completely reject that.
That's exactly what you said.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Everything I say, you interpret in a different way, and I don't know how I can explain that to you, Senator Reynolds, but in answer to your previous question, I'll ask Minister what he has read or not read, but when you get into government, you suddenly find that things are not what you've seen. Can I give you an example of that yesterday afternoon?
I'd prefer not, Senator Farrell. I'd actually just like to keep it to what the current Minister knows.
Please let me explain a personal set of circumstances.
Senator Farrell, you do have the call to finish your question. I just reiterate my earlier statement that please can we move through things as efficiently as possible.
Can I say for 6 years, I asked questions about the PEMS system, the system that we use to pay parliamentary entitlements. I was told
Chair.
Senator Reynolds on a point of order.
I think as the Minister well knows, this is the wrong estimate for PEMS, and that was actually covered in detail in finance, is my
Yes,
understanding.
Senator Reynolds, he's not asking a question though, he's answering a question. I remind the Minister if we could be as efficient as possible in our answers, but if we could just finish sentences, maybe we can get through this one quickly.
Look,
Thank you.
All I'm saying is have a look at what's happened to the PEM system, Senator Reynolds, and you'll understand the difference between what you're told before you come into government and what you're told after you come into government.
Now, thank you, Senator Farrell. That then gives me something to work with in terms of what your answer is. So, what was so different that Shadow Minister Shorten was told in the previous budget documents, in the Taylor-Fry report, in previous AFSR reports, in previous quarterly reports? So, using your analogy, what was so different from what was on the public record that a Shadow Minister should have known to what he suddenly had revealed to him in the portfolio? That is your analogy, Senator Farrell. What is the difference?
Yeah, my analogy is absolutely correct. You find out things when you come into government that you didn't know
And so,
prior to government.
Mr. Chair, a point of order, please.
I will take your point of order, Senator Reynolds. Also remind you that we are trying to facilitate the call between multiple senators, and I will be seeking to share the call soon, but you have a point of order. Please
Thank you.
continue.
The point of order is it's now been 15 minutes and Senator Farrell has been entirely articulate in his explanations of all sorts of things that are totally irrelevant to my questions. And
Senator Reynolds,
and the time that he's now taken, given we've got hundreds of questions, this is going to be a very long night and a spillover just for this.
Senator Reynolds, I take your point of order. I cannot direct a minister on how to answer a question. It is my observation that there has been a fair bit of editorialising in questions. I've asked witnesses and I've asked senators to please keep questions and answers as concisely as possible. There is a large amount of material to get to. I ask for everyone in the room's cooperation towards that end. Senator Reynolds, I'd like to come to the end of this questioning block soon. You have the call, but Senator Steele-John has questions too. So can we please move to him shortly?
Chair, thank you very much. And Senator Farrell, you are the Minister representing the Minister for the NDIS in the Senate, correct?
That's absolutely
Thank you.
correct.
So you have just said to me that the Minister had one opinion before the election about sustainability, and for some reason he's now had this great revelation. So what is it that he thought it was based on what information he had before the election, the budget and all the reports that I've said, and this is your analogy, Senator Farrell, to what he now believes is the situation, which is, as we've heard, is that the AFSR and the budget documents, your budget is correct. So what is that, using your analogy, the simple question is, what has changed so fundamentally in the last 6 months?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as a fundamental change, Senator Reynolds, but look, the objective of the government is to ensure that the NDIS is a long-term sustainable program for disabled people in this country. And, you know, you don't always get all of the information that the relevant minister gets when they're in the role. Minister Shorten has looked at the issues post the election. I mean, you can laugh, you can make a lot of fun about this issue, Senator Reynolds, but it's a serious issue. There was a sustainer, you know, this...
I'm admiring your talent in not answering any question.
Well,
it's going to be a very, very long night.
Senators, I'll be...
Look, you just don't like the answers,
I will
Senator Reynolds.
I will cede the call for now. Thank you, Chair, if you'd like to move it on.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Steele-John, I will go to you for a 10-minute block. Then I understand Senator Pratt is seeking to ask some questions. Senator Steele-John, you have the call. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Could we just have the Chief Legal Counsel back at the table very briefly for just one line of questioning, and then we're finished with the lawyers. Awesome, thank you. Now, many of my constituents have reported significant procedural delays when engaging with the agency's legal representatives. And I'm wondering whether the agency, and I'd imagine it'd be led by yourself, undertakes regular audits of the external lawyers that you engage to ensure that they are complying with model litigant guidelines and providing value for money.
We have introduced, Senator, a model litigant assessment program. So that's a program we've stood up in the last couple of months, which I wouldn't describe it as an audit arrangement, but it does put much more stringent controls, reporting requirements, assessment requirements on compliance and model litigant obligations. That team looks at issues, looks at complaints that come in through the general complaints box, looks at comments that we might get from the tribunal, and if there's anything that looks like it might be a model litigant concern, that goes into a fairly rigorous assessment process that does involve an external reviewer.
All right, and I just mean that, is that a process, a policy that you brought in?
A framework's probably the best description of it.
And when did it come into force? When did you kick it off?
It's been gradually developed, I think probably over the last 5 months.
Yep.
I wouldn't say.
So you developed it?
It was under development before I started, initial development, but we've probably put additional resources and effort into finalising that process.
And how more holistic coordination of it across a more coordinated organisation of it across the agency.
Okay, and how will that be reviewed, that framework?
In terms of...
Well, it exists now as a framework, it's being used. What's the process for it to be reviewed?
In terms of whether it's performing its function?
Yeah, I mean, however you decide to want to review it.
We're still in the development phase of it, but Mr Swainson, Chief Counsel Division, are working very closely with the Office of Legal Services Commissioner, OLSC, on its ongoing operation, and I would expect in probably 6 to 12 months we'd be looking at getting some external...
So 6 to 12 months after it once it's fully developed?
I think that would be good governance of any new framework that's introduced, Senator, to undertake a review of it.
And we would look very closely to guidance from OLSC in relation to that as well, given they are the centralised kind of...
We have been discussing the development of that framework with the Attorney General's Department, so we've been engaged with them as part of that development.
Are you able to table that framework for us? Does it exist?
Yes, well, I've taken on notice. It's not. I don't have it on my pack today, but we can provide
it on notice. That'd be great. Okay. In the actually, as part of that framework, what are the consequences for breaching it?
The consequences. So, under the Commonwealth's model litigant framework, we are required to apologise if there is a breach. And
so the external lawyer apologises to the agency?
No, to the participant.
Yes.
But the obligation under model litigant rests with the agency, so we would have to provide the apology, obviously in conjunction with the external lawyer, but we hold the responsibility to ensure that we are compliant with model litigant obligations.
Yes.
So it rests with us, right?
It rests with us. The model litigant obligation rests with the agency.
Yep.
There might be circumstances where the external firm, it's through their actions, and that would then be something that they would need to apologise separately for that.
Yep.
But certainly the obligation itself sits with us, and we're responsible for that.
Anything beyond an apology as part of a consequence of breach in the...
As part of the Commonwealth's model litigant framework, there's no further sort of monetary sanction. The ultimate sanction is a sanction from the Attorney General. And the framework provides for that sanction. Certainly, we're a corporate Commonwealth entity, so we're not formally required to notify our model litigant notifications to the Attorney General's Department, but we have voluntarily determined that's something we would like to do as best practice.
It's fair to say it's significant reputational risk, which we take very seriously.
Absolutely.
And would not be wanting to
yes,
regularly
absolutely.
breach.
And just to check, I know this is going through an iterative phase of development, but where we are right now with the framework, has there been any breaches, or given that it's in development, it's not actually applying yet?
We've identified one breach through the application of this framework.
Yes. Okay, and when did you identify that?
It was approximately, I think the breach assessment was finalised. I'll give you the exact number, Senator.
In recent months.
In recent
It's fair to
months.
say.
In recent months. Can you take the date on notice for us?
I can give you that.
Yep. And have you, has the agency, in accordance with the framework, provided the apology to the participant?
Yes, we have, Senator.
Okay, great. Moving on then, in the federal budget, the government announced an independent expert review program, the IER. I wanted to ask, first of all, how many cases is the independent expert review expected to hear per month? That's not for you. I don't suppose that's... Oh, it might be for you, actually. Are you the best person to answer that question?
I can't answer those questions. It is, I mean, the way in which we have established that program is with an independent oversight committee. So we've set up, that committee is chaired by Graham Innes.
Yes.
And we've set that up in a way to provide some independence from the agency. So we're providing support to that committee. We provide the secretariat, but we thought it was important to ensure that there was an independent scrutiny of that process from the agency.
Yes.
So we're currently in a pilot phase of that program. We anticipate that we will review 20 to 30 cases through that pilot. That's happening right now. There are cases being reviewed through that pilot. We are certainly adjusting the process as we go. We're finding ways that we can make it, I guess, simpler and easier for the participant, and that's probably the driver of that program. Once that pilot's complete, we'll do an assessment, and we anticipate rolling out at a greater scale, hopefully before the end of this year. Over the course of that program, in some extent, it will depend on how many participants elect to join in that program. But potentially we could review 1,000 cases by June next year.
All right, 1,000 cases.
That's a very approximate figure, Senator.
And that's fine. So it's 20 to 30 a month, and hopefully, if you're in the right direction, 1,000.
No. So the pilot. So we're in a pilot phase at the moment, and we are reviewing 20 to 30 cases in the pilot. And it's important that we conducted the pilot because it's a very new process.
Oh, absolutely.
We wanted to make sure that things ran smoothly before we rolled it out at a greater scale.
Yep. Okay. How many? So we've had. Is that 20 or 30 participants that you hope to invite to be part of the pilot?
They have either nominated themselves or through their advocacy representatives to be part of it, so they are part of the pilot. So
they are part of the pilot now.
That's
okay.
correct.
So that would be the same for basically if we see the pilot as phase one, if you like.
That's correct.
That's your kind of phase one cohort.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense. When was the first participant enrolled into the pilot?
It was over the last month. And I'd have to take that on notice as to the exact date, but it's certainly over the last month.
Yes. And the process for, just to clarify, the process for selection to be part of the pilot was?
So for the pilot, we relied on the Oversight Committee to nominate or to identify appropriate cases or participants that might want to come in a pilot arrangement. They were participants that were represented by an advocacy or legal aid organisation, just to ensure that there was, they were assisted through that process.
Okay.
They were then invited as to whether they wanted to participate. It's voluntary. It's entirely voluntary, and I'd have to get the numbers for your notice that I think most agreed to participate in that pilot program.
Would you be able to table the criteria that you used for selecting those people? But what I've heard from you is all of them will already have advocacy or legal representation, or both?
Either or. Some participants will be represented by advocacy organisations, some by legal aid, and we didn't distinguish in that criteria, but it was important that the participant have some representation to assist them through the process.
Okay. All right, because I'd like to know the criteria, because it is seen currently as people are having such a tough time at the AAT. It's seen as an enormous privilege to be invited into the pilot. So people have asked, what is the criteria for me being in the pilot? I must also ask you, the end goal for this alternative process, is a process which is able to be accessed by people regardless of whether they have legal representation or an advocate representation.
The intent is, Senator, to open up the program to any participant that wants to apply or nominate
Yes.
to be part of it.
Yeah.
I understand it might be a question for the department, but they are putting in place arrangements to support participants who don't have representation.
Yeah. Yes, I get that. My question to you, though, is if every single one of the participants in the pilot is represented by, has already legal representation or advocacy representation, how are you going to determine whether the process you create works for people who do not have that representation?
It's a very good question, Senator. I think that would be something we'd need to factor into the evaluation of the pilot phase to determine what a broader scale rollout looks like. But I think it's a very good question, and one we'll ask as part of that evaluation.
Because advocacy is chronically underfunded. It is very hard to get advocacy representation at these things. Legal representation is even more difficult for some people. I would say that I might stop myself there, conscious of time. Shall I go back?
Suffice to say, I was
Yeah.
anticipating handing the call over, Senator Steele-John.
To
Senator Pratt.
Yes.
Are you finished with that block?
I do have some more questions
I
on
will
this
come back to
independent
you.
review process.
Just before I go to Senator Pratt, there have been informal discussions amongst committee members. I just want to make sure everyone is clear that we will be continuing with this outcome up until the tea break, and then we will be having a discussion. We'll provide advice to officials shortly. But Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask some brief questions about the former CEO of the NDIA, Martin Hoffman, and his business dealings. I learned through the AFR that since departing NDIA, he is now working as an appointed director of Bridge SaaS, a company that makes client management software for NDIS providers. And it was certainly reported that the reason he was recruited, according to the CEO, was they had looked at who was running NDIS and how valuable that would be to us. We're better off knowing where the real pain points are in the NDIS from someone who was running the whole show. Anyway, I have seen that Minister Shorten has expressed his disappointment and disquiet as Minister. However, I understand that it's really the NDIA board itself that has power to take any action against Mr Hoffman. So I wanted to ask, please, what the board has done and what action they've taken, please.
Senator, I'll take these answers. You're quite correct. The engagement and employment of the CEO is through the board, and it's covered in sections 160 to 168 of the NDIS Act.
I know that. My question
Yes.
was around the action, please.
Yes, I'm getting to that, Senator. There is no statutory restriction on post-separation employment for the CEO. There is nothing in the Act that prevents the CEO from or puts any restrictions on employment post the job.
I understand all of that too. Nevertheless, the NDIA board may have taken some action, and I'd like to know
Yes.
what that is. And
My understanding is that the board had corresponded with Mr Hoffman. I'm not privy to that, nor is anyone else at the table. My suggestion is that if you want greater detail around the board's actions, that we take that on notice and allow the board the opportunity to provide an answer back through the NDIA.
all right, can a copy of that letter and any reply from Mr Hoffman be made available to the committee?
Or we'll put that to the board, Senator.
Is the NDIA continuing to monitor Mr Hoffman's involvement with Bridge SaaS? That would be a matter for the board, I assume. Are you able...
Well, we can include that in the answer, if you like. I do need to make one point in that as part of the government's public sector reforms, and particularly the integrity reforms that Minister Gallagher has been pursuing.
Yes.
Part of the reform agenda will be looking at this issue more generally, not just for the
No, I
CEO
understand,
of the NDA,
not just for the purposes of this instance.
having some examination of post-employment conflict of interest guidance for decision makers. So that work will be part of the integrity stream of the public sector reform piece.
Thank you. Whilst I guess because we don't have the board here, and that's probably about as much information as I can get this evening, but I guess I can still ask the Minister what the government's view is about Mr Hoffman marketing himself off the disability insurance scheme and profiteering in this way.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And look, I think the views have been clearly expressed by Minister Shorten on behalf of the government, and that is that we were extremely disappointed that a former public servant would seek to monetise their service with the NDIS and to capitalise on the information that he must have gained in the job to seek financial benefit. I guess it's a poor reflection on the former government. I think that Mr Hoffman was appointed to the job in the first place, and I think it's very clear that under Minister Shorten we'll be getting the scheme back on track. And hopefully we won't ever see a repeat of this sort of behaviour again.
Thank you. And I guess on that note, in terms of getting back on track, can you characterise for us the kind of engagement that Minister Shorten has had with NDIA officers right around Australia, and the kinds of visits he's made, meeting with frontline staff, and what kinds of programs he's been running relative to the previous minister?
Well, look, I think it's fair to say, as I sort of outlined in my previous answer, there's no person in this parliament better equipped to understand both the history and the future of the NDIS than Minister Shorten, and he's thrown himself in holus bolus to ensuring that we have a successful disability scheme. But in terms of the actual contact with stakeholders, perhaps there's somebody else on the table who might be able to answer that question better than myself.
We can get the exact number for you, Senator, but I'm aware that it's been at least 5 visits for lengthy periods of time. So we can get that information for you, though.
Great. And what about the previous minister?
I cannot comment on that because I obviously have only been here for 3 weeks, but again, we can take that on notice for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
I'd just like to pick up, if I could, on that previous line of questioning by Senator Pratt. I think it's very lucky that it's covered by privilege, those comments and the aspersions she cast on the previous CEO. Can I clarify, Mr Griggs, you said that the relevant section was 160 to 168 of the NDIS Act that covered...
It covers the appointment, resignation, termination of the CEO.
So you said that under the Act there was no statutory restriction in the CEO seeking the employment that he did?
That's correct.
Okay. So can I just ask then, so as we've just heard from the Minister at some laudably length, that Minister Shorten was actually the architect of the NDIS and whatever the other words were, the father and the creator of the legislation. So can you tell me, since the Act was passed in 2013, has Section 160 to 168 been amended?
I would have to take that on notice.
Could you take that on notice, because I'm pretty certain that it hasn't been amended to change that rule, so that to take away restrictions, which would mean that the father of the NDIS, who is now criticising somebody for doing exactly what is permitted in his own legislation. So if you could clarify whether that has been
Senator
amended.
Reynolds, even you must realise the unethical nature of what has gone on here. Please,
Chair,
come on.
I didn't
Come
ask
on.
the Minister a question.
I gave you an answer.
To a question I didn't ask.
Senator Reynolds and Senator Farrell, I am listening. I'm giving both of you a bit of leeway here. But
So
let's get back on track.
Okay,
Senator
so
Reynolds.
given we've moved, and I'll come back to numbers later, but can I just ask some more questions about the termination of Mr Hoffman as CEO? Do you know, Minister or Secretary, how many conversations Minister Shorten had with Mr Hoffman in the period between the election and when he departed?
No, I wouldn't know that.
Minister, do you know that?
No, I don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to
Take that on notice?
Take that on notice to
Thank you.
Mr Shorten.
And was Mr Hoffman's performance as CEO raised by the Minister with you, Secretary, when he became Minister?
As you would expect, Senator, when a new minister comes into a portfolio, they they ask for a secretary's view.
I think you're leading up to a yes.
No, they ask
No?
for a secretary's view of
Yes.
of all the portfolio agency heads.
Okay, so you're saying that the new minister acted on the advice you gave him?
No, I'm saying he had a discussion. We had a discussion about all the personalities in the.
So how many discussions did the department have with Mr Hoffman about the NDIA's performance and his own performance? Were there any indicators that he wasn't performing satisfactorily?
The issue of the employment contract, if you like, is between the board and the CEO. It's nothing to do with the department. And in fact, it's nothing to do, if you come down to the legislation, the minister is not in that equation either.
Yes.
It's between the board and the CEO, and I'm quite uncomfortable talking about that. And again, I suggest that if you want particular detail around the resignation of Mr Hoffman, not the termination, the resignation of Mr Hoffman, that we put that on notice and we give the board the opportunity to provide answers.
That would be very good, thank you. So I'll put a series of questions on notice about the detail of that. And in terms of the Minister's engagement with the board, so put them on notice to the board. So the Minister's engagement with the board on Mr Hoffman's resignation, termination, resignation.
It was a resignation, Senator.
Yes, yes, in inverted commas. So are you able to take on notice anything in relation... So can you just take on notice any contact you had with the Minister and the board in relation to their determinations? Because I'm quite interested in the timeline of why the board took this action immediately after the change of government, if it related to his performance and not before. So if you could take all of those questions on notice, that would be much appreciated. And also how the board engaged, as I said, with the Minister, but also with Mr Hoffman. And was he paid a termination payment? Because obviously his contract, I understand, hadn't finished. Were there any other conditions put on, non-disclosure agreements, for example, put on his termination? And then we'll go from there. Thank you.
We will endeavour to provide as much as we can, Senator.
Could I then come to Mr Hoffman's exit and through Ms Falcon, your entrance into the scheme. So, as you would be aware, on the 11th of June, the Minister announced Mr Hoffman was stepping down from his role as of the 2nd of July, so very speedily. When did you yourself learn that Mr Hoffman was going to be resigning? Or had resigned, depends on when it was.
Senator, I think the first I knew that Mr Hoffman had resigned was when I read it in the media. I can't tell you the exact date I read it. I don't think it was on the day. I think it was in the weeks after.
Okay, so it was through the media and not through any contacts of anybody else you knew?
No.
Okay, thank you. And so how did you become aware of the circumstances of the vacancy? So you read it in the newspaper, and then how did you become aware and to put in an application?
The first I became aware is obviously the job ad went out. I spoke to NGS, who was the firm that was managing the recruitment.
Okay, so at this stage you'd had no contact with anybody else. You read it in the media, you saw the job advert. Did anyone point you to the job advert, or did you see it spontaneously?
Many people pointed me to the job advert.
So was one of those people Mr Shorten or any of his staff?
No, that's
so no contact at all at any of that process with the new minister?
No.
Okay.
So, Senator, I can give you a little bit of chronology timeline on the recruitment.
That would be excellent, thank you. And what process it was done under and EXCO, etc.
Again, it was a board-conducted activity. So the board contracted NGS Global to assist with the executive search and the recruitment process. The position was first advertised on the 22nd of July, initially in APS Jobs Online, and then I think it went a couple of national newspapers. Interviews for the shortlisted candidates, as in NGS Global did its sorting process to work out at a potential shortlisting list for the panel to look at.
Just before we go on, can I just ask on notice if we can get a copy of the ad?
Yes.
And how the job was advertised, and also information about how many people applied and how the shortlist process worked?
Sure, will do. So the selection panel was the acting chair, Mr Jim Minto, Ms Leah Van Poppel, as you know Ms Van Poppel, board member and principal member of the IAC, myself, and the APS Commissioner, Mr Peter Walcott. Between the 29th of August, when the shortlisting activity took place, we had interviews. We shortlisted, then had interviews, and a
So how
selection.
many were on the shortlist, Secretary?
How do we?
How many on the shortlist?
I will, if I get this wrong, I will correct it
Thank
on
you.
notice. I think there were 15 and we interviewed 5. That's my memory of it. The selection report was signed on the 9th of September and provided to the acting chair of the board, because of course the selection is actually a board decision. And the government endorsed the board's decision to appoint Ms Falkingham on the 26th of September.
Senator Reynolds will be seeking to share the call soon.
Okay, and...
Sorry, what was that? I missed that. Was that a...
Okay, now, when you went through the selection process, obviously you've been quite well known in Victoria, Ms Falkingham, and about the Red Wedding and executive appointments and things. Are you able to tell us a little bit about that, or was that something that was, because obviously it's very public,
Yes.
Secretary, so was that something that was taken into consideration by the panel?
Yes, it was, Senator,
Okay.
and it was a particular, something that we wanted to make sure in the referee checks that the appropriate due diligence was done, and we were satisfied with the results of the referee checks.
Are you able to advise on notice who the referees were?
If we can, I will.
I guess it's up to... okay, thank you. If you take that one notice.
give, again, when I say I will, the board will.
I totally understand, thank you.
I'm not speaking for the board.
Senator Reynolds, can I get a sense from you how many more questions you have in this block? I'm just conscious to pass the call to Senator Steele-John before the break.
Well, this block was just in response to the questions from previous senator, so...
Well, we're just 11 minutes in. I'm happy for you to continue. I just would like to get a sense from
I'm very
you.
happy. I'll finish this one here, and because most of the questions are on notice, so I'm happy if you just want to cede the rest of the time and come back to me.
Okay, thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. All right, so back to the IER programme. How many of the cases, of the 30 or so within the pilot, have been concluded? How many of those 30 have actually kind of concluded their case? Have any so far?
So, Senator, there's probably two parts to conclusion. So there's a process by which the independent reviewers will look at a case. They'll give a recommendation.
Yep.
It then goes through a process of the agency's got to look at it, and the participant has to look at it to decide whether they agree with that recommendation. If both ourselves and the participant agree with it, we'll then need to file some documents with the AAT. The AAT will then sign them off. It's called a Section 42 agreement, and that's when the process will finalise. So to date, we've had, I think, approximately 3, though the numbers change on a daily basis, 3 that have come through.
Yep.
I think even 5, so we can get the exact numbers, Senator, but as I said, the numbers, we're going through the cases, so they do change on a daily basis, but between 3 and 5 have gone and we've received recommendations.
Yep.
I think 2 have been accepted by the agency. None have yet been settled with the AAT.
Right, so of the 5, only 2 have been concluded in line with the recommendation?
They're going through the process.
I think your point, though...
My point is that
none of them have been concluded.
None of them have been concluded.
In terms of order.
I can say that none have been refused by the agency.
Right, but to this point, none have been concluded, but to this point, of the 5, 2, the agency have said we agree with the recommendations made by the independent evaluator.
That's right. And I must say those numbers are approximate. The reviewers are continuing their work each day.
Okay. Well, given the NDIA website states that the agency has committed to act in good faith as part of the IER programme and intends to accept the recommendations of independent, the exact wording is, and intends to accept the independent expert recommendations unless it has substantial reasons for not doing so. Do you expect that of those outstanding cases that the agency has not yet agreed on, do you expect them to?
We're still in a hypothetical land, but I think the statement on our website is entirely correct, unless there are substantial reasons for not agreeing, and that might be where the reviewer, for whatever reason, has missed a significant piece of information, or where we look at it and it clearly is outside the bounds of the legislation.
Okay. Yes, thank you. What will then be the process for the evaluation of the pilot once it's concluded?
We've got an the pilot phase. Yes, we have an evaluation program in place. It involves surveys of the participants. So,
yes.
I mean, I think one of the main things we're trying to do with this program is make a process which is less adversarial.
Yes.
That is better for the participant. I know some of the initial feedback we've had from participants already is, they've really appreciated the process. But that will involve surveys, it will involve evaluation. The Oversight Committee will be finalising that. Again, it's an independent body that will be evaluating that for us. Yep.
And so has the wording for the survey been, and the kind of method for seeking, for providing the survey to the participant been ironed out yet, in terms of at what point they'll receive it? Because previously the agency has asked people for their survey responses prior to seeing the outcome of the process that they've been involved in. So at what point will the participant be sent the survey?
I don't know what point they'll be sent. I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. But I do know questions have been developed. I'm not sure if they've been through the Oversight Committee yet.
Okay. Will it include people who did not sign up to the pilot? People who signed up but then withdrew at some point in the process from the pilot?
Yes, there have been a number of matters where participants have withdrawn. This has been the case where we've actually settled with the participant by agreement without having to go through the process. So I think, if I may add on to my answer from earlier about the pilot, the IER, or the Independent Expert Review, is not the only program that we have underway in terms of moving through the caseload. So we've shifted resources within the agency for our case managers to do an intensive review of cases.
Yep.
We've got agency staff who are reaching out, contacting participants directly, not lawyers, our agency staff members, and making contact with the participants to see if they can resolve cases. And we've also got an early assessment team that looks at matters as soon as they come in the door from the AAT. They contact the participant, that's an agency staff member, not a lawyer, and looks at ways they can resolve it. So we've already had some matters that were proposed to go through the Independent Expert Review that have actually settled through these other processes before getting to that state.
And I just, conscious of time, I just want to quickly take you to phase 2 of the pilot. And you say on the website, you explain rather that phase 2 of the pilot will include a more extensive rollout before the end of 2022. So just wanted to check how many participants you're expecting to include in phase 2.
Look, I guess as many as we can get in the period where we've got.
I guess the evaluation will give us some sense of how quickly we can move through and how long it takes, because it's really very early days. And then we can make some more accurate estimates of how many we can get through, given the number of reviewers we have. And that's also something that we're continuing to try.
Do you have a target, though? Like, how many people need to participate in phase 2 for the pilot to be considered statistically significant, successful?
So I think we're at a pilot phase at the moment. I think that's the 20 to 30 matters we're talking about at the moment. Phase 2, we're hoping that will extend out till, this financial year. That could be June. I think I already gave the name of approximately 1,000 cases.
Yep.
What that probably depends on is that we can identify and onboard sufficient number of independent reviewers. We really are looking for people who have lived experience with disability, who are very qualified in terms of either being, former tribunal members themselves or mediators. But certainly the aspect of lived experience with disability is very important for the independent reviewers that we're engaging.
Obviously, Senator, though, if I could just say, the Minister's been very clear about his objective and desire for us and the agency to reduce the caseload as quickly and as significantly as possible. So we'll be continuing to put resources into all 3 elements of the program we've got to achieve that, and we'll be monitoring it closely and moving resources as to where we're getting the result, where participants are getting the results and the agency overall is getting the results we need for the Minister's objective.
No doubt. As my team have grown sick of hearing me say, with this thing, though, the proof of the pudding's in the eating.
Exactly. And
so just wanted to clarify, when you say in stage 2 that it will incorporate stakeholder feedback, how are you defining stakeholder feedback for phase 2?
So I think when we're talking about, in some ways, a pilot, one of the, tasks that the Oversight Committee has got is to separately prepare a report. I think that report's due early December, to talk about, from the observations to date, about what might be a longer-term model for dispute resolution. So that's a separate task that the Oversight Committee has. They'll be looking at various dispute resolution models as well as the experience that they have observed through this process. So,
But in terms of stakeholders, we've been talking to a broad range of legal advocacy organisations, participant representative organisations, the AAT, other advocates and legal. So there's a very broad range of stakeholders and quite a reasonably well organised group that's keeping us very much informed as to how each of these processes is progressing, importantly from the participants' perspective.
And conclusion of stage 2 in June next year? Is that the deadline?
That's the proposal. But obviously we're adjusting as we go and what's working. Senator, if I may, there were a couple of questions you asked just before where you asked for some specific dates, and if I can loop back to that. One of them was in relation to the model litigant breach that we talked about. I can say that we issued an apology in relation to that breach on the 2nd of September, and the investigation was concluded shortly before that apology was issued. So that's the breach. The other one was when was the independent expert review actually commenced, and I think 4th of October is probably the most accurate date for that.
Okay, thanks. I'll circulate back to the chair.
Thanks, Senator Steele. John. Senator Reynolds, you have the call, but at 9 o'clock we will be going to a tea break. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can I just clarify that we will be coming back, because that's only 7 minutes, 8 minutes?
Well, that will be a matter for a decision to be made by the committee at a private meeting held at 9 o'clock. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, Minister, I think we agreed through that somewhat tortuous response you gave about Minister Shorten that he thought it was fake news, sustainability before the election, but now after the election he agrees with the AFSR and that there is a sustainability issue. Now, I'd like to come to your election policies, which again, Minister Shorten and the then Leader of the Opposition were shouting from the rooftops that they would stop the cuts. And in your incredibly skinny 2-page policy, it was in that and everything else he said, stop the cuts. So are you able to clarify exactly what cuts now Minister Shorten was promising to stop?
I would have to consult with Minister Shorten, and I'll come back to you on that issue.
So, as the Minister representing the Minister in the Senate and the Minister here tonight, talking about the budget, you cannot tell us what cuts Labor were going to
You were
stop.
talking. I understood the question that you were asking me was about a statement that the Minister had made prior to the election. Have I misunderstood your question?
No, it's in your election policy,
Yeah.
and pretty much every speech Minister Shorten and the Leader of the Opposition then gave in relation to the NDIA, so you were going to stop the cuts. So now as Minister, it's really important for us to understand what that policy is now, what cuts the Minister was referring to then, and what he's presumably going to stop now.
My understanding in relation to that reference that you've made there was that he was talking about cuts to individual plans.
So that is the plan variations. So as an insurance scheme, it plans vary upwards and downwards. So was he going to stop downward variations to plans?
Well, he was going to do what he said. He was going to stop the cuts, and he was stopping cuts to individual plans.
So do you accept, and does the Minister still accept, because he did when the scheme was created, that this is an insurance scheme in which a participant's plans will go up and they will go down in accordance with their requirements over their lifetime? So are you now saying that it's Labor's policy that this insurance scheme will never have downward variations, i.e. cuts, as you called it, to their plan?
You're asking me a question about what the Minister was referring to when he made those statements in the lead up to the last election, and the question was, what was he saying when he was referring to stop the cuts?
Yes.
And the answer is that he was referring to stopping the cuts to individual plans.
So that's very clear. So Minister Shorten went into the election saying, and the Labor Party, because it's in your policy document, said that you were going to stop downward variations in participants' plans, correct?
No, the Minister said what I said he said.
Don't worry, Senator, I'll go back. I know what you said. I'll go back and have a look at the Hansard.
Okay, all right.
So given that Labor and the Minister were going to stop the downward, any downward movements in people's plans or variations, were you as surprised as I think many of us to read a speech that Minister Shorten gave last week where he's introduced what looks like new policy despite saying he would stop the cuts, which you've just clarified as being any downward variation of people's plans, that he said this, which brings me to the third principle, that is the guiding mission to fix the NDIS, moderation of cost growth. Curbing growth in cost rather than blunt force cuts that are not strategic. Now, there's a number of things I'd just like to unpack in what the Minister meant about this last week. So what is, in the Minister's mind and in the direction to the agency, to the board and to the review, what actually is moderation of cost growth?
Well, in terms of what's in the Minister's mind, you'd have to ask him directly.
Well, with respect,
that,
Minister, you're representing the Minister
you're
here tonight.
You're asking me
Senator
something
Reynolds,
that's
can we allow the Minister to answer the
in
question,
his
please?
mind. Look, can we just go back a bit? I think I need to be very clear here. What Minister Shorten was referring to in his statement was in relation to cutting individual plans. I wasn't commenting sort of any further than that, Minister. So the words that you
Senator
have.
Reynolds, can you allow the Minister to finish his answer and then I'll...
Well, that's 4 minutes of my 8 minutes.
Senator Reynolds, I cannot direct the Minister how to answer the question. He's answering the question. Please let him finish and then I will come to you with the call. Senator Farrell.
Look, I just wish you wouldn't keep putting words in my mouth. You know,
I think the Hansard will reflect that is not.
Well, maybe it does. We'll see what Hansard says.
So, Senator Farrell, can I just clarify? So, this is a major NDIS speech that the Minister gave last week. The Minister you are representing here today. And he makes a major speech about the sustainability requirements going forward of this scheme, which is a major departure from what he has said previously. And you cannot tell me what the Minister means by moderation of cost growth, because that is fundamental to this budget. And so, but he said moderating, so if you can take this on notice, because I think as Penny Wong used to say, is that I'm reflecting Penny Wong's words back. But I'm asking you as the Minister representing the Minister, and if you cannot answer, could you, over the course of this break, get a response from the Minister? So what does moderation of costs mean? He also in that speech said it wasn't just moderating, it was cost, it was also curbing growth in cost. Now, what is curbing growth in cost if it's not cuts?
Senator, when I started to explain this to you earlier in the evening, you said you didn't want to hear my answers, but I will repeat my answers because you're asking the same question. What the Minister is talking about is a number of things. He's indicated that he's doing an independent review, and he's publicly said this, to identify ways to making the NDIS more effective and sustainable to ensure that future generations benefit by the NDIS. He's also cracking down on fraud. We've seen some examples of that in recent weeks. He's made it very clear.
Excuse me, Chair. Point of order.
Point of order, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister is now yet again filibustering, saying exactly the same answer to the question I didn't ask then or now, which is taking my time up to 9
Senator
o'clock.
Reynolds and Senator Farrell. Senator Reynolds, I cannot direct the Minister how to answer the question. I remind both witnesses and senators that there are benefits to brevity in the sense that we can move through the program more promptly. It is now 9 o'clock. We will be going to a tea break. I understand Senator Steele-John is seeking to have a document tabled. We'll just allow him to do that.
Yes, thank you. It was just in relation to the independent, the review. If you could table for the committee the list of questions that participants will be asked in the pilot survey and the number of reviewers that you understand, the independent evaluators that will be required in phase 2 of the rollout.
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. We will now be going to the tea break for 15 minutes. The committee will be returning at 9:15. 9:18, the committee will now resume. The committee will be holding a spillover hearing. With that in mind, the committee will be dismissing witnesses from this outcome for the remainder of the evening. The committee has agreed a rearrangement to the program, so we will now consider Services Australia. Mr Griggs, you may dismiss your officers in outcome 3 and the relevant agencies. The Secretariat will be in touch regarding future hearings.
Spillover for NDIS and 3.2?
It's a spillover for the committee. The Secretariat will contact you regarding participation in that.
Thanks, Chair.
So this is the department. So this is Australia.
All right. We'll just do the shuffle at the table, please. While that's happening, can I just ask the Secretariat to contact, there's a number of crossbench senators seeking to ask questions. Just let them know. Just finding our people. I would now like to re-welcome Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, Special Minister of State and Minister for Trade and Tourism, representing the Minister for Social Services, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth MP. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
I would. So the current flooding events in southeastern Australia have emphasised Services Australia's ongoing and critical role in supporting Australians on behalf of the Australian Government. The agency is currently providing critical support to thousands of Australians affected by flooding in New South Wales, Tasmania and Victoria. Since the Australian Government began activating the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and the Disaster Recovery Allowance in response to the September and October flooding, Services Australia has answered over 22,000 calls for assistance, processed over 42,000 claims for emergency payments, and made payments totalling almost $44 million to support over 53,000 Australians. These payments are being made as quickly as possible, with 97% of eligible claims finalised within 48 hours, and some customers receiving payments within minutes of applying. This is in addition to the agency's responses to flooding events between January and July this year, when the agency processed almost 3.4 million claims and paid just under $3.2 billion of support over 2.3 million people. I'd like to thank Services Australia staff for their efforts and support for those affected by the floods. Responding to disasters requires a whole-of-agency response. In addition to the hundreds of Services Australia staff who've been redeployed to process the disaster-related surge in calls and claims, the response brings together expert staff across the agency's service delivery, design, technology, data and communication areas. And the agency's work is not limited to delivering Australian Government financial assistance. Services Australia staff, including social workers, provide on-the-ground support to Australians at their most vulnerable times. This includes 82 staff deployed in 31 locations since the 1st of October, and the deployment of Mobile Services Centre to Victoria and Tasmania to support those affected by flooding, supporting over 5,700 people. The Services Australia social work team has supported almost 2,000 people affected by the flooding. And I commend these officers for working closely with communities to ensure people get across to the right payments as quickly and as smoothly as possible. Throughout disasters and emergency, maintaining the integrity of government outlays has continued to be a focus for the agency. Prepayment fraud profiling, quarantining and through checking of suspicious claims have been used during the flood events to minimise the risk of fraudulent activity. This role in delivering services to Australians in crisis is underpinned by the agency's commitment to delivering simple, helpful, respectful and transparent services for customers and providing world-class services to Australians. The agency's ability to handle surges in demand and to deliver timely emergency payments is supported by its technological innovations. Earlier this year, Services Australia introduced online claiming for disaster recovery payments through MyGov, which allows customers to apply at a time and a place that suits them. The agency is undertaking an ongoing program of improvements to MyGov, which was upgraded in early September 2022. Customers can now use MyGov to search for information on government payments and services organised around important life events like raising a child or looking for work. More topics and information will continue to be added over time. This is just the start of improvements to make it simpler for people to connect to government services online. A MyGov app for smart devices is currently being tested for planned release later this year. The app will allow customers to access the MyGov inbox and link member services from phones or tablets, and includes a digital wallet that can hold government-issued credentials. New features, improvements and more information will continue to be added to the platform over time, informed by feedback and testing from MyGovernment users and the findings of the Government MyGovernment user audit. Concurrently, Services Australia continues to support Australians who require assistance through other channels. The agency has transformed 74 service centres to ensure that they meet customer needs and expectations. The agency is currently undertaking a pilot to do better support Australians experiencing homelessness and other complex circumstances, embedding the community partnership specialist officers to work on-site with identified charitable organisations. Additionally, the recent budget provided funding to hire additional frontline service delivery staff to support the agency's diverse customer base. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Services Australia Chief Financial Officer and her team for the work on the budget. Going forward, Services Australia will use the challenges of the past year to maintain focus on delivering connected government services that are simple, helpful, respectful and transparent for all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. It seems unusual to welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, who's been sitting in that chair a very long time, but welcome to the session on Services Australia. Mr Griggs, do you have an opening statement you wish to make?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Senators, I've got quite the list of senators indicating they wish to ask questions. We'll be dealing with whole of portfolio and corporate matters first. Can I just get a sense from the senators in the table who has questions for whole of portfolio? Senator Askew? Yep. Senator Urquhart? We might just seek some advice from the Secretariat. Senator Urquhart, I'll go to you first, then I'll come to you, Senator Askew, and then we will...
Offered that. Did you have one?
No, I didn't have an opening statement.
But you had something in front of you, that's all, sorry.
Senator Urquhart.
Great, thanks very much. I might start with the Minister. Minister, can you tell me how has Mr Shorten communicated his service expectations to Services Australia?
Thank you, Senator, and yes, I can. Of course, Minister Shorten has always been of the view that government departments should operate in the most efficient manner, but that in particular those services should be simple and accessible, and he wants to see exceptional services from Services Australia for all Australians. When he was appointed the Minister, he met with the leadership of Services Australia to share and communicate his expectations and to offer consumer-focused solutions to making it easier for individuals to access services. And individuals are able to interact with Services Australia through various methods, including MyGov. A majority of users prefer the digital method these days, and the Minister and Services Australia are committed to an ongoing review and improvement of those service offerings.
Thank you. And can you explain to me how Minister Shorten has ensured that MPs and senators have access to Services Australia? It's pretty critical. We can get a lot of constituents into our office to be able to promptly assist those constituents with their inquiries.
Yeah, and I know as a senator from Tasmania, you'd get a lot of inquiries, and I know the good work that you do for your local citizens. What Minister Shorten has tried to do is to host drop-in sessions in Parliament House where MPs and senators and their staff have been invited to discuss general but also individual matters with the Services Australia staff. So he brings those staff in so they can talk face to face. And my understanding, Senator Urquhart, is that there's going to be another one of those sessions on the 23rd of November. I understand that the session held on the 26th of October was very successful, and 23 MPs and senators and their staff from all parties took up the offer to speak with Services Australia's representative and also talk about the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I understand that some of those MPs chose to make appointments so that they could be allocated time to raise constituent matters and kindly giving Services Australia an opportunity to get some advance knowledge of the issues that were going to be raised so that there could be quick resolution of those problems. There's been a number of occasions where Minister Shorten and Services Australia have circulated MPs and senators' contacts for direct assistance to the dedicated teams. And if there are individuals listening to the Senate estimates, as I imagine they would be, they can contact their local federal MPs and senators to seek assistance with these issues, particularly if they haven't been able to reach a resolution themselves. And one of the services that Services Australia does provide is a direct line for MPs and senators to the organisation. And as I understand it, the Minister is finalising arrangements for more information sessions to be offered through a variety of methods so that MPs and senators themselves can get a deeper understanding of the services that Services Australia offer our constituents.
Yeah, thanks, Minister Farrell. And I know those drop-in sessions are really helpful. I've been able to utilise them myself. And just finally, can you tell me, has Minister Shorten's office been busy since the election with requests for assistance from the community after basically being ignored by the former government and former ministers for far too long?
Well, unfortunately, you're right there, Senator Urquhart. Mr Shorten's office has received an unprecedented volume of incoming correspondence and phone calls in the weeks and months following the election from people seeking assistance. I understand that in excess of 8,000 requests have come in to the end of October, including references from senators and MPs across all parties, at both the federal level but also now the state level. And the direction that Minister Shorten has given to Services Australia is to try and respond to those issues and questions as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Minister. I might leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. I understand, Senator Askew, you have questions for whole of portfolio.
And thank you very much for being here late tonight. I'll start with Ms Skinner, just some questions to you in regard to the Robodebt class action initially. Is the agency aware that according to AEC registers, Gordon Legal donated at least $51,000 to the Australian Labor Party over recent years?
Senator, I have no information about what's donated. We can talk to you about the matters related to the settlement distribution scheme and the interest-like payment that was made, and Mr Vera can talk to that. That's the only detail I could assist you with.
So is the agency aware that when in opposition, then the Minister for Government Services, then Minister, claimed to have organised the class action?
Minister, I'm only really, follow any sort of social media in that sense, but as I say, as the agency's involvement is in relation to settlement distribution, the current Royal Commission and the interest-like payment.
I think that's no, that's right. So is the agency aware then that according to a press report, Mr Gordon of Gordon Legal decided to go ahead with the class action after talking to Mr Shorten?
Senator, those matters are not things that I'm a student of.
No, fair enough. And is the agency then aware that the now Minister for Government Services delivered the keynote address at the opening of Peter Gordon's firm, Gordon Legal, in March 2018?
No, I'm not aware of any of that.
Okay. So, Minister, has Mr Gordon held meetings with the Minister, his office or the agency since the change in government?
I would have to check with the Minister, and I'll come back to you with an answer on that question.
Okay, so you may need to take this on notice then. So if so, how many meetings have been held and what was discussed or what topics? And did the agency prepare briefings for the meetings to the Minister and or his office?
I'll refer these questions to Minister Shorten.
I've got a couple of other questions on those as well that we might place on notice, but just to obviously...
Would you like to foreshadow those? So that
we'll put them on notice separately if that's okay. Just on another issue then, we'll go to the data breaches, particularly the Optus data breaches. So when and how did the agency first become aware that Medicare and Centrelink information was implicated in the Optus data breach?
Senator, I'll ask Ms Lees to come to the table. She's been working these issues, but we and Ms Faishney is involved in our health programs. So we were very early engaged with Optus and very early engaged with Medibank. You would appreciate that as the responsible deliverer of the Medicare service and provider registration, we do have an ongoing relationship with a company like Medibank Private. So those business to government relationships exist. So that's a very open channel for communication. We had not we're not a regular. We don't have those same sort of relationships with Optus, but we work with them closely. I'll ask Ms Lees to take you through the arrangements with Optus, and then we move to Medibank.
If you could, just sort of when you were notified and how you were notified, it would be great. Thank you.
Michelle Lees, Deputy CEO, Payments and Integrity for Services Australia. So in terms of when we were notified, we became aware of the data breach when it became public on the 22nd of September. We work closely with the Australian Cyber Security Centre when any of these data breaches occur. And on the 26th of September, information that we were receiving from those contacts was suggested that there were Medicare card numbers included in the data, as that is one of the agency credentials. That then means that we are obviously keen to understand what data has been exposed so we can take protective measures for our customers. So then on the 27th of September, we wrote to Optus seeking a copy of any data that contained Services Australia compromised credentials. So any for example, Centrelink concession cards or Medicare card numbers. And it was from that letter we then received a verbal confirmation from Optus on the 28th of September in relation to receipt of the letter. And on the 28th of September, via the website, Optus formally advised the number of customers who had their Medicare card numbers exposed. And on the 29th of September, we applied proactive measures to the records of those customers where information had been exposed on the dark web. It was a subset of the overall compromised credentials.
So how many were there? Did you have the numbers?
That was that first. If you remember, the supposed hacker put out a small number. It was around 100 records, whether they were all had Medicare numbers. I think the Medicare number was in 55 or something like that.
It was around 55, Senator. Would have to take that on notice if you wanted a specific number. On the 4th of October, we received an initial data set from Optus, and on the 5th of October, we started our data matching after publishing our data matching protocol, which we had assistance from the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner to finalise. And then on the 7th of October, we received another additional data set from Optus. The 12th of October, our data matching had been completed and we had applied protective measures to Medicare customer records. So we had gone through the process of cleansing the data, matching the data Optus had to our own records, and then applying a flag so that it is a warning, so that we can actually have more strengthened security measures in terms of identity when people are in touch with us.
So what was the total number then that we're talking about once we got to the full set with the additional data set?
I don't believe I have that number with me, Senator, but I'll just check if I do or I don't. No, I don't have that number with me, but may be able to get it for you. We also, as part of the data set, there were some Centrelink concession card details as well. And the data matching was completed for that aspect on the 14th of October, and we applied the protective measures on those records on the 14th of October. And since then, we've been continuing to monitor those records to see if there have been any particular concerning activity in terms of fraudulent behaviour, etc.
So you said you have applied a flag, and obviously if have you actually had to use it? Has anybody actually been compromised that we're aware of?
I think, Senator, the card in itself, if the card's number is compromised, we were very quick in this process to put some information on the websites so that citizens could make some assessment also for themselves. The compromise of the card number does not in of itself allow fraud to occur, but we like to flag the record as a preventative measure. Of course, citizens were quite able to get a new card if they wish to, and many did it actually through the digital channel quite readily, and we'll send the hard copy card out. But where we, I think sort of the cleansing was important. You know, some of those records were old. We needed to make sure we understood which records that we were flagging, but also, you know, in the period of time Optus had collected all of that information, people had passed away, those sorts of things. So those were part of the measures by which we needed to make sure that information was sensitively managed when we flagged the records.
So what percentage of people actually elected to get new card numbers?
Ms Facian can talk to this in more detail. We do replace a number of cards. Cards expire. So we've, in the process of replacing the card, we hadn't been in the habit of data collecting why, you know, it was we got a new card because of the Optus breach. So what we can see is an uptick in the number of cards that were replaced, but not, I couldn't really say that it was this many cards that were replaced.
Okay. So when did the agency advise the Minister or his office of the breach and its implications or otherwise for the agency?
Senator, I'll take that on notice. I certainly was, we were in regular contact. There was a range of whole of government meetings occurring, and a range of principal officers were talking to a range of their officers, of course. Let me take that on notice. I will have those details in my office.
Okay, so that wouldn't be good.
But I can tell you it was, I think if I recall, the 22nd of September was late in a week, and that we were talking over that weekend. Definitely there was many conversations over the weekend of the 24th and 25th.
Okay.
When the important point for us is that the Services Australia, or the credentials that Services Australia hold, were not engaged in a stakeholder way until it was clear on the 26th of September that Medicare cards might have been involved.
Mm-hmm.
So up until that point, Services Australia's role as a stakeholder in it was not clear.
Okay. So when it became clear, was a dedicated working group stood up to manage the breach?
Yes, Senator. We have a process of a Services Australia Recovery and Response Committee that we stand up for emergencies if we feel that the emergency might involve needing to bolster staff. Miss Lees actually led that response and recovery task force consistent with her primary role as the Chief Executive for Payments and Integrity.
Ms Lees might be able to answer this. So how many members were there, and who did they report to? Is obviously Ms Lees. Is it still going? Is it still operational?
In terms of the Services Australia Response and Recovery Committee was required at the beginning to coordinate our response and recovery. I'd have to take on notice how many members were there. Not all members report to me. That as the chair of the response committee, I had a cross-section of people from across the agency as part of that committee, those involved in different aspects of the response. Mm-hmm. But I'll take on notice how many people. But in terms of formal line management, they reported to other deputy colleagues across the agency.
Oh, okay. And Senator, the agency's executive committee meets as an executive stand-up every single day, and that team, and Ms Lees, reported into the executive of Services Australia every day during that initial piece until the work became clear that the normal functioning of the Payments Integrity Group would resolve the remaining matters.
And so would that daily reporting also have gone to the Minister's office?
It's an internal operational meeting, and any matters that might need to be escalated to a Minister's office we would deal with out of that, but it's not a formal reporting. It's part of the operational governance of the agency.
Okay. So around that time, the Minister referred to a letter from the agency to Optus requesting the data be provided to the agency by the 4th of October. So obviously that was the letter you referred to when you wrote to them. Did the agency advise the Minister or his office as to the contents of this letter, including the deadline, and when was this advice issued?
The letter, as Ms Lees said, was signed on the evening of 27 September, and I can check my records, but I believe that we were in contact with the office as part of a normal ongoing communication about our role in supporting the government response.
Okay. I think I've sort of asked this question earlier, but is the agency aware of any stolen information that has been used to fraudulently claim government services and payments, so that it's actually being put back into it?
I don't have any awareness of that, Senator.
So how would that be tracked? How would you be looking?
I think, Senator, as I've said, we have a system in which we track compromised credentials, we flag records. Those preventative measures are all in place, and we use our, fraud detection capabilities. So I think we're not in a position and the compromise of a Medicare number doesn't necessarily give rise to the risk of a fraudulent breach. So we're tracking fraudulent and opportunistic crime all the time, and it's through that we would report matters of fraud.
Yeah. So you mentioned before that the data matching has been completed. So is that across all areas? So Optus, the Medibank one, the Medlab, all the other things that have been going on as well? So all of that's completed?
Yes, at this point, although we are, as you would appreciate, the Medibank private one is an ongoing matter. Ms Lees can probably talk to the stages that we are there, but to the point that other than there's new information in the last 24 hours, we had completed all of our data matching and flagging up until the last piece that we've now been engaged with in the last 24 hours.
Thanks, CEO. Senator, so we have completed the data matching for Medlab.
Yep.
We have received 3 separate data sets from Medibank. The first 2 have been matched, and we received another data set this morning, and that's in the process of the data being cleansed and matched as we speak.
And how long will that take?
Typically, depending on the nature of the data we receive and how much cleansing is required, it can typically take at least 24 hours, sometimes 48 hours. But because we have received 2 other data sets to date, we think that we've got the parameters right to be able to match that quite quickly and likely within 24 hours or so.
So has the Minister's Office asked for updates on how the data matching program is going?
We provide updates to the Minister's Office, yes, about how we're working through the issues on a regular sort of basis.
So that's on a daily basis, or is it weekly?
If the operational tempo requires us to keep an office informed, we will do so, and I have a regular meeting with the Minister, and I as is normal with a principal officer and a minister, and I will work through key issues with the Minister in that way.
So is it possible for any of that to be provided publicly, or is it something that we could seek on notice, some of that notification, to see what's been
Let me take
reported?
that on notice. You'd appreciate that one of the conventions is the privacy of those conversations, but let me take anything I can provide on notice.
So can the agency confirm that customers whose data has not been resulted in a high confidence match will not be notified by the agency of this, and what's the justification behind that?
The different organisations are responsible for communicating with their customers. So, for example, Optus, Medibank and Medlab are responsible for, they have to manage the data breach, so they're responsible for communicating to their customers in relation to matters associated with the data breach. So we wouldn't be sort of attending to and attempting to contact people in relation to where we couldn't match. That's
so
not
if all those other organisations have advised their customers, do you have a number of how many have then come to you, an indication of how many have come to you seeking advice then? So if it's up to those other organisations, Medibank and Optus, to advise their customers, obviously if they've got concerns, they would then come back to you if their Medicare, if they think their Medicare cards or their Centrelink concession data cards may have been compromised, would they then come back to you? Would you have a record then of how many people have come to you on that basis?
We wouldn't have a data set that was attributable directly to that. We do have a scams and identity theft help desk, as well as some of the contacts would just come through our regular service centre or our service delivery lines, main business line if it's a Centrelink concession card, or through our health service delivery lines. So we wouldn't have attributable data in terms of the number of contacts. We were monitoring the demand, and certainly there was a little bit of an uptick post the Optus incident, both in terms of our scams and identity theft help desk, and also through health service delivery on the phone and into our service centres, but we haven't seen a similar uptick in relation to Medibank or Medlab.
That's interesting. I noticed Ms Skinner did mention that before you'd had an uptick. So have you got that sort of data, is that available publicly as well, just the sort of increases that have been receive?
We can, we will have some service delivery demand data.
Okay.
We can prepare that on notice.
Okay, I'll leave it on that. If you can write that on notice, that'd be great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Before we move on, can I clarify, do any other senators have questions for whole of portfolio before we move on?
I've got questions on centre pay, but I assume that can be used later.
Did you have questions on whole of portfolio? No? Okay. We will go to Senator Rice, then Senator Rennick, and then Senator... We'll do that for the moment, and then we'll work it out from there. Senator Rice, you've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to start with the questions that was referred here from questions from the department earlier on about income management and the end of the cashless debit card. And I had a couple of questions, had quite a discussion about the consultation process with the department earlier on, but I'm wondering whether there's some more information that you can give me about the consultation process with communities after the cashless debit card has ended, in particular in the Northern Territory, and so the planned consultation process.
Certainly, Senator. I'll ask Mr Thorpe and Ms Toes to cover the cashless debit card issues.
Thank you, CEO. Jonathan Thorpe, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Customer Service and Design. In terms of consultation that we're undertaking on the ground, we work very closely with Department of Social Services, who's leading the on-the-ground consultation. That consultation is actually looking at what we need to do in each of those particular locations to make sure we understand the unique characteristics of the situation there for both the community and the people using the current cashless debit card, and what information and steps and support they'll need to transition across. Working with Department of Social Services, that on-the-ground consultation is likely to occur early in the new calendar year, and with other sites to soon follow after that. So we'll be working with DSS, who are taking the lead on that consultation.
Okay, and is it just going to be Services Australia staff that will be undertaking the consultation, or will there be other people recruited to do it?
So we'll work with a range of organisations, again led by Department of Social Services, and working with NIAA as well, and community-based organisations to understand those particular characteristics in each location.
And can you give me a breakdown of the budget that's been allocated for the consultations?
Senator, consistent with the portfolio budget statement, the funding for the cashless debit card transition is not for publication due to the commercial in confidence nature of the procurement activity currently underway. So unfortunately, I can't give you that information at this stage.
Senator, we should, once the procurement piece is concluded, we'll be able to provide that a breakdown of those costs, but we can't do so at the moment.
Okay, and when's the procurement process?
Well, the procurement process will be completed in the first quarter of next year, so by the additional estimates.
Okay, so the procurement process for what?
For the new card solution, Senator.
Okay, so why is the breakdown on the consultation impacted by the procurement process for the new card?
Because the whole line item in the budget has been not for publication, and if we provide a breakdown of everything else except for the procurement, then it's clear what the value of the procurement money available is, and that compromises the Commonwealth's ability to negotiate a commercial arrangement.
So what's included in that line item? Is it just consultation and the procurement?
There'll be some other things there, and I'll let my experts say what are the other sorts of elements of the costing.
Cathy Toes, General Manager, Services Australia. So the costing, Senator, actually includes an increase of staff in our service delivery network, as well as our remote servicing teams, any ICT capability that's required in relation to delivering the new product, as well as the procurement exercise that the CEO and Mr Thorpe mentioned.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that there then if you're not going to give me any more information about that. Okay, so you're not... So moving on to the new card. So under procurement, so what's... And we know that it needs to be operational by the 6th of March. What's the timeline on actually having a contract for the new card?
procurement activity we would consider we are monitoring closely, but the procurement activities, all we can probably say at the moment, procurement activity is on track, that it will enable us to deliver that capability by the date that is required.
Correct.
The 6th of March.
Senator, we're currently on track to make sure that enhanced income management will be available by the 6th of March next year.
Okay. Is that procurement that's underway at the moment, is that an open or a limited tender that's currently going on? Who's been asked to tender for it?
So, Senator, at this stage, the details of that procurement are subject to commercial in confidence arrangements.
So you can't even tell me whether it's open to, who it's open to?
Not at this stage, Senator. I'm happy to take that question on notice, but my understanding is at this stage we're not able to comment on that.
We can take the question on notice, Senator, and in the time we have available to respond, we may well be able to respond to the question, but we're not currently in a position to discuss any aspect of the procurement.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of how many participants are expected to be on the enhanced income management card?
Yep.
Around 4,500 participants are expected to be on the new card. So that includes people from the Northern Territory and Cape York who will transition over, as well as people who have elected to volunteer. And I think there's 52 of those, I think, at the moment.
Are you expecting more of so we heard earlier on, it's about 30% of people currently haven't chosen to either go off the card or to voluntarily go onto it. What proportion of those are you expecting to choose to go on to the new card?
Senator, that's really difficult to predict at the moment. We are working on the assumption of 4,500 at the moment of people moving on to the card. In terms of those people you refer to who haven't transitioned yet off cashless debit card, we're working very closely to actually engage those people and support them through the process. And one of the things that we do offer when we're talking to them about their options following transition is the availability of to volunteer for the program moving forward.
Is the people who are currently on the basics card in the Northern Territory, which is a much bigger number than are still on the cashless debit card, is it going to be open to them to move on to the new card?
Senator, I believe that is subject to the broader consultations for the future of income management. Or are you talking?
I'm talking as to whether it's going to be possible for people who are currently on the basics card in the Northern Territory to move on to the enhanced income management card.
So yes, it would be possible for that to occur.
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't, but your number of 4,500 doesn't seem to include a substantial number of those people.
Like I said, the modelling is based on, at this stage, the transition cohort. Yeah.
Which is basically next to zero of the people on the basics card who would then be moving on to enhanced, the new card.
Senator, I think the important point to make is the future of income management is subject to further government decision. But certainly from a technology perspective, then yes, it would be technically possible to allow customers to use an enhanced income management capability. But the future of income management and those on income management today remain subject to government decision around the future of income management.
Okay. Could you provide me with a breakdown of the costs for income management in the Northern Territory for the last couple of financial years? Particularly last financial year, both for CDC and the basics card.
Have that with us? We can take that on notice.
Senator, we'll need to take that on notice and work with DSS on that full answer.
Okay, and with key areas of expenditure and costs across individual sort of SA1s or SA2s?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right, and then do you know, can you tell me, what the direct costs of the basics card in the Northern Territory are?
Did you say the direct costs,
Mm.
Senator?
So, Senator, we'll include that information as part of the question on notice.
Okay. All right, look, I'll leave that there. I'm sure there'll be some more questions. Actually, in terms, actually, just, and I'm not sure whether this is Services Australia or I should have asked this earlier on, but in terms of the support services that are being offered to the trial sites, so are these support services also being provided in the Northern Territory, the Cape York and Doomadgee areas?
Yes, Senator. So we're working very closely with DSS and NIAA on the ground. As Cathy Tozer indicated earlier, we also have remote servicing capability in Services Australia. We have Services Australia staff on the ground supporting customers to make sure that we help them with that transition choice. And in particular, that includes additional support. So as part of that conversation, whether it be on the ground or on the phone, because we have an extensive telephony capability, and we are answering a lot of calls around cashless debit card and providing a full service, is making sure that we assess their situation, provide financial information support as necessary, and social work support as required as well.
So there's, I mean, I understood from the discussions earlier on that there's funding for a continuation of the existing services that have been there under trial sites, and then there's potential and there's consultation going on about additional services. So is that going on in the Northern Territory, which is, you know, staying on the basics card as well?
I think Mr Thorpe is talking about Services Australia support services.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the community support services that we talked about earlier. I'll see if
thank you,
Mr Burford's still here and he could answer that question. Yeah, Jason Burford.
He's approaching. Thank you.
Good evening, Senators. Patrick Burford, Group Manager, DSS. The answer to your question is yes, there are those support services in both Northern Territory and Cape York and Doomadgee. So the dollar value of those support services being extended for the Cape York is $563,000. In the Northern Territory, it's $1,331,118. I could read out the types of services if you'd like.
Look, perhaps if you, I'm happy for it to be on notice.
No problems.
Yep, would be fine. And actually, and I think, and then essentially, in terms of the extra services, so the Northern Territory and Cape York are going to be able to access extra services as per the other site, the trial sites, aren't they?
That's correct. That'll be part of the further discussions with them, yep, including the Family Responsibilities Commission, yep.
Okay, look, I will leave that there, but I'm sure that there will be further questions on that from my colleagues. Can I move on?
Just questions now. Senator Rice, you can. So we're at about 15 minutes. There are a number of other senators to get through questions. So can I just clarify how many more questions you have in this block?
Look, this is a different category, but in fact probably most of them are going to, I'm sure you're not going to have them. So look, I can just ask this. This is on mutual obligations and exemptions to mutual obligations, which I'm sure most of it's going to have to be taken on notice. So it's not going to take up too much time.
A couple of questions, Mr Thorpe might be able to help with those.
Okay, so I'm wanting to know in terms of women who have applied for an exemption from mutual obligations on the grounds of family and domestic violence in the last 12 months.
Oh, you'd like that figure?
Yes.
We'll have to take that level of detail on notice, Senator.
And how many applied for an exemption on the basis of other special or family circumstances over the last 12 months?
Understood.
And for each of those, how many were granted an exemption, and what was the average time frame between an application and the exemption granted? Would you have any sense of what that would be?
Senator, we'll need to take that question on notice. We understand that came earlier in the day, and we'll work with GWA on making sure we have a full answer to you.
Okay. And how many applied for an extension of their exemption, and similarly as well as for mutual obligations for job seeker, also in relation to Parents Next.
Okay.
Understood.
Yep, Senator will take those.
Thank you. I'll leave it there.
No worries. Senator Rennick, if you don't mind, Senator Nampijinpa-Price just has some follow-ups to that line of questioning, and then I'll come to you, Senator.
Just before we do, Chair, can you just clarify, given the we've got about 50 minutes left, how are you going to rotate round, just so we can...
I'm also seeking the call.
We have a number of senators seeking the call. We have Senator Rennick, Senator Roberts, Senator Davey, Senator Nampijinpa-Price after this block of follow-up.
Yes.
Yourself, Senator Reynolds, Senator Pratt as well. So
how does that fit into... So just to give us an idea of how much each...
Well, I have been going in 10-minute blocks to allow senators to have a shared distribution of questions. Following comments made by Senator Askew, I did allow Senator Askew to go over 20 minutes in her block of questioning. And indeed, I'm showing some flexibility to Senator Rice. If you would like me to return back to the process of 10-minute rotations,
it's your call.
as we were doing before,
Just wanted for best time management on our side is just what you will be doing. So.
I'm seeking to work through the list as indicated to me by coalition senators. So, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, if you'd like to do your follow-up.
Thank you. The government has referred to the new card as an enhanced card. Is this an enhanced basics card or an enhanced cashless debit card?
So, Senator, it's an enhanced income management card, and by that I mean it provides additional features to what the basics card currently offers today. So, in other words, we've listened to feedback from consumers or customers of the current cashless debit card and both the basics card to understand what characteristics they expect, and essentially modern banking capabilities is what's expected by customers today. So when we say enhanced income management card, we're referring to the ability to use that in a broader range of circumstances, such as online banking, to be able to use it on the Visa network, for example, and have a much broader range of application you can use the card for. So that's what we mean by that.
Sounds very much to me like the cashless debit card. The cashless debit card technology was an enhancement on the basics card, allowing for the opportunity to have broader use in that capacity, in a banking capacity. So what then differentiates the new card to the cashless debit card?
Thank you, Senator. So the first point is that the enhanced income management card would work off the legislation pertaining to income management is the first point, because the cashless debit card legislation concludes on the 6th of March next year. The second point is the customer support is provided by the government. So customers will contact Services Australia by means to access information and support to help them with their enhanced income management. And as I mentioned earlier, that then also includes a much more sophisticated service than just managing a bank account. This is helping people with their financial support and counselling services as necessary, essentially the wraparound Services Australia service offers.
With that, will it be a financial institution that will become the provider for this new enhanced card?
So, Senator, the Services Australia isn't a banking institution. We need to approach the market to provide banking services. What Services Australia does well is service delivery and providing good support to customers, both online, telephony and on the ground. And that's the service that we'll offer, but that's why we're in a procurement process, to engage the market for banking-related services and the card-related service itself.
Do you have a list of possible banking-related services that Services Australia is considering?
Senator, that probably goes to the same sort of question that Senator Rice asked, and at this point we're in a commercial procurement process, so we can take that on notice in the interest that our procurement is subsequently behind us by the time we need to answer. So we're not at liberty to discuss the specific requirements, the going to market, who's considering, and the financial arrangement that we may or may not enter into. We are in the early stages of the procurement component for the banking service piece, but the other services, as part of the new enhanced income management system, if you like, are, as Mr Thorpe outlined, which go to Services Australia, providing some deeper and more wrapped around services for those people who need them.
So essentially, the cashless debit card could have been used in the same fashion, just with further services wrapped around that technology to provide that extra support, without the cost, without a $217 million cost involved in terms of abolishing the cashless debit card and further costs that we don't know of yet to develop a supposed new card.
Senator, Services Australia works with the Department of Social Services. Our role here is to do those things that we've outlined. Can't really contribute to that comment.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? We've got a number of senators at the table seeking to ask questions in the 45 minutes we have remaining. There have been informal discussions by senators that we will try and confine our questions to blocks of 5 minutes each, so that we can enable every senator who's been waiting all day to get a chance to ask some questions. Can I seek agreement from the committee at the table that we proceed in that matter for the remainder? So Senator Nampijinpa-Price, would you like to finish out your 5 minute block now, or would you like me to hand the call over and I'll come back to you for a separate 5 minute block later?
If I can finish my 5 block now?
You can.
Thank you. Can you please tell me, as with the CDC, will the new enhanced card allow recipients to shop at over 1 million places around Australia and online?
So Senator, the enhanced income management will work on the visa network, so it is able to use in a number of different circumstances, as I think DSS outlined earlier today, based on customer and community feedback.
Thank you. Just a question, this might be for Senator Farrell. Can you explain on what basis has the government decided to abolish the CDC at a cost of $217.7 million, plus adding on the cost of the development of this new card to implement the supposed new card? What was the justification behind that? This sounds awfully like a cashless debit card with wraparound services.
Look, thank you, Senator Price, and I think this is your first estimate, so good luck. Look, I know you've asked me questions about this topic in question time, and I think we just go... well, first of all, I think the officials answered that question.
The justification?
No, well, I think they answered... I think they answered your question, but...
I don't think so.
That's
why I'm asking.
The difficulty that... or the fact, I suppose we'd call it, that you seem to have difficulty with over this issue is that...
there's no real justification for the costs involved?
Look, do you want an answer or not?
Well, yeah, I'm hoping you might be able to get there.
Senators, if we could... There are 5 minute blocks each. I'm going to cut them at that. Use them how you wish, but a conversation between senators is probably not a good use of time. Succinct answers, questions, please.
All right. The Labor Party took this policy to the last election. We were elected by the Australian people, and we are implementing the policy we took to that election. I might add that in respect of the Northern Territory, where you come from, there were 2 seats in the Northern Territory, the seat of Solomon and the seat of
That's not what I'm asking.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, could you please allow the Minister to finish his question, and then we'll come back to you.
Well, if he can keep it relevant, that would be good.
Senator, I will encourage the Minister not to interrupt you. I am encouraging you not to interrupt the Minister. Minister, please finish your question.
I cannot be more relevant, Senator.
It was an election
Price.
promise, that's it.
We took an election promise to the Australian people, and we have delivered on that election promise.
A very expensive one.
Well,
unnecessary.
Well, that's what you say. But we took the proposition to the Australian
Messing around
people.
with the lives
We
of vulnerable
particularly took it to
Aboriginal
people in
people
the
where I
Northern
come from.
Territory.
That's
We
okay, I've got
particularly
your
took it
answer.
to people
I've
in
got
the
your
Northern...
answer. Thank you.
No, you don't like my answer.
I'm happy to hand it over to the chair.
Senators, please, we've got 40 minutes to go. Let's try and do it respectfully. Minister, have you finished your answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and you're ceding the call. Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Senator Rennick, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi guys, my question's regarding vaccine injury schemes. Is there someone I can speak to about that, please?
Yes, Senator, we'll get Ms Facey to the table. If you want to ask your question, we can get started.
Sure, okay. First question is, last year there were 10,000 reports of vaccine injury claims, and then later this year, in August, there were only 3,000 claims reported. What happened to the 7,000 claims, given that at November last year there were about 78,000 reported injuries, and at August this year there were 130,000 reported injuries? So I find it surprising that 7,000 claims just disappeared and that no more came on board, given that there were another 50-odd thousand reported injuries to the day and injury website, vaccine website.
So, Senator, we operate the vaccine claim scheme for the Department of Health, and we receive claims. I think the only thing we can assist with is the number of claims we've received, and that remained on the 19th of October at 3,010.
So what happened to the report last year in the media that said there was 10,000 claims? Why did that drop, do you know?
I can't assist you with the media reporting, Senator.
Okay, so of the 770,000 that have been paid out this year, I know that there were 12 deaths reported that the TGA acknowledges were deaths from the vaccine, in particular AZ, and then the article in the Sydney Morning Herald in August said there were also 43 injuries paid out. Isn't $770,000 not a lot of money for 12 deaths and 43 injuries?
We can comment, Senator, on the process, how many claims we've received, how many claims we've paid out. The matters of the scheme construct, the payout rates, we can assist with some information, but those are policy matters for the Department of Health.
Right, okay. So let me go back to that missing, or where that 7,000 number decreased. Can you explain why that number decreased? Who do I need to ask about that? Because I need to find out why that number decreased from 10,000 to 3,000.
Senator, I think you'd need to direct those questions to the Department of Health. All I can talk to you about is the number of claims we've received, the number of claims we've paid out, and the number of claims we're currently working on. Okay,
so the original claim of 10,000 came from the Department of Services last year in November.
No, Senator, I don't know what the number is that you're referring to.
Well, it's all through various websites from last, and it quoted basically you guys, Department of Services.
Okay.
It quoted the Department of Services, that number coming from the Department of Services.
Yes, Senator, it's to do with an intent to claim process. I'll let Ms Faishney talk about that. So people were given an opportunity to suggest that they might have an injury and have an intent to claim, and it would so we have not received 10,000 claims, would be what I would say, but I'll ask Ms Faishney to answer that.
So you went from an intent to claim. Surely if people had an intent to claim, they must have felt that they were injured.
Senator, all we could say is that people, there was no barrier to filling in the online intent to claim.
Right.
And then when the claim scheme was fully established and people have come into the claim scheme and seen what was required, I think that probably accounts for some of the delta that you would have received.
So that would include things like they didn't spend a night in hospital, or they had a side effect that wasn't recognised by Pfizer or AZ?
That will be some. So Kirsty Faishney, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Health and Aged Care Group, that will be some of it. So when the intent to claim, that was a very early element to it as the government was formulating the actual scheme itself. It didn't make clear what the policy parameters would be. So once the policy parameters, which are very clearly set out in the
I'm well aware of them. Yeah, they're very narrow. Yeah.
And they indicate what injuries. A lot of people know, we've all been there, you think a vax arm, is that an injury? So people will have put intent to claim not thinking or understanding what the severity of the requirements to be able to get compensation for what is a vaccine injury.
3 GPs, a medical registrar, has all said this is a vaccine injury and it's still been knocked back. Who do I need to speak to about that?
I think, Senator, if you've got a particular case, perhaps you can provide that to Services Australia, and we will take that. And
But given that you're not medical experts, you would refer that on
we
to
would
someone?
refer that to the Department of Health.
Okay,
but
so I'll
if
bring this back with the Department of Health tomorrow. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here.
I have had a rat test, so my voice is not due to COVID. My questions go to mutual obligations and vaccine mandates that are in effect in some of the private sector. Job seekers are required to look for and accept suitable work as part of mutual obligations. A number of workplaces also have vaccine mandates in place where workers must be injected with a COVID vaccine as a condition of work. My question is, if an unvaccinated job seeker looks for work and rejects a job where a vaccine mandate is in effect because they wish to remain unvaccinated, could they be in breach of their mutual obligations because they have rejected the work?
So, Senator, we may need to take that question on notice. I will check with my colleagues in the back. We may need to check with DUA and provide that question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. It's surprising that something... Okay, that's fine. It's surprising that something like that is not known, because it seems that some groups in state and federal governments want to starve people into submission. The second question is, the core of my question is...
Senator, that's a matter for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. It's a policy matter. We can consult our service delivery
Thank you.
guide.
I'll take it on notice. The core of my question is, can someone who wishes to remain unvaccinated, as should be their right, lose their welfare payments because they have breached their mutual obligations by turning down a job that would force them to be vaccinated as a condition of work? That's the core.
Senator, again, that is a question for DUA as the policy owner for the settings for mutual obligations, but we can take that question on notice.
Thank you. Following on from Senator Rennick's question, just a short one, has anyone assessed the difficulty of completing the application for vaccine injuries? Is that one of the factors? In other words, it's too difficult, too complex to submit an application?
Senator, I don't believe that it's too difficult to fill in the application.
No, has anyone assessed it?
Ms Faciony might talk about the user testing that we will have done as part of the development of the vaccine claim scheme. We routinely do user testing on any of the forms that we create.
Yes, so... Kirsty Faciony. Yes, so we have, as we've rolled it out, obviously this was a new program, and so as we've rolled it out, we have actually done improvements to it to try and make it easier for people as claims have come in, as we've seen confusion from people if they haven't quite understood. We've got a lot of claims for $1,000 exactly because they didn't quite understand there is not a set amount. You claim for the amount that you've lost. So we've been clearer in our information that we've been putting out there. We've made it easier on the system as well. So to claim, you basically go online, you can do it through web services, you can do it through your app or on your phone. You need your doctor to give you the form, you fill in your own form and you provide the evidence and it comes through to us.
There, now I understand why so few claims, because many doctors, I know this for a fact, are afraid to give a description that someone has had a vaccine injury. They will tell the person that, but they won't put it in writing. So, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I have questions about the management of the disaster recovery payments and the disaster recovery allowance.
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. My understanding is, so Services Australia are responsible for the administration of those payments. Are there any other disaster payments that Services Australia administers?
The other payments the current payment that we will also do under the sort of emergency arrangements is the high risk HRSPP, the high risk setting pandemic payment, Senator. And so that's the, I would say follow-on payment to the pandemic leave disaster payment. And of course, in the middle of last year, we had the COVID disaster payment. So those were 3 other payments, but the more traditional emergency payments are the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and the Disaster Recovery Allowance for those who have lost income as a result of the disaster.
Right, and the pandemic leave, that's finished or it's about
Pandemic
to?
leave disaster payment is has concluded. We have a handful of claims we're still concluding, tidying up, but that's right, it concluded.
Yeah. With regards to the disaster recovery allowance and the AGDRP, I understand that the decision to roll them out, to activate them, is taken by the Emergency Management Minister in conjunction with the Social Services Minister, is that correct?
No, the decision to activate is one for the Minister for Emergency Services, who will sign an instrument, and then we receive the instrument and implement the payment.
Great. Are you aware at what point the decision is made, or that's completely outside your scope?
Senator, we work extremely closely, daily, hourly, Mr Piazza might even sometimes say, with the National Emergency Management Agency as an emergency is potentially predicted and emerges and rolls out, so that we are extremely tightly joined into when that payment will be activated. We are working with them in a moment-by-moment basis so that when the activation happens, that we are ready to go with the payment and any of the additional service delivery that we would do, which includes things like on-the-ground support.
And when they're announced, I know following the Lismore floods in March, one's announced, as you said, you've now got systems in place, so it can be a very quick activation. We don't have to wait for weeks for you to get the systems up. From announcement, about how long before you can start accepting applications?
We seek to, from announcement, activate by 2 p.m. the following day, depending on the time of day we get the instrument.
So it could be 24 hours?
It can be 24 hours, and once the activation has commenced, should additional local government areas come into play in relation to being further activated, we can actually activate those in the work day. So if we're told, we can do that within a number of hours.
And I know they're different payments, so I'll focus on the AGDRP, which is the one-off $1,000 per adult. For the average application, from the time you're able to accept applications to rolling out, say, the first payment, how long would that take?
If we receive applications from around 2 p.m. in that afternoon, the first run of payments, first payments may well be made by the close of business and into the evening, but we would guarantee that some payments would have been made by the following day.
So again,
some payments can be made very quickly.
So, given that speed, which is quite remarkable and shows how much work has gone into getting the systems in place so they can be turned on and off, which is...
Thank you to the last government.
Yes, thanks to the last government. How are the claims assessed for eligibility and accuracy of information?
I can have Mr Thorpe and Mr Piazza talk through how the claim is constructed and how it flows through the system.
Senator Davey, that's 5 minutes. I can pop you on the list and we'll get back to you. Are you happy for me to do that and pass the call on?
Can I give her my questions instead? Keep going?
You did already give your questions to someone else, Senator Reynolds.
Probably not. It was in the air, but it was for a 1 minute look for Senator Askew.
I've just got a few more questions, like this one, and then I'll limit myself to
I've got to get to Rice, Urquhart and Askew. And Pratt. So if you... Can we do 3 minutes?
3 minutes and then, yeah. So if we can just keep the assessment brief, and then I've got one more question. So.
So, Senator, in terms of AGDRP, as you said, it's a $1,000 payment and $400 for children. It's for an immediate family member who's been injured or a major asset has been significantly impacted. So it's looking at damage of in excess of $20,000, for example, in the family home.
So one thing that has been brought to my attention time and time again in this latest round is we have local government areas that have been announced as being eligible for disaster recovery allowance, but there's no AGDRP open. Why would that be? Why would an area have the allowance but not the disaster recovery payment? And we've also got instances where you've got a shire on one side of a border, such as Moira Shire in Victoria, who has both, and yet a shire on the New South Wales side. When this is a wholly Commonwealth decision, is my understanding, Shire on the other side only has disaster recovery allowance and not AGDRP. So why would there be those discrepancies?
So those questions would need to be referred to the Department of Home Affairs, who make the assessments and make the decisions. We implement the payments once we receive the direction, so they would need to discuss that with you.
Right.
The National Emergency Management Agency sits in the Home
Minister,
Affairs
would you have any idea as to why there'd be those gaps or discrepancies across jurisdictions?
Look, all I can say is that the system works a damn sight better under this government than it did under the previous government.
I would like to see your proof of that, because we rolled these payments out in March within days.
This government has got that money out the window, out the door.
We rolled these out within 3 days in March. And your government has still got gaps in the system. Your government has waited for weeks.
Relied on you when they had their problems and you let them down. We have not let them down.
Minister, Senators, I appreciate we are getting close to 11 o'clock. Senator Davey, do you have more questions in this
I'll give up.
Thank you.
I thank the department, though, for the work they're doing and the efficiency of getting the payments out the door.
We can all agree the department are angels. Thank you, Senator Davey. Senator Rice, you have the call for 5 minutes if you can, please.
Okay, I want to go to debt collection, with debt collection having resumed on the 1st of January. So I've got questions as to how are people being notified of the debts, and are private debt collectors being used? I'll start with those.
Senator, I'll have Ms Lees come to the table and we'll go through the range of ways in which we've modernised the communications to support a better customer experience in raising the recovery for overpayments, and she will cover the very limited circumstances in which we would use any external collection agency, and we would not pursue normal, those everyday debts with any sort of company like that.
Senator Michelle Lees, Deputy CEO, Payments and Integrity. In terms of the recommencement of debt recovery following the debt pause, people were, if a debt had previously been raised, people would have already received an account payable letter, and so we were letting people know that recovery activity was recommencing using SMS messages. If we had raised a debt but it wasn't yet due to be paid, they might have received an interim account payable letter and we sent a final account payable letter, and then recovery activity was to occur 28 days after that. We have a range of information that's available on the website as well as in the Money You Owe functionality, which is online, which indicates when people are due to repay their debt, and that's available through the Services Australia webpage and also through the app. In terms of external collection agents, we currently have contracts with 3 external collection agencies. They are only debts are only referred to external collection agents where people do not respond repeatedly to requests for repayment, and so there are multiple contacts, including for some people, depending on the value of their debt, we will phone them ahead of raising the debt. We'll try 3 times. They'll receive an accounts payable letter. We will send a reminder SMS. We'll send a further reminder, and then at a particular point in time, the debt would be referred to an external
How long would
collection
the
agent.
process generally be before it was referred to a
Before
private
it's
debt collector?
referred, just one moment. It is. We've changed it recently, Senator. So in terms of when we refer to the external collection agents, it would be essentially at day 56.
Okay, and that's the same currently for the debts that were hanging over from prior to the debt freeze and the new ones being raised now?
That's certainly, and we are talking about those people who are not currently a Centrelink customer. Anyone who's a Centrelink customer would not refer those to an external collection agent.
Okay. What support's being provided for people who are being pursued for debts, given what we are learning through the Robo-Debt Royal Commission of the impact of people having debts raised against them?
People can contact us at any time if they want to better understand how the debt has occurred, Senator. If people are experiencing financial hardship or have circumstances where it's difficult for them to make repayments, they can either use our self-service options to elect to have a lower amount of repayment, or they can contact us and we can talk to them about deferring or repayment for a period of time, depending on their circumstances. And in certain circumstances, we may in fact be able to waive a debt, depending on the circumstances of the individual.
Okay. Is there work being done to provide more details to people about the how and why they are owed a debt in the initial debt notice?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. So we had made some improvements to the account payable letter based on customer feedback, and we've actually gone back out for feedback recently and engaged with customers and also with our civil society representatives, and we are improving. In December we'll roll out some further improvements with greater debt explanation in the letter. We've also rolled out in the Money You Owe functionality more information regarding the nature of the payments that people are receiving, the parameters around that, tips on how to avoid a debt based on what we see occurring there and why the debt has occurred. We've also been providing further training to our staff, and so when they are phoning customers to indicate that they will have a debt, to provide a better explanation and also consider waiver options during that conversation as well, Senator.
Okay. Is there a policy limit on how far back you're pursuing debts?
My understanding is there's no policy limit on how far back debts are pursued.
That's in contrast with ATO debts, for example, where there is a limit of time. So you could be pursuing debts that people had got, what, a decade ago?
That's my understanding, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Rice, can I just check in?
Yep, my last one is whether you're just basically providing on notice the number of debts you're pursuing by location, amount, when the debt was occurred, and any different categories of evidence that you have underpinning the claim.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Some good questions about Centrepay. I understand in May, May 2021, the Indigenous Consumer Assistance Network complained to Services Australia about the use of Centrepay by Radio Rentals and Max Rentals. They say they don't know whether their complaint was properly investigated or what the outcome of the complaint was. So can I ask what investigations took place and what the outcome was? And then I'd also like to ask about what the ordinary processes for compliance checks and removing bad players who don't protect consumers from Centrepay, what the processes are.
Senator, we might take the first part of your question on notice. The specific details, I won't have that the outcomes of that complaint with us. We might take that.
Do you know? Is there anyone here that knows about it who could characterise
the response to the complaint?
Okay, well, perhaps just go to the policy and take that part of it on notice.
Yeah.
What auditing and compliance checks are conducted for businesses using Centrepay?
Yeah.
How many are audited each year? And what is Services Australia position on whether consumer lease providers should be allowed on Centrepay?
Thanks, Senator. And we'll talk through the process. I think one of the points is that Centrepay, I think, is the bulk of the Centrepay transactions are for things like utilities.
Yeah, no,
and I'll get all
just
that.
want to
So
know
just on
about
consumer leases?
consumer
We'll
leases.
just talk about that then.
Senator, consumer leases currently represent about 6.6% of all Centrepay deductions. In terms of what the agency undertakes, so it's a very low number compared to what the CEO just mentioned. Most of Centrepay is used for rent utilities. 6.
I understand all of that. I want to know about consumer lease providers and whether they should be allowed on it, and how you audit for non-compliance and how you determined which businesses should be removed.
So the agency undertakes regular compliance activities. It's in line with the terms and conditions that providers need to meet in order to come onto the Centrepay program, for example. As we've said, we'll take on notice the particular question you're asking about that inquiry. In terms of the businesses, we undertake regular investigations to make sure that they're fit for purpose and they represent appropriate businesses that consumers can choose as part of Centrepay agreements. In terms of lease or consumer leases in particular, we're working very closely with Australian investments in, so ASIC essentially, to understand the particular consumer protections that are likely to be put in place as part of proposed changes. And that puts more protections in place for consumers generally, which would speak to the particular issues around consumer leases.
Does that indicate that Services Australia does already understand that there's a problem, and why do you need to wait for ASIC to do that work if they're breaching consumer rights already?
So Senator, Services Australia is not in a position to comment on whether consumer leases break consumer rights. That's ASIC's responsibility, and ASIC is in the process of introducing the financial sector reform bill.
What are the standards, therefore, of what businesses need to comply with to participate in Centrepay? What does non-compliance look like? What might people be removed for?
We can probably provide the terms and conditions and then cover off those. Do you have some of that, Kathy?
I have some information on the compliance framework, which might be of assistance. So there's a sort of a pyramid, if you like, in terms of the agency's compliance framework for Centrepay.
I will take the actual framework on notice if you can provide that for me, because you'll already have a written document for that. What I would like to ask you is how you go about investigating whether a business that is on Centrepay is inappropriate or unsuitable, and how that's investigated, and how, for example, if a consumer group brought you a complaint about a business using Centrepay, how you would go about managing that.
So, Senator, the complaints and non-compliance advice can come to us through a variety of channels. We can get advice, say, from financial counsellors or complaints from customers themselves, but we also monitor our own data around.
Okay, and so how do you act on those complaints?
We have a sort of a two-pronged process, if you like. The first step in that process is actually working with the business to attempt to address the non-compliant activity. And we have the ability of conducting further reviews or suspending the business or removing them from the program altogether.
Okay, what
if
kind
they
of
don't-
non-compliant activity is that?
It could be passing on fees, which they shouldn't be passing on. We also look at, I mentioned data around, high value purchases as well. But we also look at other things like restarting deductions without customer consent, or just general non-compliance of other sorts.
And before I have
come to the end of your questions.
Yes, if you could take some of that, what I've asked, on notice so I can get some more detail.
Yes.
But how many businesses have been taken off Centre Pay due to non-compliance? And if you might also tell me how many businesses have had multiple requests for compliance and have had to have issues fixed multiple times and just keep coming up with new issues. At what point do you chuck people off?
I will have to take those numbers on notice. I can tell you that we did 205 compliance reviews last financial year. I haven't got the outcome of those reviews on me. Where there is systemic indications of non-compliance, as I mentioned earlier, we take that seriously and a business can be suspended or removed from the program. We do, of course, as Mr Thorpe mentioned, work with our colleagues in ASIC and ACCC, as well as work, that education process with the business.
If I might also ask, do you compare the profile of what a business offers on Centre Pay with what's generally available to customers more broadly in terms of the fairness of those terms and conditions?
I will take that one on notice.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Pratt. Senator Askew.
I've just got a clarification around my questions earlier regarding the Optus data matching program. It's only a simple one, but the earlier evidence stated that the data matching program was completed on the 12th of October. Just wanted to know whether the completion of that program was made public at any time, and if so, when and how, and if not, why not?
I don't believe that that it was publicly announced that it was completed. Senator, while the Optus and the Medibank private breaches are very large in scale, this is actually, sadly, quite a regular occurrence that we are doing smaller batch data matching with other data loss of credentials, so it's a routine process for us. So it's not something that we would routinely or have ever really have in our business practice to make public when we conclude the data matching and flagging of records.
Okay, thank you for that response. I know I've still got a few more minutes, so I'm just going to go into another quick line of questioning. So can the agency outline the process behind the appointment of panel members to the MyGov user audit?
Yes, I've got Mr Hazelhurst, who's the head of the Secretariat for the MyGov user audit.
Hello, Senator. Yes, David Hazelhurst, Head of the Secretariat for the audit. If I might just briefly confer, Skinner.
Mr Hazelhurst came into the team to lead the audit after that was concluded. I think the agency provided some overarching suggestions, including who could lead the audit to the minister, and I think the panel was broadly settled by the minister in consultation with some eminent Australians.
So the agency provided recommendations to the minister, or the minister provided recommendations to the agency?
We provided some suggestions of people, including, for example, Mr Thodey, and the minister, and had also taken some other soundings, I assume, and settled the panel that way.
So there was no advice provided regarding scoring systems or evaluations of people and their suitability to the audit role?
Senator, we provided some broad advice around the suitability or the sort of the merits or the sort of skills and qualities that certain people would bring, but but only sort of as a conversation sort of starter. I would put it that way.
So there wouldn't be paperwork that could be tabled or taken on notice to be provided?
I can take on notice, but again, I think those would be matters of a briefing that we provided to the Minister.
Okay, so if, just on that, if there is anything, even perhaps biographies of the candidates or anything like that?
Yes, I think we might even have published those somewhere, so I'll provide those.
Okay. So one of the members of the panel is, did the agency initiate contact with Mr Amit Singh regarding his candidature for the panel, and if so, when and how?
No, we didn't initiate contact with Mr Singh. I think we've subsequently, of course, been working with him as part of the contract that he has with the audit.
So that contact you've been doing since, where was that initiated from then? Through the Minister's office, or was it done through?
I think that initial contact, I think, was. I can take that on notice. It wasn't through the agency, but we've worked closely with the Secretariat, and so we would have had subsequent follow-ups when the panel was settled.
Okay. So in advice to Mr Shorten or his office on Mr Singh, did the agency note that Mr Singh had been a political advisor to two former Labor Prime Ministers?
The agency wouldn't have provided any advice along those lines.
Or did the agency flag as a potential sensitivity and advice to the Minister's office or the Minister himself regarding Mr Singh's time at Uber, which the government has in the past stridently criticised for presiding over exploitative workplace practices?
I think those would be questions for the agency. Didn't provide any particular advice around Mr Singh.
Okay, so Minister, would you be aware of Mr Singh's history and be in agreement with the fact that he's been appointed to the panel?
Look, unfortunately, I don't know his history, Senator Askew, but I'm happy to make some inquiries.
I think when we provide his CV, those experiences that he has are relevant in many ways to consideration of future digital platforms. I think that's probably that is the reason that someone like him with those sorts of skills and experiences is assisting the review.
Okay. All right, and I'll leave it there, Chair. I know my time's
Senator
up.
Askew, Senator Urquhart.
Follow up?
Thank you very much, Chair. Senator Farrell, I just wanted to ask you, we've been, I think, a week and a half into the Royal Commission hearings on the robo-debt. I wondered if you could give us an update on where that's at.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. I know you're a great advocate for the Royal Commission in the first place, because you saw for yourself down in Tasmania some of the many injustices that were wrought to innocent Australian citizens through that process. So just a few facts that I'm aware of about the what we've now discovered through the Royal Commission, and I guess it's the start of the process, not the end of it. But in 2014, 2 years before the establishment of the robo-debt scheme, the former Conservative government received advice from their own lawyers that the scheme was likely to be illegal. Further information was provided that in 2018, the law firm Clayton Utz provided advice that the scheme was not able to be justified. So 2014, the advice was that it was likely to be illegal. 2018, advice, outside advice, that the scheme could not be justified. I understand that the evidence that was then provided said that this prompted an internal email saying that this advice was catastrophic. And I understand then the Clayton Utes offered to rework that advice. In response to that advice, of course, departmental officials noted that if they were to accept the advice, that would be the end of robo-debt as we know it. In 2014, again, going back to then, the advice noting robo-debt was not consistent with the legislation was initially withheld from the Ombudsman. So right at the start of the process, that information about its potential problems was withheld from the Ombudsman. Then the Department of Social Services Director of Payments and Integrity said he and his team saw income averaging as unethical from the beginning, and that the 2014 advice should have been the end of the proposal. So that's the former head of the DSS Director of Payments and Integrity, very early in the piece recognised the unethical nature of what was being proposed. It was revealed that it's common for the department to receive external legal advice, which is then kept in draft form so that it can be ignored. And in an uncharacteristic intervention, the Commissioner Holmes responded that she was appalled to have been advised that that was the department's processes. The Commission also heard that the ATO claimed that it provided data to the human services on the understanding that it would be used for the purpose of administering the Social Services Act. Income averaging is not covered by the Act, and the ATO noted that generally we would rely on other agencies for the operation of their law. Then on the 7th of June 2017, we discovered that the ATO emailed DHS seeking further assurances that their data was being used appropriately, and that if this couldn't be given, that the department should cease and desist its usage. The DHS responded that there are currently a range of measures that the government has asked us to deliver that rely on data matching capabilities of our organisations, and this work needs to continue. Council assisting suggested that at this point there could have been political leverage exerted. The Department of Social Security's Deputy Secretary noted that the bureaucrats watered down risks in details that featured in a brief that was given to former Prime Minister Morrison. In further information to the Royal Commission, the Council assisting noted there was a reckless indifference here, and it's noteworthy language as this is the key for the tort of public misfeasance.
I just note the time is 11 o'clock. I'm loath to interrupt you, Minister, and you can finish your answer, of course. But just conscious of officials.
Thank you to the Minister, and I think
thank you for the question.
It's a tragedy, the process is what happened there, and thank you for the update.
I have completed my answer.
Thank you, Minister.
To take them on notice, the follow-up questions to Senator Askew. But I do just want to clarify on notice.
Sorry, Senator Reynolds, are you able to put them on notice in writing?
I just want to I'll read them on notice. It'll take 1 minute. So the CEO had mentioned that the eminent Australians were consulted in response to Senator Askew's question. Can you just provide on notice who those eminent Australians were consulted in relation to the MyGov user audit? You also mentioned that there were contracts involved. So can you also just advise the terms of the contracts and any payments, and also the full detail of the process that was gone through that you summarised, but if you can provide the detail of that and who was consulted and when, how much.
Thank you, Senator
and what they're
Reynolds.
actually contracted to do.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. It is 11:02, which means we are concluding today's hearing. On behalf of the committee, I thank the ministers as well as officers from the Department of Social Services and agencies who have given evidence to our committee today. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday, 18 November 2022. Thank you for your participation. Sleep well, drive safe. See you again. The committee's adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.